Gibby.
Well, but you got to talk about it. It makes sense. The top floor on Labs plays so much like Clubhouse playing on rafters. So I think that Azami ban's a really clever one.
It is. It makes complete and perfect sense to me going into this one. But Gibby, it is time to get started for this one. We've been looking forward to it basically since the end of last stage to dive straight back into this. How do you feel this one's gonna go? This matchup.
Well, the last time you and I casted Labs on Latam, it was 7-0. Right? Do you remember that?
Was it 7-0 or 7-1?
It's the same thing. We got so excited.
No. It's not the same thing.
Oh, because one's Brazil and the other one's... Because one's Brazil and one's the other thing. Yeah, okay, I get you.
That's not what I was saying, but, you know, alas, pop off, I guess.
So we'll get started off anyway, but basement will be the first site of choice. You look at the setup. They're going to create... Surely they're not playing head holes off the back. Yeah, they're just making audio cues. So you open up the wall, you can hear it. Means that if you want to trick it, you can. You get more information. But they've clearly set up with it to make it that if they do get the breach open, when they get the breach open with a Goyo canister, you can buy yourself that little bit of time.
Big question for me.
Were you distracted by this? It's coming in there.
I wasn't, no. We were speaking about this actually, that everyone's Spanish has got significantly better since stage 1 so far. Opted maybe to have a little bit of Duolingo streak going during the off season. My Duolingo owl has died. I haven't kept up with, haven't fed it, it's dead. So no more learning Spanish for me. But I was going to ask you a question, Gibson, going into this. Maycam Evolve on the attacking side. It's going to be a little bit more difficult for them considering it's a defense-favored map, and we've seen that Knights throughout stage 1 were incredibly structured for this. Is that going to be a difficulty to break down within these opening 6 rounds?
Oh, it definitely is, particularly when you look at how extended the roam that the Knights have set up here is in the early stages as well, electing to play all 3 floors of the map. You've got that little get out of jail free card in the hatch that's open as well for Soko, and he will do that. But your opening pick of Latam South goes to Jerry as he takes down Redder, the IGL of Maycam Evolve, and this is before anybody from Maycam even set foot inside the building.
This is difficult as we see Knights now fighting every single entry point contested. The MR outside, Soko sends that Nitro up, and oh no! That's a must-win encounter for Godokabi. BJ can't get that one. Falls on in, chasing it, stuck by a Goon Mine, caught within a proxy as well. Swung out from Kitchen, should be a freebie for Goyo, and is so. Confirmed and locked in. Tugo gets the kill credit for that, leaving us with a 5 versus 2. Access to top Aqua now, gathered by Infame. Had an impressive first stage of Latam last season. Let's see how this one roll out, though. Difficult round in the opening.
Yeah, you think about Infame, you think about Ash plays, but Cares will bring one back. Down falls Tom, but it's still a very difficult task indeed here in the opening round. The Fenrir will go off, giving even more information here. Well, if you're Infame, if you're Cares, you gotta play close together. You gotta try isolate individual kills, but this is a horrible situation to be in. One positive with it, Buck can create plenty of verticality. Maybe you can fish out one of those defenders to make it a little easier as you go for that late push.
The verticality here, as we see, hopping on board with Infame, will move these power position defenders away from these key positions. A second smoke canister tossed out to try and choke away time. 5 HP remains on Soko, that's your mute. Nitros have been used up, and Infame will get one. The Atlas with the flank upstairs. Jerry gets that confirmed, and it's going to be a flurry as Kurz finds one more. Soko falls. Knights will hold the advantage in 2 versus 1, but they're separated now. 1 player on site, 1 above, but a quick rotation from Jerry running down that staircase. Actually, no, up from above on the verticality opened up, and we'll get that freebie. And it was a closer round than he would have liked, but Knights do get across the finish line with the opening round here on Nighthaven Labs.
Yeah, it was a really good start to the round for the Knights, finding the opening pick, managing to do a lot of damage to that early attack by Maycam. They did find a couple of kills, but they were kind of, let's be real, they were exit frags, if anything, for the attacking side. But the big thing was the fact that Knights are bringing the fight to Maycam Evolve in the first round. Straight off the bat, getting aggressive at the point of the entry, making it difficult for Maycam, and taking that first round. And what, but they've given us the gift of a tech pause, so you and I can yap a little bit more about these 2 teams. So we spoke about them earlier. For Maycam Evolve, Redder and Infame are the 1-2 punch. They were essentially the first 2 players to fall that time for Maycam Evolve as well. And if they're going to get any success, the only way they're going to get it is by getting those 2 players going.
You need to be able to get that momentum rolling early. You really have to. Big question, Gibby, for Knights going into this now. I'm going to ask you. Going in, we saw how clinical they were on the offensive side last time. That was the kind of highlight for me, is how they were able to attack teams in the opening stage or in stage 1. With the fact this roster stayed the same, all 5 players remaining, are we going to see that get more clinical in this second half of the season?
I think so. I think that these teams have to be improving. That's the whole point of bringing in a separate league for the Latam region, was so these teams can get better and better every single time we see them play. One of the big things is consistency. Knights have kept the same roster. We, have essentially had the same roster. Soko came in last stage, but they've decided to keep him on. For them, if they want to get success, they've got to get everything going, because as we spoke about in the pre-show, until the grand final, it's best of ones the whole way through. One loss whenever you get to playoffs, and you're going home. So Knights need to play their A game every single time they play. You've made them a friend of yours. I see they've already added you on Twitter and said that you're their favorite, which I don't agree with whatsoever. But
no, but see, Gibson, right? We're not allowed to pick favorites, but orcs can, and so clearly they've made the right choice. And
we're not allowed to pick favorites, really.
Okay, well,
who's your favorite team?
I can't comment.
Is it a Brazilian team?
No comment. I can't comment. You know what my favorite team is? It's Knights. I love Latam South that much.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah, Whippet and I have the same favorite team, and
no,
if you have that same favorite team, and you ever need someone to talk to, reach out to us. We need like a support circle for Liquid fans all around the world. It's a tough one.
Listen, we don't talk about the. I was in tears. I was a broken man when they lost to East Coast in Manchester. Sat front row for that one. That one hurt. That one hurt a lot, Gibby. That one's those things to remind them. But Maycam Evolve had a good showing and a better one than what I thought they were able to get at this moment. So when we see like how this team evolves going into it, when we have that aggressive play, we're able to get that close in that opening round. I'm very intrigued how they can build on that. One thing is that opening engagement. They struggled desperately to get in the building, and they can't let Knights do that to them round after round.
But the big thing that surprises me about the fact that the first pick went so early to Knights is Maycam Evolve brought a Dokkaebi, and within the first 5 seconds of the call, or of the round, they made that logic bomb. So they should have been ready for that early game fight. But folks, we are going to jump into a very quick break. When we come back, we'll hopefully have the continuation of this game between Knights and Maycam Evolve. We'll see you guys in a few. We are so back.
Whoa, Gibson,
Just
hold
a
up.
few minutes
Hold
late
up.
for the second round.
What's going on? So Maycam won a round. So, round of applause.
It was actually a great round. You should have seen it.
It was actually, I hear, it was the greatest round of Rainbow Six Siege ever played. Why we haven't seen it.
Yeah, like Dirty got 3 kills, my guy. Absolute wonderful performance. But yeah, if you are just joining us, this is the first play day, the first game of Latam. We've had a tech pause. I would not have it any other way. You want to know what happened for the tech pause? Corbeck told you all at home. Basically, Dokkaebi got spawn peeked and just kicked off the server. Like, was done. I've had enough. I'm out. I'm not getting spawn peeked on the first play day of Latam. Whoop it. Maycam did take the second round. This is a map that does show a lot of favor towards the defending team. Many more rounds do you think Maycam need on the attack to feel comfortable going into their half?
Maycam need to get a minimum of 3 rounds into this attack to have a solid chance after that round 7 swap. So, for me, clearly they got a round, which means they got in the building. And that's a massive advantage. Unfortunately, not going well for Redder as he's first to fall. Second time we've seen him be the first to get picked off in this moment. So, unfortunate for him, but he's on that IGL role, so he can at least guide his team from beyond the grave in terms of that. Stacked up outside of IT, 3 bodies want to make that entryway work and look towards Rafters to try and find their way in. Probing, looking for a way in. Can't find it yet, but 1 player down makes this a very difficult task. Can't play for trades. And of course, this isn't the site, it's down below. And the verticality open up on IT just makes this a little bit perilous to walk on in.
Yeah, it's a really difficult angle to fight inside of Rafters, but they have created a little entryway, but Jerry's still playing over by those water stairs, the aquarium stairs on the other side of the top floor. Basically keeping a lot of presence there, and there you go. Soko will get us another kill on the round. Dirty will fall this time at the hands of a C4, and this is all going to plan. Let's not forget the fact as well that you can see that Infame was put into DBNO, back on their feet now as well, but this round is going exactly the way Knights would have planned it.
That's a great position just to coast this one out. The next pick could be the Death Tome for Maycam in this. Flashbangs out to Office to clear this shield. No explosive in proximity, so they have to rely on a double peek here. Stuck by a goo mine, but should get that finish. Infame does get that credit. Actually, no limping away from that frost mine, correction. They get 1 traded back, 4 versus 2. 40 seconds left in this round. Control of the upstairs now gathered. Casey is cold. Still limping away Infame. Not got a little mobility, but he does have an ARX and he can find 1 more. 2 in the round. Soko falls, 30 seconds, Gibby. Maycam find a way to save it.
Well, it's definitely... Oh, Jerry misses the opportunity to get a kill to put it into a 3 versus 1, but now that reveals the position of another one of the defenders. So, you know, at the very most, there could be 2 defenders playing in and around the site. You can still see pressure being put on by VJ, but you can see that if he tries to walk through that door, the angle's being held. Atlas will find Infame. He'll walk on in the door. Tom will get the kill, and Knights take a 2-1 lead.
They settle it down a little bit and find that. It was a little bit of a back and forth after that initial entry, but it's going to be a very similar storyline to what I saw on the first round for this. Maycam, right in that mid to late game position where they can find picks, they can clear that map control. It's that entry game that's going to be a struggle point for them, so keep that through line in mind as we move into our 4th round here. And Gibby, you read Spanish, so what site we going to?
I read Spanish?
Yes, you do.
Just because I look below the timer and see Ronda 4, I could tell you this is the 4th round. Does not mean I can read Spanish.
I thought, yeah, I didn't realize it was just deduction that you could figure out what's going on. I thought your Duolingo owl was doing better than mine.
Yeah, no, the only Spanish I can speak was taught to me by Harry Demo Dempster, who told me how to ask for a table for 4 people in a restaurant. That's the only Spanish I know.
Listen. It's invaluable information. You need to know that sometimes, you know? You never know.
I needed to ask for a table for 5 and I was lost.
Well, just say 4 and actually just go +1 at the end and they'll figure it out.
What's the Spanish for +1? Exactly.
I barely speak English, mate. So, round number 4, as we mentioned, going into it now, the basement site going into it. This is the site we saw Knights defend initially in the opening round here on Nighthaven. The big difficulty for Maycam, and I think the through line for this, is going to be that entryway. The pulse upstairs is going to be able to gather a massive amount of information and relay this to his team. Can be a conduit of that. Decide how they play around this. Is you might not see someone, you might see someone. That can be the direction for this defense to go. Early damage taken. Soko with the boss G has to scamper away. Only 32 points left to his name. He should be able to make an escape. He can pop that gadget on to remain fairly undetected to the drones. That Dokkaebi call will make things difficult, and a decision to drop into games, I think, rightfully done.
Yeah, but Vigil is such a powerful operator in the game right now. That Boss G is basically a better sniper than what Kali has. The fact that you're immune to, you know, some incredible bits of offensive utility, like Lion's not being used, but obviously you're immune to those Lion scans. And you've got the ability to counter Deimos as well. So with the arsenal that Soko has, he can cause a lot of trouble here for Maycam Evolve. Minute and 53 left on the round though, but you'll see these defenders starting to fall back towards site. The internal clock has said that it's the time to do so. Maycam Evolve now, they've wasted a lot of time. But this is where you start creating verticality and trying to isolate these kills.
Gaio of the Tuco was just tracked by that Jackal, so position, or at least general whereabouts, should be compromised. He's playing by that main breach section down below, and upstairs, control of that middle floor, complete control from Maycam Evolve, and they've done it without losing a body. Much better from them. Soko will put on his jammer, unfortunately, not quick enough for the draw, and Kurz gets the opening pick. Much better from Maycam, and they've got enough time to begin to manipulate the floorboards in their favor. The pulse down below still poses that threat with the C4. Might be able to find a freebie. He'll go fishing, looking for anything. Try and get one back in this round.
Yeah, the big thing to keep an eye on, though, was last time we came here, there was a very late round flank by Jerry, who did take the top floor back from the side of Maycam Evolve. So keep an eye on the movements of the pulse as we get deeper in the round. VJ will find Jerry as it's a 3v4, and while Kers just walks down the stairs and finds another one, Atlas will be the next one to fall. 2 versus 4. You can see that Tuku has taken a ton of damage already. And with Maycam Evolve, with the ability, with 6 drones still essentially available for them to use, and Jackal, they have a massive opportunity to make this 2-2, but time is starting to become a big factor.
This case should go down. Poised, prone, hiding, waiting for that one as the Goyo flames begin to burn away. VJ gets one more second in the round. Tuco's claimed, and it's just going to be a matter of time. Case unsure if it went down, but Dirty collects that final pick towards Tom, and it will be an equalizing round as Maycam Evolve find their second. And if we'll compare this to how that opening round went on the very same site, much more efficient, much more well orchestrated from this side, and very quickly, Knights have called a tactical timeout. So they are going to try and figure things out as they can hop on board with some of the player cams. We get to read their body language during this break.
Am I wrong, or is muerto not like dead in Spanish? And it's called tempo muerto, dead time. Yeah.
Gibson, and you say you don't read Spanish, and you pretend I
don't know. I have a question for you while we're in this timeout, though.
Okay.
The big question I have. We saw at the end of that round, Dirty, with the Jackal goggles on, with no footsteps.
The goggles stay on. The goggles stay on during executions. It's obvious, Gibby, isn't it?
I was going to ask, do you keep them on when you're playing, or is it like, no, unless I'm looking for footprints?
Personal choice. I wouldn't. I like to not have my screen full of static, but unfortunately, he got the pick. He didn't get really contested for that, so it's not too bad. But of course, tactical timeout call this time. It should be only around 40 seconds, diving straight back in, just like that.
But look at that new skin you got. I like that. It's even got your new hairstyle.
Oh, we're not bringing this back. We're not going back here in stage 2. Well, I escaped it.
I was watching EU League earlier, and somebody literally asked in chat, "Was Fenrir casting tonight?"
I don't look like Fenrir, and I'm not even going to engage with this one because that's just going to perpetrate this accusation further, Gibson. But nonetheless, it was Knights who called that timeout going into it. This is going to be a very important round for them to win, just to make sure they can get that conversion, see if they can get that done. Maycam, though, are proving to be a little bit more of a challenge than perhaps I would have anticipated in my predictions before this going in.
So a big question. Frost
yes.
mat. Who?
Oh.
Who's stepping on that frost mat?
Okay, alright. Chat, I want to see who you predict for this one as well going into it, but I am going to go Redder. Redder is going to be the first to get caught by that frost mat.
Well, we will see. Round 5 will begin. 2-2 the scoreline as Maycam Evolve managed to bring it back once more. You look at that attacking lineup. Got Maverick, can be pretty useful for getting those breaches open just in case there's any defensive utility, to stop them from doing so. Big one for me is how much value can Knights get out of the Valk, out of the mute combo. You're going for that because you want to deny intel, and you need to get as much information as you can on those defenders. And there's no IQ, There's no Brava. They don't really have the counter to those sets of utility.
Not even a Twitch Gibson either. So there's realistically no hard or soft utility that can clear these cameras other than walking in and leaving yourself exposed to that. So Valkyrie for the defensive side of Knights might have a massive impact to how this round's played out. Gives that extra freedom to run around the map and have that control. And it will be Tom, the veteran of this roster, on that operator, of course. Sophia down below in games has a line of sight to begin to work on that pressure internally. Alone. No drone ahead of them when I saw that, so hopefully they get some information soon. Pull out that frost behind that shield, and this reinforcement should go out, but no. Attempted bait there from Tuco.
Yeah, I don't think you want to reinforce it either, but with the shield setup, with the angle you have on the door, it's really important that you keep those head holes. We're seeing a redistribution of the assets of the Fenrir here, deciding which of those traps that are going to be activated for the later execute. This is important here. Kers has got to be so careful. You know there's a Frost playing behind the shield. Jerry's holding Frosts back on the other side. But this is a must-win engagement now for the attackers. Maverick creates the head holes here, but does Maverick know he's just a few feet away from being decapitated? But here's the execute. There's the stun. Steps on through. Atlas will go into DBNO. We are blind now as VJ will get caught out by Tom.
I don't know if they know that that's going to happen or that DBNO arrived, though. Good decision to play right behind that flashbang before the detonation, relying on that lack of reaction time. Maverick chewing open that reinforced wall to make things a nightmare to stare down upon. This revive should go off uncontested and does so. Back in the fray, Redder finds one, Jerry falls, and now you find that pressure as Maycam begin to knock on the door. Very important pick of Soko. Tuco find one apiece. Trade-off happens in that, leaving Kurz alone. Follow on is, oh no. Direction. We're on board with Tom. The Valkyrie we mentioned having a massive impact. Finds that final pick from Garage Stairs. Locks it out. And Knights win another defense. But Maycam still only trailed by one to move into our final round of the opening half. If Maycam can go a 3-3 split here on Nighthaven Labs, they're in a great position when they move on towards that more favorable defensive side.
By the way, but did you see what charm that Tom Hagen had?
I did not. What charm is Tom Hagen using, Gibson?
Got the Nesk charm.
The goat.
The Nesk the goat.
The goat.
I'm a fan of that. We were all wrong. Everyone was wrong. Nobody stood in the frost mat at all. That is a big L for everybody involved in that whole conversation.
That unfortunately means you lose all your channel points. They all go to Corbik, our host.
Oh no!
He gets them all now.
Oh no! I've lost all my channel points.
That's good for you, Gibson.
How do you lose 0?
you threw them all. You bet on Fnatic to win today, didn't you?
Always. Look, I was chatting to Tristan. He told me Fnatic were going to win. He lied.
Oh, unfortunate for them. Wolves just wanted it a little bit more and lay earlier on the European League, but we're diving straight back in this one. The last of the opening half here, Knights on the defense, the more favorable side. Maycam, again, a great showing from them in the opening performance, opening 5 rounds we've seen of Stage 2 so far. Question is if they can just keep this consistency rolling, get themselves level, and set up that strong defensive half from this. Middle floor site in play, and the entry game is going to be very important for Maycam as they want to get control of that top floor to impose that vertical pressure. Question's going to be, where's that entry going to arrive from, as pressure defensively from Jerry is set up on this aqua staircase to make that very difficult to get that initial entry point.
Yeah, and I love the fact that we're seeing Maycam Evolve bring Lion with Redder as well, just to freeze those defenders into place when you go for those executes. So there's the first Lion scan. Usually what you see off the back of that is the attackers start to take ground piece by piece, but nobody really finding any kills as of yet. You're seeing some reinforcements on the doors as well, but all just ways to slow down this attack, ways to get information on where they're pushing from. Yeah, Kerry, you go a little bit higher up on the wall, you'll be able to get that open. A little more central, a little bit higher.
He'll get there.
No, Kerry, you need...
Hey, no, he got it. He got it. He's the GOAT. That's why he's the GOAT. Job done. Wall's open. And they get the
That's
ram
not the side ram wanted. That's not the side ram wanted. Open.
Listen, it's either you get wall or no wall. Right? It's as simple as that, really. Air jab goes out to try and restrict that movement in towards IT. The Frost will handle a little bit of pressure now, feeling that might arrive. Backed up by Atlas, though, on that. Mute has a good opportunity for this. Mute Jammer's doing a good job choking out information, making it very difficult to pinpoint the position of these defenders. Maycam are struggling with that to make that initial entryway. trying to get that control, but Knights is going to be Tom, pops up from the depths of storage, finds the opening pick as Courage is first to fall. Maycam in trouble here, just over a minute, and they begin to finally make their entryway, but with one player down, and Redder gets himself two. That's massive now as Jerry and Tuco fall. Maycam very quickly back into this round.
Very, very big opportunity here of a 3-3 split. You've got the numbers and you've got a minute to work with. Ram creating that verticality now, just changing the whole layout of the map by turning those soft floors into two-way lines of sight. Atlas still playing on the pressure game, but though you can see that Maycam Evolve don't seem to be very aware of the possibility of a flank here very late in the round from that mute. Time still ticking away. Tom finds another one. That's a 3 versus 3 now. And you really got to start to worry for Maycam Evolve now.
With that potential, that flank for the mute, as well as the pressure with Tom Hagen now released from his position. This is a lot for Maycam to try and solve, and not a lot of time to make that one stick. 20 seconds, and well, it's going to be Redder finding his third. Tom shuts it down for his 3 pieces. VJ gets in the action as Tom's being slayed. Maycam Evolve have the advantage here, but do they know about a player lurking upstairs? The verticality works both ways. Ace not going down yet. The red pings that information about Valkyrie seem to be golden. He'll find one with the fadeaway, drops to the basement, and might just be able to play the time. That's exactly what he'll do, but he's chased down and hunted down in the basement by Grim, and that will be a 3-3 split for Maycam Evolve here on Nighthaven Labs.
And you know what? I love the decision there from Maycam Evolve. Once you lose the player, don't try to bait it out. You don't have the time. Play for the kill, because only one position that player could be. Maycam Evolve take it. 3-3 half to kick us off. What can Maycam Evolve do now on their defensive half? Whip it. P2, I'm going to tell you right now, that means top floor. Just for those at home wondering what site we were on. We're P2, that's the top floor.
All right, chat. We're all on a journey for this stage. We're going to learn Spanish together. That's our objective for stage 2 of Latam. By the time the Montreal Major rolls around, we all better be fluent. Isn't that right, Gibby?
Yeah, you know what we say every time there's a tech pause on Latam.
I don't know.
Uno mas. That means one more. Uno mas.
No more technical pauses.
Uno mas.
No more, Gibson. No.
The people want a tech pause.
I don't think the people want a tech pause. Chat, do you want a tech pause? I'm going to predict you're going to say no. So, I think I win. I win that one, Gibson. I think you owe me a round of golf for that.
Yeah, I beat you the last time.
Never again. Ever again. You're never going to do that again. 3-3. We go level into the second half, and top floor will be the defensive site of Maycam Evolve coming into this. Knights, let's see the contrast to how they can deal with these. And we already see a shake-up in defensive lineup as we see the clash being brought out from Maycam Evolve. A different approach to bringing out. You know, both shield operators battle the offense, bring one on the defense to try and slow this down as best you can. Knights have a lot of utility to deal with it. Actually, nothing directly that can counter it, and limited nades as well to work with, so Knights might find it troublesome to deal with that clash.
A few things that I like about Knights, though, when you think about the way this map is laid out, bringing the Nomad and the ability to kind of flank watch without necessarily flank watch could be a very important factor in this round as well. Getting a lot of information, you know, you'll spot it, the clash, and you're like, okay, I've got a clash. There's a couple of ways that we can actually deal with that when you look at what the attackers have. The big one for me is if you can get her to trip on one of those Nomads, or I think sometimes what the best thing to do when there's a clash is focus on where the other 4 players are, because remember, clash isn't an active gun. You're focused on the other 4 players. Clash needs support.
Okay, that's true. It's very rare, though, you're going to see Clash on a little bit of a solo mission wandering around the map by yourself.
Unless you're playing Clash.
When do I play Clash? Okay.
You roam with Clash with the secondary shotgun.
I think I have about 15 minutes on Clash, Gibby. Anyway, Soka gets the opening pick. VJ's first to fall. Not the Clash, that's the Fenrir. So those F-Mats that are open, they're open now. You can't shuffle them around. They're locked in the place at this point. Just over under a minute 30. And flashbangs from those Candelas begin to arrive. Maycam Evolve will feel that pressure as Knights really want to break the deadlock. Redder gets one trader back. That's Tuco off the boards. That's the case cold as well. So this is a good position. He can now run a little bit more freedom as he plays towards the back of Aqua Stairs. He's got a good position to cause chaos and disrupt what the Knights want to do as pressure mounts up as 2 bodies stack up at Electrical as a second wave of Candelas arrive.
Yeah, Maverick trying to get the wall open now as things stand, but you got to be very careful because there's a C4 and oh no, you've got at the line. And Fame, you got
No!
he's gonna get a shot out here as well. That's even worse. But it ain't gonna matter. Tom will find the kill on the Dirty as he just explodes in towards sight now with the Ying. 2 kills off the bat, but do you know about Fame still playing close to breach? Well, yes they do. Tom finds a triple on the round, leaving it all down to the Clash in the corner with the gun out, but this should be a round win here for the Knights. Clash got no chance for it, but absolutely no chance.
I think this is a pretty safe one. I put all my channel points on this one. Yeah, he's stuck in the corner. He wants the freebie. He finish it, go on, get his one. He'll be fully blinded with that one. He'll emerge from the corner. No, he won't even. And he gets, I think, hunted down. He gets ran down a little bit for that one. Gibby and Atlas will get that kill credit, but it was only a matter of time. And, oh. I can read that one. I can read that.
Yeah. You know what my favorite thing about that was?
What?
They knew where Clash was, but Grim still set the bees out to get those extra few points to
Why
get
not?
that scoreboard.
Well, I mean, listen,
it's okay, guys. It's okay, guys. I'll find out where she is, even though we know she's gonna look. Gotta use your utility. Op tip. I'm actually impressed. Nice to use your utility.
Yeah, you should. Yeah, indeed. Or just shoot them. It works. That works too. That's my train of thought, actually.
This is an FPS game, I suppose. You got to remember that sometimes.
It is. You know, click heads, you win. Sometimes you run into a wall of utility and you don't win, but most of the time you win. Looks like the Knights, as they now lead by a single round going into one. They're on the offensive side, and I did mention a little bit in our pre-show. Seems like a distant memory at this point. They are a side that have been more favourable for the offense, particularly in these more structured checklist maps. For example, like Clubhouse. We saw them be very efficient on that throughout the entirety of Stage 1. And I imagine they want to continue that trend moving into Stage 2 at this point. So Maycam Evolve might find themselves under a little bit of pressure to hold on here for this defense if Knights have this map well figured out.
So we'll get ready for round 8. This is a pretty big round for Maycam Evolve. Can they continue the trend of every time Knights take a round, they're able to level the sides once more? Or will Knights begin to eke out a bit of a lead? Remember, there is no Monty. There is no Blitz. Essentially what you've done is you've gotten rid of some of the best operators for clearing space in the game and just removed them from play entirely, which does mean you gotta drone a little bit more effectively. You've got to use whatever utility you have as an attacker to just work a way around finding that opening kill. Looking at that lineup though, Whippet, the strange one for me is probably the addition of IQ. When you look at the defensive lineup, well, actually there's a Val. Never mind, Gibson, you're old, you're blind. IQ's perfect here whenever they've got a Val.
Yeah, you know what? Valiant effort, Gibby. Well done.
I tried.
You did. You know what? You get a kind of half thumbs up.
Give me a passing. Give me like a passing grade.
You get
no
a half thumbs up, and we nearly see a fantastic shot from Kurz. Just can't find enough of that connection. Repeaks it for good measure as well. Confidence behind that one. Doesn't quite connect, and we find that pressure arriving. He should get picked up here. Soko gets that credit. The nade bought him space, and he's going to find himself a second one. Redder overextends, loses his life for it. He spots that bulletproof camera, and Soko decides is a wise choice to a little bit, not overextend. You got to reset, get information, and then go again.
Yeah, and Fame trying to feed some information to the rest of the team, but you're being pushed further and further back. 2 players have taken a little damage inside the round as well. But Dirty looking to level the sides. He steps up, pre-fires. Nobody is going to get tagged by those shots, but you need to try to get, the pick. I always think that when you're down defensively, at some point you do have to get a bit more aggressive to level the sides up a bit more. It is a bottom floor attack weapon, and as you can see, they've made no attempts to open the breach yet whatsoever. But you can see those blue silhouettes starting to make their way down the stairs.
Knights have been very focused on getting control of this top and middle floor, and while a great shot from VJ finds that and has the verticality to contest the entranceways down below, Yellow Ping reaffirms his decision to hold that angle. The Knights do find themselves in a difficult position, sub 1 minute mark. Try and re-peak this in supply. Dangerous angle. We've already seen so far that VJ can be very effective with it. Flashbang's perfect, but that Banshee will slow down that progression, and he just walks into a trap. In Fame, Dirty get 1 apiece. Atlas Soko fall, leaving it all down to Tuco alone. He might be in the site, but he has no case in hand. And, well, realistically, no one from Maycam is even on the site themselves. Are playing upstairs. 1 silhouette's lurking to his right. He'll get caught out. In Fame shuts it down. Maycam Evolve find themselves a 4th round, and they go level again.
Yeah, full information on the player as well. That's easy for a player like Infame to pick up that kill. So this is a pretty fun game because
dare I say it, overtime game 1. Dare I say it?
It would actually be such a change from Latam when you think back to last stage. It was 7-1s, 7-2s galore.
That was for Latam South. It was a little bit more, like more regulation games in Latam North, which is going to happen later on. We've got 3 games here in Latam South, then we'll be disappearing and you'll get a break from our Irish ramblings, and Flynn and Jonah will be joining you later on for those games. But it has been much more competitive in Latam North in terms of scorelines, like what we saw in Stage 1 than what we saw. So this is, as you mentioned, a breath of fresh air for Latam South to have a game that's gone this long.
I actually got a really nice DM from one of the players in Latam South that told me that the reason all the games in Latam South were so short was so they didn't stop listening to me. Such a nice message.
And it was sent to you in Spanish, of course, and you translated it perfectly with your immaculate ability to read Spanish.
Was it on your alt account called Redder2 Maycam?
Yep, that's me.
Your burner account.
But I mean, this is great for Maycam Evolve. Again, a team that had a very turbulent kind of existence in Stage 1. And now they've seemingly turned that around. Knight's going to be a difficult team to break down in this early stage. And they've got themselves level time and time again. Not let Knights run away with it. On the defense, round number 9. Good position to get themselves an advantage and a lead here. Maverick in flight. Atlas will try and open up this wall, put that pressure on in combination with that ace. Connector wall should be opened up with relative ease.
Big thing for Maycam, though, is just staying calm, right? You're 4-4. You've not had a lead in this game yet. Knights have seemed to always be the one to break the deadlock. So for Maycam, if they can win this round, it'll give them so much confidence going into rounds 10 and 11 as we get closer to the end of this game and regulation. You look at the setup they have. That's the sort of angle there that when you die to it, you do what happened in round 1. You just delete the computer, delete the game, not having it at all. But this is the one that's important, right? With the Maverick, a lot of the times Maverick is incredibly effective, A, at opening this wall, but B, you'll see that Maverick on the rappel on the top right side of the wall if you're a defender, looking towards, just holding rafters and holding that door. And it means that if the wall's open as well and you're one of those defenders, it's a very difficult fight to win, because if you swing the Maverick, there's a player on the breach. If you swing the player on the breach, there's a Maverick holding the angle as well.
Knights do have themselves a variety of entry points available at this moment. Connector wall opened up, main breach being shot open by that Maverick, so they can pick and choose what they want to do and to find that opening pick. A lot of the rounds already being burnt away, and very clear interest of getting this wall behind pillar open up. So the Maverick will begin to work away with that and clears that bandit wire, meaning ace. Simply throw a Selma, and this wall's open. You can't play behind pillar, at least comfortably. Maverick makes it even harder. Oh, it's going to be perfect. Gibby, Infame finds 1, can't make it 2. 30th kills as Tuco pops off and gets that trade, leaving us in a 3 versus 3. Vaults to electrical, blinded by fear. Has to recover that case. Tuco's job will be to get that down, but Maycam Evolve in a great position to choke this round out and play the last 40 seconds to their advantage.
Yeah, this is a big round in the scale of this game, but as you can see, it's a 3 versus 3. The next pick could be crucial between both of these sides as Tuku just moves closer and closer to site. They're starting to create all those holes from different angles. 2 members by the breach, and you've got hold of electrical. Tuku will find the kill. The shotgun will push up, though it's a 2v1. Can't get the second. Tuku with another, and Knights take the lead once more.
Oh, Jerry very close to getting that one done. A single pellet extra connecting from that spread would have been enough to get that locked out, and would have been a round 4 Maycam Evolve potentially if you could find one more after it. But Knights, yet again, follow the script that we've had all night Haven Labs, and they get themselves another round. They go back to the lead. Can Maycam Evolve continue the cycle and go level here in round number 10? Gibby, thoughts?
It's me. Nothing goes on inside my head. You know this.
I've trusted you to drive me to an airport several times. I certainly hope you can think.
We got there. That's the main thing. We got there all along. All safe and sound. All along? Yeah, I told you nothing goes on in between these 2 years.
It's not even that late in Europe, Gibson.
I'm an old man, though. You gotta remember that.
Come on. No, you're not. No, you're not.
kind of put onto your point, you're kind of wondering if we'll see the script continue on, if we're going to go all the way to the 5 full rounds in regulation. I think that Maycam Evolve definitely can press the issue here. Knights, as we said in the pre-show, are the heavy favourites going into this game. Probably the favourites to take Latam South, but Maycam Evolve showing that they've come to play. The site that we're seeing being played is the one we just saw Knights win. But there is a couple of little changes with it. We're not seeing any, with Mute, we're not seeing the shotgun combo being brought out by Maycam Evolve this time on defense. This time we're seeing Bandit being used, but the big one is the Valk. How much information can Redder get to enable his team to be able to find those kills?
C4 primed and ready. Nicely lined up, thrown, and not quite perfect enough. Doesn't quite connect and find any damage on towards that Maverick, unfortunately. So they will have to reset for that one, but a very similar approach from Knights to get this control. Maycam repeating the same site. It's not the most popular of decisions, I would say, but they have mixed it up. They've left the wall open behind Pillar. Maybe they're trying to play with a more flexible control inside of Connector. See if they can delay that a little bit further. But Knights just beginning to formulate their plan. I think for the most part, this is going to be the motions that we normally see. It's going to be the same wall, same positions held, and they'll just try and work their way. And they'll spend a lot of time setting themselves up and posturing before that first fight happens.
Yeah, I think for Knights, we will see a lot of pressure on those kills. Big thing for them is the fact they have a ton of information. You look at the drone network, only lost one drone so far. So they'll be able to find a lot of information. Now, when you see one of those little, those information denial bits of utility inside a generator, you know there's going to be a player playing behind it, right? You see that, you assume there has to be a player there, especially with the Grim Bees as well. But as long as they don't step in, you can hold that vertical angle. Tuku, though, trying to get aggressive, but he's going to get caught out dirty. Will find the kill. A 2-player hold, you fall back, but at what point, Whippet, do you consider reinforcing this wall? I think now might be the time to do it.
At this point, around 60 seconds, you're going to fall back and play for trades in this economy. Connections being made, rotations being made from that route to put pressure on from Connector. The Bees will fill the space and push everyone back. And you can play aggressive up this marker, knowing a player's drop prone behind it. Pillar's going to be that active threat with that reinforcement being made. Damo's caught out. Dirty finds that second now in that round. Under a minute left. That impact sent out doesn't find damage. Second one does, but only just a tap. Only a little bit taken off the top of that one. That shotgun, you see the right hand of your screen creeps up. The barrel not exposed. A swing, but no, I'll miss. Needs to hit it. The second bite. The cherry is good for it, leaving us in a 4 versus 1. Maycam Evolve in complete control, and a constellation prize can't be found as Infame shuts it down. Soko falls. It will be once again on level by Maycam Evolve.
Yeah, this is exactly the way the whole game is played out. Winning that round, it does mean we will see every single round in regulation. Big question now is who is going to take that advantage into that final round? Which of these teams will get that one opportunity to win this one inside of regulation? Going on to round 11, down to the basement with it. This site is one we've seen I'm going to say we've had mixed results for both of these sides, as they've elected to attack down by basement. But I want to see, does Jerry stick to Deimos? We haven't seen a lot of Deimos today at all yet inside of Latam. This is, of course, the first map of the day. But you and I, inside of Brazil, at EWC, inside of Latam, whenever someone like Jerry gets an operator like Deimos, they can make the defenders pay.
Biggest thing for me when we see this Deimos in play is going to be the variety of verticality available to it. Of course, that death mark is great at maybe clearing a roamer if you're able to get that drone economy effective in this prep phase. Question will be, though, later on into this, when they have a wider network of drones, know where people are, if you still need to clear those power positions, maybe lack verticality, you can just use that death mark and see where they are through that floor. And the Vendetta, very powerful at getting that multi-level pen, and you can do that very effectively. Valkyrie in play yet again. It's been a very influential operator for both these teams, and Knights don't have an IQ, Bravo, or a Twitch to have any counters to it. So yet again, that information could be a massive factor to expand the influential network that Maycam Evolve have.
Information is key particularly whenever you are on the defense. Being able to work out what the attacker's next moves could be before they make them, a very important thing to have. VJ will hopefully have set them up in the perfect position. You look at the roam, bit of a roam, but it's nothing too unexpected here from the side of Maycam Evolve. What you want Knights to do is to try to clear this map from the top floor down, using a lot of time Ideally, though, these roamers, you got to either get your 1-for-1 trade, or you've got to know when to fall back to site. Don't extend your welcome. Tom, though, will manage to find that opener, and there will be no instant trade at all as they take the top floor. Nade will be used to get rid of that Melusi gadget to allow Tuku to walk in that bottom floor as well. The Valcam will give some information, but I love the way that Knights are playing together to try clear out Dirty from this position.
Dirty will find lots of that pressure. That window leaves him very vulnerable. Nade sent in, a long angle held top rafters. Restricts this movement. Can't do a lot from here. Second set of flashbangs arrive, but Dirty will get one. Instantly traded away, and Maycam Evolve still find themselves in a difficult position. Now 2 players down. Jerry finds Redder unsure where that fight occurred, but in Fame plays a very key position. Remains fairly unknown to the side of Knights and might be able to catch them. You see that drone just through that rotate. Might be able to catch him. If that drone spots him, it's all over. Oh, that one does. Flashbangs go out. This should be cleared. There's not a lot he can do in this moment, and he'll find some damage, but eventually Tuku gets that confirmation, meaning that we're only a few moments away from Knights getting themselves to map point here against Maycam Evolve. All down the curves alone, sub 1 minute. He's on the mute, so he can brawl up close with that shotgun SMG combination. You can't imagine there's a lot he can do when you see the floor thing ripped up above him.
Yeah, at this point, you move, you're going to give away audio cues to those attackers above. This is essentially, I'm not going to say unwinnable, but it's very, very unlikely that Maycam Evolve will get anything out of this. There's the first engagement, gives the position away, but still alive. A little bit more damage dealt, but you can see the fist closing around Cares. He's going to get taken out, and it will be Knights that get the opportunity to win this in regulation. Will we see the script repeat with it, or will the Knights buck the trend and win this one in round 12?
I tend to go against streaks normally. You know, I cheered for FaZe and SI over W7M, so I'm gonna say I think Knights get it done here. I think they're gonna go against the streak and Maycam Evolve gonna struggle to get this one done. Very clinical attack from Knights, very well thought out from them. Gonna give a lot of credit to Dirty, though. Played a very difficult position in storage, had a lot of angles hunting him down. I was able to maintain composure and get one pick on that exit before he was traded away eventually. But Knights, complete control. The drone economy was fantastic, and they really were able just to deal with everything perfectly. They had the right utility and complete control. So I don't see them letting that slip as we go to the basement yet again. What could be Maycam Evolve's final stand here on Nighthaven Labs.
Yes, so Maycam Evolve, can you force overtime on your final defense in regulation? Or tonight, are Knights just too strong? Back to the same side. As you said, looking at the lineup, not a lot of changes at all here either, as they do the exact same setup we've just seen. Tuku, I think it was Tuku last time, or sorry, Tom, I believe it was last time, was the one to find that opening kill on the top floor. But if you're going to play above the main breach as a defender, you need that defender on the top floor to stay alive as long as possible. Tuku will get straight into the building on that top floor, but Dirty's position, or sorry, is it Redder? Yeah, Dirty's position solely relies on Redder's ability to hold the top floor and hold his ground.
Knights had success with that opening. Can they find that here again? That will be the key to success in my book. Verticality opened up to try and hold below if it's going to be in a more aggressive direct push from Knights. Redder chewing through walls with that bailiff. The first fight will happen and goes in favor of the offensive side. Tuco finds VJ, your Valkyrie gone. The only Nitro Cell brought in your utility lineup no longer available. And now they can maneuver through this map with ease as that top floor resistance is waning, but there's still one soul up there, and that's Redder, and a lot of pressure now rests on his shoulders to find at least one pick and get back to site alive.
Yeah, well, Redder did bring support to the top floor, but as you can see, it's still a tough spot to play. You don't want to overextend yourself. Look around, gets rid of that Nomad charge. That just gives information away. Now, I don't think that's the worst thing in the world, because what you do is slow down that Knight's attack. They're going to, have a little peek, see what was going on. For Dirty, look at the amount of angles with it. It's almost impossible to defend all these angles at the one time, and you can see the silhouettes are just starting to get closer and closer.
I mean, it's great he has a lot of options for these fights, but might be stretching himself a little bit too thin. Infame does find one, Jerry's been slain, and he has an opportunity to fall back, and I don't like to say this phrase, it's been overused, but this onion peel style defense, there's layers and layers, you can keep falling further back, and Maycam have now used that toxic canister, the first of 3, to slow down that pressure, that ingress from Soko, really making them reevaluate what they want to do in this last minute, and well, it is that last minute of the round, and Maycam in complete control here, really putting Knights under pressure.
You know what? I think that this is Maycam Evolve's round. The tech cares will find one. Won't get traded though, but there's Redder to find another one. 3v2, make it a 3v1. Atlas, who we've seen clutch many a time for Knights in stage 1, with 3 defenders to work against. 33 seconds on the clock, but this has got overtime written all over it. You vault in the window, you try to get the case, but all these defenders should be holding the angles. 20 seconds, well, but there's absolutely no shot whatsoever. He finds one. I said no shot, but maybe there is a chance.
Never say never in a game like Siege, but I will say improbable is how I'll decide this one, and I think spoken perfectly is by Redder's rifle, or SMG, gets it done, Atlas falls, and it will be our very first overtime of the season, a very different story of Latam South than what we normally saw in stage 1. Again, Latam South tends to be, you know, used to be 7-1, 7-0s, very quick, rapid-fire games between these sides. But Maycam Evolve have made a serious step up in competitive viability as a roster because they have pushed Knights to the limit, evident by the fact we couldn't get this done in regulation. So we'll step in now to overtime. Gibby, all open now. 3-round shootout. Who are you going to go for?
I still feel like if the trend continues, Knights are going to win. They take the round, Maycam will get it back level, but then Knights will win the final round. They're on attack, which is of course the more difficult side, particularly on a map like this. Maycam Evolve will get 2 defenses, you know, if they manage to win the first one at a minimum. But you look at the changes, right? First thing that I'm spotting is that Grim Ying combo. Whenever Knights were able to win this site, it came off the back of Tom exploding in through generator with those candelas going off, being able to do a ton of damage to this Maycam defense. When you've got Grim, when you've got Lion, when you've got Ying, it screams that we're going to see something similar again. Maverick and Ace will work to get the breaches open, not necessarily with it to push through the breaches, but more so to cut off rotates for the defenders. But that big 3, the Ying, the Grim, and the Lion, those are the 3 that are going to make this push really work.
Some of the most influential offensive operators that we have in the game at this minute. Really going to be impactful, as you said. Again, they have so much to work with, but again, you committed a lot to this kind of hit and run style, or this massive execution style of play to clear the space, but utility-wise, a little bit barren. One set of grenades, 1 set of flashbangs to work with, already burnt away. Have to get through this wall. Maverick is the perfect tool for it. C4 goes out and gets the freebie. Atlas couldn't get clear of it. And Maycam find themselves an early advantage here in overtime.
That's the Maverick gone. That's the best operator you had for dealing with bandits. So that makes things just a little bit more difficult. It adds a wrinkle now to that defense for Maycam Evolve that they'll have to try to unfold. Jerry's still holding that angle. You can see that whenever they go for these attacks, it's a very similar setup that they do time and time again. One player holds the flank, and this is just to enable Tom to explode now in towards rafters. There's the candelas going off. Tries to kill someone through the head holes. As you can see, there's nobody right there. They get the red ping that is just a little bit too far away, an angle that they can't necessarily get a kill on the back of. Whoop it. They have to flip the push. Because you've lost the Maverick, you essentially need to push from this side of the map.
I mean, you have no other option. I mean, the Ace, maybe if you can get someone to push deep in board office and try and find the denial of that utility on that wall, like that bandit wire, the mute jammers, whatever they have placed. But again, options are get control of rafters, push in from IT, you already have it established. So Maycam in a great position just to play their crossfires and hold this control. Selmas have chewed open this wall, and well, Jerry and Tom get 1 apiece. 30 and Curse fall, and quickly the Maycam Evolve advantage is now neutralized. 4 versus 3 in favor of Knights. Drones scanning out, they now know Pillar is there, but this is what you mentioned, the massive utility being brought out with those candelas, bees, lion scans. You can't move, there's no comfort in this defensive side, and they're being picked up one by one, and it's all down to that one. Redder alone by that bomb chassis. Flex 1, but might just be a consolation prize, and yet again, behind that bomb chassis, the last remaining member of Maycam Evolve hunted down, and slain in flamboyant fashion, as it will be map point in favor of the Knights.
And you could tell that Knights had basically a plan A and a plan B in that round. Plan A was to get Maverick to open up the two walls. That's what you wanted to do. Deal with a bandit, get the 2 walls open. Maverick fell at the initial breach, which meant that they were never going to get that second breach open, so they had to flip the script. So they pushed from that rafter side. Now here's the good thing. Azame was banned, so you know that there isn't going to be a maze setup. You've got the hold from that Aqua side, which means that once you get those Candelas in with the breach open, it's essentially free real estate for, you know, your Ying to take. That's why Ying gets banned so often, because of the ability to make individual solo plays like that. Oh, they pushed on that side of the map, they used all their utility, they isolated those defenders, they picked up the kills, and Knights take a 7-6 lead. Question now, can they close this out on the defense here on Labs, or are Maycam Evolve going to force us to go all the way?
I tell you what, definitely going to be a unique experience to have a 15-rounder here in Latam South, especially on our very first play day. I welcome it. I'm a big fan of having teams go. It is, actually. I don't believe you've had 15 rounds played in Latam South across the stage 1. So, Maycam Evolve. They've been able to break the serve every single time when they find themselves under pressure. They've got themselves level time and time again. Now on the offensive side, dealing with this is going to be a question of that initial entryway. They've struggled with it time and time again as this round or this game has played out. Let's see if they can get the job done here. Dokkaebi call goes out. That will give the initial insight to where these players are. An aggressive peek out by Garage Door. Nearly finds some. 3 peeks out towards IT as the Boogie Drone begins to hunt and pick up as much of that destruction as possible. And wise choice. Soko falls back to supply and will likely retreat to play a crossfire with his remaining teammates. Down below, that verticalizing the Boogie will work both ways.
Yeah, but they're hoping, daring them to walk in through that breach because it would be essentially a free kill. Jackal will spot out the sauce, but as you can see, Soko is already on the move, falling back towards the site, making sure that even though they have that information on Solace, you're not able to get a pick off the back of it. Now you use your utility. Now, Whippet, remember, Solace is getting a massive nerf tomorrow. This is one of the last times we will see this version of Solace in the competitive scene. Second logic bomb will be deployed. A little bit more information gathered this time around. We're already at the halfway point of the round. No real damage back and forward apart from the little bit that Redder has taken. Maycam Evolve have not really got a lot of real estate at all.
Not going to be easy for them, especially now that they've lost one more player. Hugo finds that opening. Now you really have Maycam Evolve fighting on that back foot. They need to get this trade back, but the Goyo behind kitchen counter is going to be a massive problem. Jerry now plays for that trade as well. He can just be patient for it, but he decides to swing. A great shot. The Dirty finds his head, and now it's going to be recovery mode. Redder does get one, slays Tom Hagen, but it's all down to Infame finds Soko. And while I was writing the eulogy, Maycam Evolve have found a way to get themselves back in this round. 3 versus 3. Sub 1 minute. They're right back in the fight.
Well, you see, you were calling it over, but they've still got a pulse in this one. Time delay being set up. You can see that Jerry's playing a hyper-aggressive position, though. That might just pay off as they look to walk through that double door from the kitchen and stock side of the map. You can see the red silhouette still peeking around the door. Doesn't seem to have any clue. Second Toxic Babel will be deployed, playing even more time. Tuku is still there to support Jerry. 20 seconds left on the clock. There's your one. It's a 3v2. Cares will find Tuku inside of kitchen, but essentially this one is over. There's nothing really that Infame and Cares can do with this little time left. Infame will push down, gets... Yeah, never mind, Gibson. What do you know? Cares and Infame will find the double, and Whippet, we are going all the way to round 15.
Yet again, we're in the middle of writing their eulogy, saying it's done, it's dusted, points to the Knights. Well, unfortunately, for everyone cheering for them, it is going to be a 15th round. Maycam Evolve find a way to dig this one out. And we go the distance. Regulation overtime, not enough to pick it. So a 1-round shootout to decide the winner of our opening match of Latam South Stage 2. What more could you want? And upstairs we go. Can Maycam Evolve make good on their defense? Can they hold the line? Can they get a victory? And start this season, start this stage with what I would rightfully say a bit of an upset result.
Yeah, and it's max overtime as well. This is Latam South. We don't do this here. These are meant to be 7-2s, 7-3s. But hey, I am ready for it. Round 15, winner takes it all in this one. Now, reminder, if you're new to the Siege Esports team, if it is an overtime result, the winners get 2 points. The losers do get 1 for forcing overtime. So even if Knights do win this game, or Maycam Evolve win this game, they will most likely not be top of the table by the time it is all said and done, by the time map 3 has ended. Maycam Evolve, they'll be defending the top floor. Curious Whippet, Knights not bringing the Ying, the one operator that has been most successful for them whenever they've been attacking the site.
Opting to bring a Flores as well. I mean, again, it's a different approach from Knights. They've been struggling to get this initial clear. They've been struggling to deal with the kind of extremity setups that we've been seeing from Maycam Evolve. So I think this Flores will definitely help them with that. Entryway down in the basement made by Jerry on that book. Working very much alone. No drone ahead of him. Yellow ping up in the service. I don't think that's for him. He'll drone himself in. So how a pre-placed drone would have had everything scouted for him. And he go up. And the C4 detonates. Of course, we missed that just for a moment. See the destruction from it. So the Maverick does survive. Impact trade good to stop one Selma charge. Not sure how many have been depleted at this point, but this will slow down progression. And I think a flip being called is a little bit uncertain about what they want to do with Connector.
Yeah, with 2 players playing inside of Connector, it will be a problem. Drone will get a little bit of information, and now they decide to step back just a little bit. Keeping that wall open for now. They have the opportunity to close it if they want, but that window of opportunity will start closing quicker and quicker as these attackers begin to make their way inside the map. Minute and 30 left on the clock. They're getting a little bit of information from those drones. But one thing I'll give Knights credit for, they have droned very effectively and kept those drones alive very effectively over the course of this matchup.
Only 3 drones lost in this entirety of this round, but the pressure now mounting as those hives go out. They get control of electrical. They can vault in and take that space with relative confidence that it's free. And this is where we saw Knights have difficulty time and time again. They get to this stage, attacking upstairs, and then there's that very steadfast defense. And they've broken it down twice. A good peek out towards Aqua. No one's there. Those silhouettes begin to swarm, posturing up for that potential execution. But they do lack that vocal point, that Ying, that Lion, something to really set things off. And no one this time. VJ looks away. Soko gets a freebie. Atlas finds himself on the receiving end of a spray from Kurz. And we're back to level playing field. 35 seconds. Kamei can find an upset here on their defense, or can Knight power through?
Well, we've seen the flashes get used very effectively from the side of Knights. Redder will get caught as Jerry begins to push up from the aquarium side. Tuku finds another. Tuku gets a double. That's it. Tuku closes the book on this matchup as Knights take the win. And again, it is just a player exploding in towards site, getting the kill. And just like that, Knights will take top spot inside of Latam South for the meantime being. It'll all change later. Whip it. What a game to get us up and running. 8-7.
Very surprising to see a Latam South game go the distance, especially off 15 rounds. But you mentioned that does put Knights on top of the table for now. I've imagined things will very much look different when we have our remaining 2 games of South played. But Maycam Evolve, I want to give them all the roses I can. From where we saw this team in stage 1 to how they played here on stage 2. Massive step up in performance, and they might be a team that aren't going to be an upset side. They might be a contender for a top 3 position.
100%. Speaking of a step up in performance, let's do a step up in production and bring Corbeck back in to break down that one. Corbeck, you get to sit back and watch games like this.
I know.
But
I know.
Overtime, full overtime match point in Latam South. Only three tech pauses. Like what is this? What's wrong? The league's gone. The league's gone.
It's wild. It's a wild way to start. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, I don't think I would have ever pegged that as going to an 8-7. So, you know, my first thing that I wanted to talk about though is, as entertaining as that match was and as back and forth as that match was, did anybody plant Gibson at any point in time? Did anybody ever plant a bomb? Because I don't think a single bomb was planted. It was all decided on kills.
Was there one on the round with Clash?
One. We had it was the Clash.
With the Clash?
Yes.
Okay. All right. It's just like, it's very Latam typical style. It almost felt, it was very gun oriented. It was very speed. I mean, you know, Whip it, Maycam Evolve, you said you wanted to give them their roses. I mean, does this roster have teeth? Because that was a pretty impressive performance against one of the strongest sides, theoretically on paper, that exist in Latam, all of Latam.
Right now, it does look that way. I think I will be more confident when we get to maybe week 2 after we see more playdays with it. But as things stand in Latam South right now, we can base things off what we saw in Stage 1 and the one game already. Maycam Evolve could be a team that aren't going to upset, but they might dominate some teams. And I'm very intrigued if they keep this form, how they look against sides like Alpha and Vasco later on in the stage. They have very much piqued my interest as a side going into the rest of the stage.
You know what? You asked if they had teeth. Last stage, they had teeth when they were playing against teams like Malvinas, like Hawks, whenever they were playing the teams that were at their level or below. But they always seemed toothless when they were playing against teams like the Knights, like Vasco. So this is a big step up for them. Yes, they didn't get the win, but they've proved that they can go blow to blow with a team like the Knights, which will just make this league even better. As Whippet said, maybe we'll reserve our judgment to week 2, but it's so much better than anything they put up against the big teams in the last stage.
Right, you know, we don't want to make big pronouncements, right? It's literally the first game of the first day of Stage 2 here, but, you know, I gotta look at it from the Knights' perspective, Gibson, and it's like, you finish 4th place, you know you're a team that could be major ready, you want another bite at that, you come into your first game, and it is a kills-based slugfest against Maycam Evolved, who you basically trucked last stage multiple times. I mean, what do the Knights make of this as a kind of first playday, a first dip into the pool of Stage 2?
I think your Knights' job's done. I said at the start of this one that some of the best teams are most vulnerable on the first playday of a stage, because they go in, you know, they're not a well-oiled machine just yet on the first playday. So I think just getting the win is the important thing. Yes, there'll be questions and things that they can work on and improve upon, but I think for the favorites, you gotta win. Doesn't matter how on the first play day, and you improve as the season goes on. So it won't be too many, there won't be too big of an inquisition over the back of this one, but they will have some things that they'll more than likely have ironed out by the time we get to Wednesday.
Knights, I guarantee, will be a stronger side by the time we get to the end of this week, but I think you put it perfectly. To get the points on the table at this point, it's only 2 points because of the 3-2-1 scoring system, but nonetheless, they mean it's better than nothing. It's better than 1 point, better than 0, so they'll be happy with that one, considering how important it is to get swinging, get out of the trap early, so they'll be happy with it, but not with the way they got it done.
Yeah, no, that's valid, and I think that there's got to be some questions, right, coming off of that. I mean, you're right, you got the win, Gibson, that's what matters, I guess, at the end of the day. You know, a W is a W, as they'd like to say, but it is a bit rough. I guess final thought here before we start looking ahead to our next game, go to break before that. You know, Whip it, when you look at Labs and how it was played out by these two teams, do you feel like this is a map that now other teams are going to look at Maycam or at Knights and be like, okay, we should avoid Labs against them? Or do you feel like it was them kind of just fumbling around?
I feel like if you're looking at this from an opposition side, you're going to go, you might feel comfortable to go here. I don't think we saw this map utilized to its highest potential. I think this map has a lot more development to go in this region. It felt very raw from both these teams on their approach to how things were working. The vision was there. You saw especially how they're dealing with the utility, like those reinforced walls on positions like IT and Connector, had a clear vision, but it felt very gunfight heavy, very raw. So teams will still be comfortable to bring them here, but I can't imagine for a lot of sides it's going to be high in that map preference.
Yeah, I think the one little caveat about seeing that version of Lair was it wasn't what you normally see. Look at the bans. Like, when do we ever get double shield bans and getting rid of Azami? Like, that's not the way that this map is supposed to play out, but the bans made it that way. So next time we see Knights play there or Maycam Evolve, I would expect something entirely different.
Well, there you go. Part of the fun of Latam, seeing how these teams tackle these maps and what they do with them. And we're going to get another look at 2 more of our teams here in Latam South on Playday 1 of Stage 2 right after this break.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to Latam Stage 2 Playday 1. I'm Corbeck, and alongside me here, Gibson and Whippet, as we get ready to look at our next match of the day. It is going to be 7 Recks, one of our new teams here, joining us for Latam Stage 2 versus Malvinas Gaming. You know, guys, taking a look at 7 Recks, they're obviously a team that we don't have a lot of data from, right? They've come out of quals where they played against Alpha Team. Gibson, they're a Brazilian import. I think they're trying to do the 6 Karma thing. I mean, how do you rate their ability to do that here in Latam South?
Well, hopefully they do it better than what we saw from 6 Karma at the start of the last stage. Remember, they got a baptism of fire inside of Latam whenever they got beat. But for 7 Recks, I think they need to come into this and, you know, show their ability to play a very structured game of Siege from the very first point. This is Latam. Everything is usually very crazy, very, frag heavy. I think if they come in, with that more Brazilian style, they could cause a lot of problems for these Latam South teams.
I'm going to the opposite here, Gibby, and I think if this team comes out as the unknown entity and just goes aggressive and plays for it, they can try and upset that rhythm and get the plays. Again, we know players from Brazil have a similar playstyle in terms of aggression and mechanical ability. So if they can really put that pressure on, they could be a dangerous team going into it. Now, it's early days of the season, so no tape available in since they played in those quals, so they might have that shock and awe in their favor.
Yeah, I mean, they jousted against Alpha Team, right? Alpha Team did win those quals, but they tried. They were in a team that they were up against a team in stage 1. So we know that they have some chops. I mean, they're getting a little bit of an easy walk in here tonight, guys, because they're going up against Malvinas Gaming. Now, Malvinas last stage, disaster, right? I think they were 1 win, 1 draw, a tie or something like that, something weird, and 8 losses or whatever it was at the end of the day. It was not their season. Gibson, I look at them now, they've completely changed their roster, right? They've reinvented themselves. I think they kept 1 player. Do you think that kind of drastic change is something that will help resuscitate their hopes here in stage 2?
Well, I think they couldn't do very or much worse than what the previous iteration of this roster did. And I think, I hate having to say something like that, but they just didn't really put a lot of good things on paper. I think Forby is a player that I'm looking forward to seeing again. The big thing, though, for Malvinas is, get this season going well, right? Realistically, they're not going to be the team that goes to the major. Realistically, they might not even make it to the playoffs at the end of the stage. However, get in, put in some good performances, get a couple of results, and get yourself in a position where you can continue to develop. If there's SI quals for this region, get yourself, in a good position for those a little bit later on. But when there's a lot of change, it can be very difficult to play very structured, very standard, very safe. So, could be like what Whippet said about the previous team, 7 Recks. This could be a team that could just go straight in, hyper aggressive, and try to get the win.
I mean, we're working with very limited tape from our perspective going into this matchup between these teams, but I do feel that it's a complete rebuild. Essentially, they had to change something. It wasn't working for them in stage 1. So a result here, whether it's an overtime loss or a victory in any capacity, is already going to set their season up for a better result than what we saw inside of stage 1. So I think they just have to come out and play their own game, whatever that gameplay, whatever that identity is as a side. They need to stick to it. I need to try and play a very solid game of Siege, no matter what's stood up against them from 7 Recks.
Right, and a good opportunity to see both these teams, essentially 2 brand new squads here in Latam going up against each other. And what map are they going to pick for their sort of new debut? Well, already you can see their lair is not going to be in contention here, Whippet. Some of the more controversial choices getting taken off the board very quickly by these 2 squads.
I'm not, listen, Lair, I watched it a little bit earlier in Europe. I'm a fan so far. Cafe Labs, Border Constant Chalet, all by the way. Skyscraper Club following it up, leaving us with Bank. Bank, very interesting map from these teams, considering the limited tape we have on them, or at least I have on them going into it. It's a map that can have a variety of strategies going into it. You can play it aggressive, you can play it very confrontationally, or it can be a very strategic slugfest. Think about how much or how utility dependent that basement can be. So watching these 2 teams formulate how their season might go off this could be very intriguing and have ramifications later on down the stage.
You know what? I think, though, that Bank is going to fill that Oregon role now that Oregon's gone from the map pool. I think that it's going to be Bank and Club that you're going to see the newer teams want to play a lot more often because of the fact that you have a little bit of flexibility with how you want to play. So I think we'll see a lot of Bank. And I genuinely, you know, thought to myself as soon as I saw this matchup that it was going to either be on Club, was either going to be on Bank, or we'd see them go to Border. It would be one of those 3 maps. So Bank doesn't surprise me whatsoever. A big thing about Bank though is usually you'll see the more aggressive team, or definitely the more skilled team when it comes to just mechanics, will be able to force a lot of entries on a map like this.
I'm very intrigued at the fact that we see Clubhouse banned away from Malvinas right at the end, and to me that's a massive power play. I think maybe Recks might have been waiting, hoping it would have made it through to that latter stage. Malvinas, a side that might be more confident to play on a more difficult map. Clubhouse is, you know, I think it fills that very Oregon-style role since Oregon's left the map pool, where it's about playing very good fundamental siege. Bank has an extra few layers to it, so this might be a very significant test for Recks going into if Malvinas have prepped this map and were confident enough to pick it in the veto over Clubhouse.
Yeah, I think that it's an interesting choice to start things off here. I mean, you know, I know we're a little bit beyond the idea that, you know, attack or defense does have a really big kind of influence on how matches go here, Gibson, but I do have to ask, do you think 7 Recks starting on the defense is of like a significant material benefit to them as a squad that is here for the first time, kind of playing at this level, maybe has, you know, still has a little bit of a teething issue? Defense feels like a more safe side to start on, to me at least.
100%. I don't think it really matters what the map is. If it's your first game in tier 1, you want to start on defense because statistically, historically, it is the favorite side. I know that we see a lot more 3-3s than we used to, and it's kind of the norm at this point, but I think they'll be pretty happy with it. I think that Malvinas, with their new look roster, I think Bank's not the hardest map to attack as well fundamentally. So I think they'll be happy. I think both these teams will be relatively happy with the way the ban phase has gone out, with the way that, you know, we've got the attackers and defender side. I'm going to be set up for a fun game. I don't think we're going to be set up for the most enthralling strategic game of Siege you've ever seen, but we'll definitely get entertained.
Yeah, it's not going to be, I think, a masterclass going into. I think both these teams are going to be raw, especially Malvinas. This is a new form, and for that, I'm very intrigued to see what their vision is. So I think we'll take everything with that asterisk of this new formed roster, and let's see how it goes. But I'm very much open to be surprised if they come out with a perfect strat book and are very clinical here on a map like Bank.
Yeah, I agree. I think both these teams, like you said, it's not going to be a masterclass, but Bank is probably a good map for both of them to ease into. And I know, Gibson, that we don't have a lot of data points. It's all very up in the air. They're both new teams. But who do you think, just kind of on vibes or sort of based on, you know, what you've seen from kind of the setup here, who do you think is going to come out on top of this?
I love that you're asking that question with how little the sample size we have for both of these teams are. I think just because I have a little bit more experience with the players, I'm going to go with Malvinas. You know, we've seen Forby a few times. I think that he's a player that can definitely impact the game. But at the same time, you know, that little voice inside him is like, oh, we've got a Brazil team playing inside of Latam again. Wouldn't it just be nice to see the cap be put amongst the pigeons and have the imports win their first day? Put that big target on their back as well.
I mean, Whip It, we're vibe checking. What's your vibe here? Which side do you think has this one?
Listen, I like what Gibby's saying about an import side coming in. Listen, Revan, they played the heels in North. 7 Recks might play it here in South, and they were going to be my pick for this one. I am up to see this again. They've had that run from Quals. They matched up against Alpha Team in them. They've had that run to get here, so they might be a little bit less green in game day experience. So that's going to be my 1 point, but I cannot wait to see how these teams shape up when they finally meet head-to-head in the server.
I can't wait either, but unfortunately, you're all going to have to wait just a little bit. We'll be right back with this matchup after this break.
And it is time for Playday 1, Game 2 here in Latam South. 7 Recks team taking on Malvinas. And Whip It, this is 2 teams that are essentially brand new. One an import from Brazil. The other one, it's basically just 4B with 4 new teammates on their side. And I think this should be a fun one. Ying being banned. These teams learning their lessons having watched the previous map.
Yeah, I mean, listen, Ying, massively influential. We go to Bank. I'm learning Spanish slowly. I know what that means on the top right hand of my screen. But yes, it is going to be a very fun time seeing these 2 teams, of course. Malvinas, a 4-player swap coming in over that summer break. So basically a full new team. 7 Recks team making the run to the qualifiers to get here. And a team that I personally have very limited tape on going into this matchup. So I'm intrigued to see what they show. Twitch, Yin, Kaid, and Azami all banned away here on Bank, and realistically, the only standout there is that Twitch, but is that a ban to protect heavy mirror play for the defensive side of 7 Recks, who did take that ban, so I'd imagine they want to play that mirror, but perhaps I spoke too soon, as they don't bring it at all, and they will be going to that basement first time out.
Yeah, Monty in play is a massive thing to keep an eye on. Now, obviously, they can still change the lineup for the next 45 seconds, but when you see a Monty on a basement attack, basically what you will see is them pushing through dirt to try to take control of server. Then you'll see the rest of the attack opening up the hatches, trying to get control of open area. And usually you see an A push. Like, but when's the last time you saw a B site push here on Bank? Like, it really is all about defending A if you're the defending team.
I mean, it's so important just to lock down that A side. That's where the primarity of these hits are going to arrive. That's what the vocal point of this is going to be. You also want to commit to that upstairs hold and have that presence and reinforcing this hatch. Maybe they might put a little bit of pressure on the committing in that server hold. Going up, an operator we will see a lot of into this map, of course. Well, very beneficial for these utility dumps, especially down in that basement. Hops on the cam early. Zuko trying to get that early initial scan, just looking to see where these threats might arrive from. Of course, you might not see anyone in those opening moments, but you can tell what cameras get shot out. You can try to predict movements based off spawns. Gives you a little bit of an insight for anyone extended away. And well, Bok upstairs on that smoke, on that roaming smoke roll, uncommon, especially on that basement site. You know, Goyo looking to take an aggressive stance inside of garage. Lucky if we can see that no one's even in that close proximity, so he will be safe for now.
Bold of you to assume you can predict the movements of Latam South players.
I know, I'm sorry. I'm brave. Someone might be in garage right now having a gunfight with them, knowing how things tend to go here in Latam South, but I'd be here for it. I'd be absolutely here for it. Malvinas, don't take the time.
2 of the other players are fighting on border.
Someone managed to make an excursion all the way to Layer to test out the waters before things get going in the season. So, can openers deployed, hatches at a stock's being cracked wide open, and Malvinas are taking their time. Very patient, very thorough, looking to use their drones best they can, get a very wide insight of this. Now again, basement site, what they're going for, so they're taking their time clearing the top floor. This could be detrimental to them. While they're doing things the proper way, they're getting everything on their checklist. They might be wasting a little bit too much time when they hit that resistance, and Bok might be that first layer of resistance with that shotgun lurking on marble stairs, but he will be thrown away and makes a wise choice to retreat back to lockers and help reinforce and fortify the site for when the coming execution arrives.
Yeah, look, they've put pressure on the attack. They're forcing the full map clear, so everything's going to plan. The big issue for Malvinas now is the fact that you've only got a third of the round left to work with. Now, please tell me that Bok is purposely, they left a lot of the site prep to late in the round, or did they just completely forget?
It's a Latam South mastermind. It's trust me, it's all part of the plan. It's written down. Shotgun on.
This is what is supposed to happen.
Exactly. Well, Bazooka, with that shotgun stacked up on blue stairs, has the ability to make himself immune to those flashbangs, will be droned out once, so this is going to be a very prevalent threat to deal with. One peek with that shotgun, not enough to find the down on the kill towards that Flores of Santos. He'll retreat back down the stairs, will play a dangerous gambit waiting for you to arrive. Flashbangs out, he's immune, and he'll get that first confirmation. Backs away, Flores drone makes it difficult. Might find a second one and does so, and this is the problem. You need to deal with this. SMG-12 goes out, finding one. They're feeding it one by one. Finally shot him down, but Gibby, only 15 seconds, the round's done.
Oh, I thought that he got Santos as well with that spray, but, you know, this is where the smokes come out. This is a great opening round here but it's not over just yet. AKA will fall as Bach will find that kill. It's a 3v1. It's all down to Santos, but as you can see, he gave up on that one. And it's a great opening round. Now, what I love about that is usually when you see teams defending blue stairs, what you'll see them do is use a Jaeger. You know, you'll see teams use a Jaeger, use a shield, and play there with a mute or a smoke. I love the fact that they decided not to take any real utility denial, but instead they brought the Warden with the shotgun. Essentially, you've still got the firepower of the shotgun, but you don't have to worry about having 1 ADS, 2 ADSs. You can just stay in the fight and swing, and really Malvinas had no answer for it.
I'll play devil's advocate here, Gibson. It's all well and good if they're only throwing flashbangs at you. If they do decide to bring a grenade, you might be a little bit in trouble. So
He's afraid of a grenade in 2024 in Siege.
Yeah, well, at least when you make it move, it creates a dilemma. You can't just stand there. It will go off eventually.
Well, actually, we say that I did see an OCE earlier today that one of the players just stood there for a nade. You know, they thought they had a flak jacket on.
Why not? I mean, listen, people just forget nades can get you half the time, it feels like. But we'll move into our second round, into office down below middle floor. It's like very difficult to get a read on how these teams are going to play this one so far. We've only seen the first round being played out. Curious to how things will go offensively. Malvinas will want to get that top floor control early. They'll likely pick an entrance point. Unsure where of which that will be. Likely to be out towards stock side. Very direct approach. Dokkaebi. We set up to hold these windows and put pressure directly on lobby and try and cut off any of those rotations, making it a little bit more comfortable to move around. Actually, Monty-play. Gonna go for this a little more direct than I was anticipating.
Yeah, this is what I expected when I saw the Monty. You push in through electrical, you get some pressure on square, you get the vertical, but the Monty can just keep everybody distracted. What that means is if you clear up that open area, you know, kitchen at all, you can get behind the desk and get the plant down. So if they're able to open up the wall, if you clear Bach from this position, it enables you to really go for an execute on this round. But as I said, you've got to deal with Bach. Now, Bach spots the Monty. Monty will take a little bit of damage, but is that a big opportunity missed? Now, shotgun pushing up as well. Logic bomb will be deployed as they open up that breach. They're going for the execute, and that's brilliant. Yeah, I could just jump in the window. Why not? Push in, get some damage done on the defenders. Monty can get the case down. This is a brilliant execution here from Malvinas. Now move to the next phase. Aka will find another one. Forby will take down Django, and Bach falls. And that is why Monty is so powerful in 2024. That's a difficult defense to pull off when that operator's in play. And we're going to go 1-1.
Yeah, this is a guaranteed job. Absolutely done on this round. And the Monty just allows that direct style of play. You can have the best laid plans, but unfortunately, when that entry goes the opposite way, it can unravel. Now, I thought they were in a very good position to have that Monty denied. They had pressure inside of Archives, and so they could have had that play. They could have worked around it. Didn't line up for them. And that opening pick going away from an aggressive jump in from Aki in Printer basically won that round. They get the opening pick, leave Warden pinned. No one can rotate in because bottom square is completely fallen to Malvinas. That is a very well done, very well thought out and done execution. So massive credit to them. As 7 Recks will move upstairs to CEO office for their third sight of this defensive rotation. Echo with the Chonka in play. Those are the highlights. They do bring the mirror this time in combination with a Castle and Maestro. Very, I would say, unorthodox lineup. We don't see this all too often. I'm intrigued to see how it works going out. And will they detect, or will they bring a Brava to have that counterplay with that Maestro? Often we see the teams bring that out, but yet again, Santos will bring that Monty. So they have a lot of abilities to walk up and buy space for free.
Yeah, Maestro's a great operator to bring whenever teams are going for those smoke plants as well. Now, we're seeing a very big change in the lineup here from Malvinas based on what they've seen. You know, bringing the Ash. We're seeing the shotgun, which I absolutely adore on the Amaru. What I think is going to happen is during this round, we'll see Monty try to take main lobby, push up gold stairs. While Monty's got everybody distracted, that's when Amaru will try go through the window into sight directly with that shotgun.
Gibson, Forby's fighting for his life. 64 HP already. He's only just left spawn, and that's your ace. You're still a hard breacher. Not ideal for that start.
But he's still alive. He's still there. But that's what I'm going to say about it. But with the Monty, they're going to try take gold, push up, and then we'll see that, you know, that backstab.
What
from the
are
Amaru
those lights? What are those lights behind Bazooka? Oh my. What? What is going on?
It's a rave.
That might
Blood's
be
playing in a party.
That might be one of the best player count setups I've seen in a very, very long time. But we'll hop on board with him as he is in this main op with the UMP, just looking for anyone who might present themselves with a freebie. The Chonka does get caught out, and that's going to be Crete. Malvinas catches that, and aggressive combination. Rooney, sorry. Maru. I always mix all those three up. Does get up that hatch, does retreat away, and now can be very much a difficulty to deal with if Janitor is left exposed before they walk in. That Monty will give that information. And if you're going to be on board with Dinas, it's going to be a very difficult position.
Look at the wall. Look just above the door. There's a C4 prepped in place, which is holding Monty back from stepping inside of Janitor. That's a big problem for Malvinas if they want to step in. Denise is a little bit more focused on the rest of the push coming from that stock side of the map. What I love about this is the fact that Angels is playing on the stairs. There's no pressure whatsoever coming from the sky. Like, Santos will find one, but Bazooka will be able to find Aka as another player falls, forcing these defenders further and further back towards the site. But down it goes Forby, back to a 3 versus 3. Ace opens up the wall. It's actually a very different push than what we're used to seeing here on Bank. But look at the flank, easy as they come. There's a kill off the board. Yorks will get one, and Amaru does get a backstab.
And it's going to be difficulty because now you've lost your echo, you've lost information, a very audible cue. They know they've held up inside of stock. That flashbang's perfect. And now they can play a dangerous game. They can drop back. And you have options here. You can go up elevator hatch or repeat from marble stairs. You have that option available to you. I'm not going to do this inside of stock, though. This might be too dangerous. And, well, damage taken. Unsure of the source from that one. Fights towards marble stairs. Gets that DBNO and knock. Bazooka will find one of his own. Give me a scrappy fight. Malvinas reduced to one player and shut down with a shotgun all the way in Janitor closet. A scrappy fight, nonetheless, but all you need is one shot to get it done, and two eventually. But we will see the advantage going back with 7 Recks.
I don't want to say that they made the mistake, that they thought they got the down, but I think that he thought he got the down on the mirror and he was going to confirm it. It seemed not very well prepared, that shotgun swing, but with a 2-1, 7 Recks team, the Brazilians, the imports, coming into Latam and winning the opening 2 rounds. I'm gonna build that up.
That last fight is living rent-free in my head, but that might have been the most. That might have been the scrappiest fight I've seen all day so far.
Did you realize OCE was on earlier today?
I didn't get to watch OCE. I did not watch any of OCE. What happened?
It's so exciting. You need to watch it more.
Okay,
Here we are, logging OCE for the viewers. Make sure to watch OCE. It's genuinely this and OCE.
Well, Latam clears, obviously. Latam clears. Yeah. Just to let you know.
As long as you're not a purist. If you're a Siege purist, you're gonna hate this. But if if you're a vibes guy, you're gonna love OCE and you're gonna love Latam.
I couldn't agree more with that one. 7 Recks find themselves in the advantage spot. Now they have that 2-1 round advantage. To the basement they go. They bring this side out. Once again, the Maestro in play. In combination, Bazooka will bring the Warden back out in play. Will likely commit to a very similar style of play, holding on the blue stairs with those glance goggles as well as that shotgun, making himself an absolute menace. And we see his silhouette over there. So that's going to be his position for the entirety of this round, unless something drastic changes. And even give him a shield this time. Actually, no, I think he had that last time. He's got the strike before he hopped on board.
Yeah, the Flores should be able to deal with that pretty easy, or you could just use a nade. Either, I suppose that's all nades are useful for these days, unless you're playing an OCE and getting a kill.
Stop bringing up the OCE nade incident, okay?
He stood there! He didn't move! Like, the indicator was on his screen for like 5 seconds.
You just can't comprehend what was going on clearly. 2 minutes. 2 minutes left in this round. Angels finds the opening. Santos is first to fall. That's your Monty. And there's some massive advantage for 7 Recks. They've killed the Monty. I will see Bok get one of his own. Angels gets traded away in the middle of that chaos. But that Monty no longer available. That main focal point of your offensive play is no longer there on the card. So 7 Recks from that one pick alone in a great position to close this round out. And the shotgun still lurking on top blue stairs and will be a menace to deal with.
And we saw it in the first round, and it's the exact same setup. You can't even throw stuns. You throw stuns where it's just like, yeah, I've got glasses, which, by the way, they forgot about an EU today. We're not just gonna let OC away with EU
Right,
today.
Gibby. Put lock in because they now need to. Right, they have the option here. They can use Flores drones if any are still applicable, or there may be one grenade left in pocket. I believe they have. So they could have used them, but they're not going to get the chance because he's fallen back behind server rack, relying on the cover, likely from deep inside that A chassis. They should know he's there. They'll hear the Dokkaebi call, so that's going to be information. But 2 ships stacked up, ready to get this fight. And there goes that flashbang. Well, guess what? It's a Warden. And it's not going to be ranked this time around. So you know he's probably used those goggles. He'll wait. He'll be patient. And they don't peek behind it. Likely the right decision. This is going to drag out that time. Make things harder and harder for every second that passes for Malvinas.
Yeah, the loss of the Monty is huge, though, for Malvinas as they make it push. Another stun thrown towards the Warden, but it's too late. It's too slow. Bazooka will get a double off of the back of that one. 4 versus 1 now, leaving it all down to the Hibana, who is still on that ground floor. Pushed down from Marble, but look, they know they're reading the moves of the Hibana before they happen. And 7 Recks team, they're going to take a 3-1 lead on the back of this one. You know what? 7 Recks got some really good setups on the defense.
I'm right, Gibson. What is
What's
that?
wrong?
What is that roof?
It's not his room, it's everybody's room.
They're all in this. What is this setup? What is going on?
Look, honestly,
Hawks aren't in the league anymore.
Leon Gids' like reputation of having the cleanest player cam is now
No,
under
but,
threat.
like, what is that wall made of? What is that?
I hope it's not cotton wool.
Bit of passion. That's what it is. Passion for the game. As they get themselves a 3-1 advantage here on Bank. I'm actually really enjoying the style of play coming out from them. It's a combination, I think a mixture. No, it's a mixture of both of our predictions going in this one, of a very strategic style and a very aggressive play. It's a mixture, a hybrid of it, where they have a very, very solid fundamental idea of what they want to do, but they're relying and playing a little more aggressive around the confines of their strategy. Malvinas haven't found a consistent answer to those problems yet. And well, Recks, they really just seemingly are cascading away with the defenses so far, but we'll see how things go once we get towards that second half in 2 rounds' time, as open area and canteen is where we go for our 5th round.
Look at the lineup, though. Malvinas are taking essentially the same lineup they had success with on this side a little bit earlier. They used the Monty in conjunction with the Thermite to push in through electrical. Bok had a big opportunity in this exact same position to take down the Monty last time we were here. Didn't get the kill, and everything kind of went wrong from there. They also saw the jump in from that printer window. They've not really done anything to prevent that from being an option here for Malvinas as well. So they've gone for the same defensive setup, but they clearly believe that maybe it was a little bit of oversight, maybe it was just that missed opportunity that cost them the round this time around. If you want to make this work this time, you've got to clear a little bit more space. You've got to maybe, if you're 7 Recks, keep more pressure on square and not allow the Monty to just walk on in.
Hopefully, they'll take that into consideration going into it, looking at the fact it's going to be the exact same lineup yet again. Big thing was when Aka got aggressive from the jump in on Printer. They were able to unravel the entire round with that pressure in combination with the Monty from bottom square. And that will be where I will likely see pressure being arrived, or at least the adaptation being made to watch that. But again, I'll stand corrected. 7 Recks seemingly sticking to their guns in terms of where they're positioning their players, hoping maybe for a different variation of this take with more pressure upstairs from the side of Malvinas, which so far hasn't been seen. We only see Dokkaebi lurking out by ATMs. That might be the entry point as that call goes out. The logic bomb might predict that movement. Surely the castle should hear this, but no. York's too quick on that draw, and that SMG-12 absolutely shreds Angels as the opening pick goes away. Very quickly traded back from 7 Recks.
Yeah, Django's got a nice little bit of ability to move around the top floor of Bank as Bok gets one as well. You see the drop, but Creeves is there to get the kill. Now Creeves will hold the player inside of blue with the shotgun, but Monty can't push until you deal with that player. Denny's will get the kill onto Santos. It's a 3 versus 2 now. 7 Recks team look like they've got a big opportunity now to take a 4-1 lead. Creeves knows his players nearby, gets the kill on the one. It goes to a 2v2. He's got the red ping in the E-box as well. There's a triple on the round for Creeves, leaving it all down to Bazooka. Little bit cautious of the potential of a flank through Printer, but he's in a 1 versus 1 whip. But there's the Lagoon mine. That gives away there's a player pushing in through small box, and Creeves will get the kill. Big round from Creeves, and you know what? Someone in chat said that's a fire hazard. I agree. That room is definitely a fire hazard.
I'm just going to talk about this one. What we just saw, that quad kill. Finding away from Malvinas, that's a fire hazard. He might catch in flame with how well he's playing in that round. That saved the round. Look at this from Creeves. Great reaction to the player, sending up from blue stairs, reads into that rotation from the Legion, finds the final pick on the bazooka. Absolutely perfectly done. Again, at the end of the day, when your best laid plans fall apart, trust the end of your rifle to get the job done. And Malvinas very lucky to get that massive performance from Creeves, but they reduced the deficit to a single round in the moving in the final 7 Recks defense. We'll go upstairs yet again the CEO office to see how this one will play out. And lineup-wise, very similar yet again. I really want to see an emphasis on these Yokai drones being more effective. They just didn't get into the round, really got caught napping on marble stairs in that previous one. These Yokais have a massive impact, so your echo into elevator somewhere a little bit more secluded might be able to very much have an impact as we get to those final few moments, those final seconds of this defensive round.
This is actually a brilliant adjustment from Malvinas. So they spot the fact that there's Maestro and there's an Echo. So what do? They change their lineup, they bring IQ, they bring Brava. Those two will work in tandem to disable those defenders' cameras, to steal them, and get all that information on the defensive side. It's a smart adjustment. It's an adjustment we see a lot, but I'm a big fan of the changes. Another operator I'm a fan of on bank in particular is Zero as well. Oh, there, straight out the window. You know what? That's okay. You got your 1-for-1 trade as the defender going out the window. That's not that bad.
1-for-1. Get your 1-for-1. What a scrappy round already. 3v3. And you've only just got it.
It's better than 1-for-1. He got the kill and he cleared the Claymore.
That is so true! I didn't think about that, Gibby. Silly old me. Claymore down, player down, massive dub. Basically, won the round off that, you could say, right? Right?
Well, now you can jump out the window again, because there's no Claymore there.
That is... Gibby, get you on a coaching team. Go on, hop in.
I'm telling you. You know what? That's what we should do. Give me and you 3 weeks with a team in Latam.
No. Oh, in Latam? Yes. Okay, done.
Yeah. Yeah. We would cook.
I don't... honestly, I think it might be lukewarm steaks. I think that might be the best we can get summarized. I don't even think we can get the oven started. But Malvinas, in a good position to try and recover this round. Still have a lot of utility to work with. They have those SAM cams in the hand of Santos. He can deploy them around the map to try and get them that extra leverage of information. Flank watch can be shored up. Big loss of Crees, though. No bees to work with, and of course the player behind the bees has been fantastic. Django gets one, York slain, finds a second on marble stairs, and that's the round done and dusted, unless there is a miracle. It will be Santos on the roof, very isolated from this, so can't dive in for a trade. Has to make things working, and even get into the building stealthily. He'll announce his presence, dashes through the door on top square. Can't imagine there's a lot of time left in this round.
Very little. 50 seconds to work with. Santos is all alone, and Bok will find the kill from range as Maestro will get it. But that round, that was won by Django in that position. Can I say it? Can I please get permission to say it?
Just say it.
He was unchained. Django was unchained up there. He got the kills. I'm not sorry. Look at that. This won the round there. That's actually what won the round. He cleared the Claymore.
That's... okay, I'm still... It's puns, it's now pop culture references from you. I mean, you're evolving at least, I'll give you that.
We're getting there.
I'm impressed. Listen, color me truly impressed when you start making pro wrestling references. That's when I'll be truly happy with you.
I've done it before.
Yeah, but... yeah, you're not that guy, pal. So, we have a 4-2 advantage now for 7 Recks. They've played their defensive half very effectively so far. Color me incredibly impressed from this, and I'll brag, Gibby. This was my prediction. I said they'd win, so I'm getting the cast reload tonight, it seems. So, can they maintain that momentum and pressure as we move on to round number 7? Side swap, of course, so a very different dichotomy now as they're on the offensive side. Malvinas, what will they show us here on the defense? A very different lineup to this top floor than what we saw being brought out previously. The additions of the Aruni and Malusi very much might shake things up in a much more denial-oriented style of play.
Yeah, big difference that we're seeing in the, the thought process. 7 Recks, they are going to take the Amaru with the shotgun, but they've elected to not take the Monty. Grim will be utilized to clear spaces, to make things work. You've got the Flores as well, which is great for dealing with those castles from a safe position. Now, this is always the fear whenever you're on these windows, is vault outs and players pushing in through lobbies. So what 7 Recks need is a lot of, information, intel, drones that are set up to keep an eye on all what's going on inside of lobby. Because I'm looking at it, but I don't see, do they have any? Yeah, they've got their claymores down. So they're safe enough from the vault outs for now.
For now.
But, you know what I noticed? They're not put down the right way.
Oh no.
They're facing, they're parallel with the wall, not perpendicular.
This is dangerous, man. You're saying a player's done something the wrong way. I don't know. They're in the server. You're on this side. Don't know how I feel about that one, sir. As the logic bomb first of 2 rings out across the map, of course. Dokkaebi will be very different coming in the next patch, which will drop tomorrow, of course. These games of Latam North and South will be the last competitive games played on this current build of the game. Savor it while you still can. Minute 30, no engagements yet. Absolute mess of flashbangs tossed in, full blinded, and Amaru goes in, only to be met by a wall of bullets. Advantage with Malvinas on this defensive side. Invert, repel, and lobby, can't find anything, forced to commit all the way inside. This might be a scrappy round with over a minute left to work.
Yeah, they're going to try to clear the position, but great swing as Santos will get a double on the round. Bach does fall, but this round ain't over just yet. Bazooka is making their way past the elevator, clearing every single corner. The Grim, they know there's a player on marble stairs. The big thing is you can't step too far forward, because if you do, you'll be exposed to the player that's on site. So the smart thing to do is to get a little bit more information, keep on the drones. And I love the way yeah, there you go. You know the cross is being held, and then he's able to get the kill. Now it's a 2v2. All of a sudden, but the 2 defenders are on the side of the map. And look at this, they've just walked right up to meeting room. There's the swing. That's what I was waiting for Aka.
That should be the round 1 from the defensive roster of Malvinas. They got a good crossfire established and an absolute mess of damage done early. It's just going to be a waiting game, and Aka will get that confirmation. Malvinas get themselves their very first round here, reduce the deficit down to 1. So I'm very impressed with that one. And this will be where I was going to be concerned for 7 Recks going into it. It is a different beast to attack a map like Bank. I like the vision. I see what they were going for here. It just fell a little bit flat. They had players out in lobby, out by Banana, ready to capitalize on the chaos by the swarm of flashbangs and the Rooney. Just didn't work out. Amaru, again, never get those right.
You know what? I'm the same as you though. Like, see, whenever a Rooney got added to the game, just my callouts were so bad because they play on opposite sides. As well.
I mean, listen. Your callouts were never great in the first place, so let's not try.
Okay, that hurt. You didn't have to go after me like that. But whatever.
I did. You brought up the golf game. So
the lights are still flashing, mate. How can you play with the lights flashing in the background?
They're getting
like
ready
that?
for the crowd, They're getting ready for the light show behind them at the Montreal Major when they make a miracle run all the way to the grand final, Gibson, of course.
But why are some of the lights permanently on and that one is just constantly flashing colors?
I'm somewhat enamored about these lights behind the players of 7 Recks. I like it.
And then we just get the standard bedroom setups for the players of Malvinas.
Listen, I think I'd prefer that over having the flashing lights. I think I'd be more locked in this environment. But for 7 Recks, very important round. They don't want to lose the advantage they work so hard on the defensive side to get a hold of. Malvinas need to try and find this, or find enough to get themselves level. 7 Recks have their entryway upstairs, need to work towards it, get that control. A drone network established ahead of them, and good conservative use of those drones so far. Only 2 lost in the prep phase. Freeze on that Capcan. Didn't get to play the game with you, Gibby. I'll spare you some mercy this time around. Drone goes out, and Capcan has been spotted. Kreese has to make a retreat back to Tellers. He might be able to play the delay game a little bit. Has to be very careful. The verticality above him, making it very difficult, limiting his reach of movement. He'll fall back eventually, making sure there's no drones, making sure not going to be compromised by anything behind him.
1 minute wasted already, though, so he's doing his job. And you can see they're trying to clear it. They've taken top floor of 7 Recks, but they've not made any real inroads towards site just yet. So this is exactly what Malvinas intended to do when they set up. Now, Angels is eventually making that push. You can see the red silhouette inside of open area, and that's great from Creeves, getting the kill with the C4. Django will eventually trade it back, though, so it's a 1-for-1 trade, but I'd say job done. You get your 1-for-1, you waste over half the round for the attacking side. That's a great job on the roam.
Successful roam. Choked out time, got a pick for their efforts, leaving us in a 4 versus 4. Lots of utility on the board, but primarily going to lock in on those Goyo canisters. They can choke out this play. And 7 Recks might find themselves at mercy of the flames. Clean those glasses nice and quickly for me. Get ready for a gunfight. You might need it sooner rather than later. 3 toxic canisters, 1 C4 remaining, and those Goyo canisters to burn out this play. 7 Recks in a lot of trouble here, find themselves in deep water here on round 8, and there's the first of those Goyo canisters beginning to burn away. 10 seconds of denial, and this will feel like an everlasting eternity. Not a lot you can do here, but hope and pray you can find the picks. A second one popped, and Malvinas might be able to coast away to victory. This is going to be a tough one for 7 Recks to find.
It's a tough is an understatement from this scenario in the 4v4, but the backstab is there. You see Aka getting one, but can Django find his as he pushes down the stairs? He hears the footsteps, he makes a lot of noise, but it's ringing around the Rosie. He will find his one. It's a 2v3. There's a player inside a garage. There's another one, but he's traded in the garage, but the case is going down with it. It will go down. It's a 1 versus 3. One player DBNO, but there's the triple from Aka, and that'll be another round win.
I could see the headlines there for a brief moment, Gibson. I could see the play happening. Unfortunately, just didn't connect for them. Very good backstab. The IQ walks down those main stairs, able to get marble stairs, finds that connection, finds the opportunity to strike. Was very good with it. We do bring ourselves level. Malvinas in a great position to get themselves back. Now 7 Recks, this is what I'm going to be concerned for this roster. It's all well and good having a very deep and impressive defensive lineup with strategies and playing it well around it. But now on the offense, you need that higher level of coordination. Map like Bank can be very demanding for your concentration, holding down flanks, trying to utilize your time and utility effectively. And so far they've struggled, and Malvinas have exploited that to get themselves back to level. 4 rounds apiece.
It's one of the changes that I love as well on this map and how defenders play it now is the fact that they don't reinforce that single wall in the garage anymore. Teams will make the head holes that allow you to keep your eye in towards that standard push from the server side. It's a little change when you think about the grand scale of things, but it has such a big impact on how the game is being played. So it's 4-4. The sides are now level. Will Malvinas manage to take the lead in this matchup, or will 7 Recks be able to win their first attacking round? But with it, look at that defensive lineup. It's going to be a pain to play against because Castle again slows things down quite a bit. Solace with the shotgun is a fun one, and usually what that means is you'll expect Solace to be playing in tight, close quarters, looking to do some real damage, swinging, causing problems. I like seeing Solace with a shotgun because I'm not good enough to do it, and I like seeing better players doing it.
Arguably, it's easier to use a shotgun, Gibby, I would say. Just no recoil.
But I'm the sort of person that would hold the long angle with it.
Yeah, well, you're just cooked, man. So there's not much not much to help you, unfortunately, for this. But as much as I'm going to be cheering and still on the side of 7 Recks, they're my prediction for this game. I'm very concerned for them going into it. Malvinas have seemingly had complete control of the defense, but they've just walked in the side. Right, so Angels has walked in the side. Borby does get that trade, and that does temper the momentum just a little bit. Verticality is going to unravel this round. Patience was very much a virtue, but Bok finds that trade onto Yorks. 3 versus 3, 2 minutes left in this round. And Malvinas maybe left themselves spread a little bit too thin, allowing 7 Recks to simply meander in the site and get that control. But I think pressure and crisis may be averted for now. What can these two teams do to adapt around the situation they've just found themselves in?
Well, the logic bomb will go off, giving even more information to these attackers as we reach the halfway point in the round. You look at the drones, they have plenty of information that they can still gather on these positions as they attempt to make the same push we saw earlier. There's the kill from Bazooka. It's a 3 versus 2, but you've still got to be conscious of the hatch because you've not taken vertical control at all, so that's a problem. Santos holding an angle here as well with the mute. You can see the silhouette, sees the gun, but needs the head. Come on, there you go. Oh, there we go. Missed the first bullet, but got it on the full spray. Then he will find it though. It's a 2v1 with one defender left alive on the top row, but the hatch is still closed, and that hatch being opened will give full information as to where that defender is. So what do? You go to behind the desk, you get the case down somewhere safe. Here's the drop, but there's not very much you can do.
Very nearly be able to find enough damage. Only a single shot would have been able to get that ace down. Still had to work through that ash, but a good attempt at a retake and giving all that position. I mentioned I was worried about 7 Recks going into it. I'm very much happy to see they were able to adapt and play around this round very well. Angels walking in early, getting that control. I've always got to have question marks when teams play this site and allow someone to walk in like that from Beeper's door. How have you let that happen? Where's that gap? A massive credit to the side of 7 actually finding that gap and exploiting it to get that control. Malvinas move upstairs for our 10th round. Can they bring us level yet again? And I have to say, massive credit to the teams here in Latam South. A much closer array of matches we've seen compared to what stage 1 shaped up as.
It's not on. Not a fan. What is this Latam? This is not supposed to be like this. We're supposed to get
this isn't This is not the Latam you knew, isn't it, Gibby? Changed.
Welcome to Latam. There's been some changes.
Why did you say that so menacingly?
Teams play strats now. I'm about it. You know what? This is what. At the end of the day, this is what a development league is about. Getting better every single stage. We're seeing a lot tighter games. Yes, this is essentially 2 brand new teams though, so we've not seen them go up against, you know, the like of a Knights or a Vasco. But it's been a good competitive matchup so far. I love the Mira pick when you play a site like this inside a janitor.
Oh, why is that, Gibson?
Well, it's because you can play inside a janitor safely. If they try to execute by going through the windows, you're able to get those kills. There's no ash, so you can't really clear the window. But did you notice the fact that they've put in a runegate on the opposite side of the Mira window? So if they try to Selma charge it open, the Mira will just take a few steps back, activate the runegate, and that Selma will be destroyed.
Yeah, well, that is true at the Selma, but I believe if the ash charge is able to burrow into it, which you might use from that window, you will get it fractured. Now,
there's no ash.
Oh, that is true. Listen, I'm used to the big HUD. With a small HUD, I'm missing things. It's scary. Sometimes. I'm not used to this, Gibson. Things are different here in Latam. Or how I remember them. 2 minutes in this round, still to go. Again, very default strategy from Malvinas here again, with that mirror window set up instead of janitor. Big question is, how are Recks going to deal with it? Last time it was an aggressive flight, trying to repel in that window, trying to use the flashbangs to get that space with pressure connecting, pressure arriving from Banana at the same time. Didn't work for them. And what's the adaptation? Playing with stock so far, early pressure on the window. Looks to be just a case of probing, trying to spot that weakness and adapting to what they can find.
Oh, peek, but no headshot to be found. But Ace will open up that wall, making it a bit more difficult for that player to play inside of stock. Zofia as well, getting rid of the shield, just making it a bit more difficult for these defenders to play those powerful positions. Now, they've got the main breach open, but the Mira still stands. That's a huge problem for 7 Recks as we get into that execute stage. We've a minute left to play. They've still got all of the main power positions that they can still utilize to prevent the push, and it seems like 7 Recks are just starting to stall out a bit, and that certainly won't help things as Forby will get Django.
That opening pick might spell disaster. You've lost your book, so that skeleton key down below can open up these floorboards and make things difficult for those power positions. What a shot! All the way down the elevators, can't make anything of it, unfortunately. Malvinas collapse, finding 2. That mirror window's proving to be more difficult to deal with than perhaps they initially thought. Well, look at this. Box repelled in. He's all the way up by desk to take some damage from the exploding wall. Has to try and take this awkward fight to janitor. He's left alone. Not much he can do. Caught in a crossfire. It will be a defensive victory for Malvinas to get their round back.
And just keeping the sides level once more. This has been a really good game on bank, and I kind of stand with what I said earlier. I think with Oregon being gone, we're going to see a lot more of
Oregon.
You know what? A lot of people are celebrating it. I
And they're
loved
wrong.
Oregon.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
It was a proving ground map.
And Cafe still remains. Goodness me.
Started. Moments, like, honestly, chat, is getting rid of Oregon a dub or an L? I'm going to say it's an L.
Chat's going to say it's a dub. I can predict that already. Chat's going to say, get Oregon out, because they don't like to watch it.
I loved Oregon. Like, come on.
Yeah, but you yap about the game. That means, of course, you
Yeah.
like Oregon. Because Oregon, you know what Oregon means, Gibby?
What is that drawing on the board of
I didn't. I think it's a hawk or something.
It's not. It's like the worst drawing of a person I've seen. Chat's saying it's a massive L. Chat like me, they want more Oregon.
Okay, I'm actually impressed with chat. I'm very chat. You know what? I'm proud of you. Well done, guys. Huh? I'm so proud. I'm so proud of Latam chat right now.
You know what? Latam chat's the best chat.
So real.
No. Yeah. Honestly, that's one of my favorite things about getting back to casting in Stage 2. I've missed Latam chat. You guys genuinely are goated because you bully whip it. It's
Whoa! Whoa!
sorry, they're the best because they are the true
So genuine
high IQ Siege
and
viewers.
yeah, exactly. They're the purists. They know where the best region is. They show up. They get out here.
They get it. They get it.
They just get it. So, of course, we had a little tactical pause there coming out for these sides, and we go 5-5 moving into round number 11 for this. 7 Recks, again, much more proficient on the defense side than what we've seen on the offense so far from the Malvinas. Have been consistent throughout. I feel they've always been there and thereabouts in this match from round to round, and they're excelling here on that defense. And I'd expect this map to play out that way. That's just the flow of Bank, and considering how this region has been at a whole, I do see this being a very defense-favored day so far here in Latam South. So we'll hop on board these teams. I believe basement is our site of choice. Gibby, how do you think 7 Recks is going to attack this one?
Looking at the attacking lineup, it seems pretty... Right, they've got a blitz. They're going to... It's a server. It has to be a server take, right?
Yeah.
And look at the setup that's been... They've left all the walls soft. They're like, you know what? We're just going to leave the walls soft, and they're going to attack through that side with a blitz. And I was like, uh-oh. Mistakes have been made. Now, Warden is still there, but it's a 5 versus 3. This is a very tough spot to be in. Doc's dead. That's not good. That's not going to help the situation here at all as well. And look at the other big thing. You've got a backstab. Django's inside of Garage already. He can use... The player behind the shield has no clue. Oh, Django.
Free low.
You take a few steps forward. This is free.
Get him!
Yeah,
Get him!
we go.
There it is!
Free.
Alright, the round's done. It's done. 7 Recks have won the round. Surely, there's not a lot you can do here. Tubero upstairs. They find the player in electrical. Don't get enough damage for a Deviant or a kill. A swarm of flashbangs trying to buy that space.
Where Tubero?
This is so panicked. This is a panicked retake. They do get that pick. And of course, why is Tubero upstairs? Question no one can answer, it seems. I'm going to try and go for this retake. No hatches open, so they have to funnel in the same way the offense broke this initial line. They'll walk in one by one. Triple kill for Bazooka. He'll look for me to get that quad and finds that quad. And well, why deal with the entirety of a bank setup for that basement when you can just walk on in and win your ones? You mentioned that there was a blitz, Gibson. They didn't even need that shield to have that power. They broke the line. How was Habana to find the opening 2 picks of this round? Great backstab from Django. And well, this moment here, this is a frantic. We need to get back to site fight. It didn't work out for them. And well, they funneled in one by one, and it was over from that moment. 7 Recks get themselves the map point here on Bank.
Yes. So here's what happened. Malvinas left those walls soft, created head holes, and they were like, oh, here's what's going to happen. 7 Recks, they're going to drone server, and they're going to be like, oh, these walls are open. We're not expecting those walls to open. We can't push this because it's scary. But they forgot. 7 Recks can shoot back. within 10 seconds, 2 players had died, and you're like, all right, where do we go from here? Meanwhile, Tubero's on vacation on the top floor, still holding something. Like, they retook square and tried to push down blue. You know, but I'll tell you this. If I came up against that in ranked, though, Look at that picture. So what is that picture, by the way?
Fine art. That's what that is. Fine art. Lock it in.
This is art. But if I saw that in ranked, I'd be in shambles. I would not know what to
You
do,
were in shambles before the strat was called, Gibson, in ranked. Like, you're in a ranked game. It's scary for you in there.
It is. It's ranked scary for everybody. You know it.
I'm scared of it, man. I'm scared of the demon hours in ranked at the minute.
Yeah. It's a tactical timeout, right, for Malvinas, because the tactics in that last round did not go to plan whatsoever. 5-5 for the viewers at home. What it means, or 6-5, sorry, it means that it is match point here for 7 Recks. They win this round. They take the map. They take all 3 points. Malvinas win this round. We're going to overtime, and it means that, well, Knights still will have a share of that top spot.
Let me say the thing, Gibby. Let me say the thing. You know I have it well rehearsed.
Say the thing.
Okay, if Malvinas get this into get this to 6-6 and force it all the way overtime, that means it will be the 3-2-1 scoring system in effect. 3 points for victory in regulation, 2 for victory in overtime, and 1 for a loss instead of overtime. And that's going to be very important with the result that we had with the Knights. Thank you, Gibby. That's my line.
Love it. You know what's good? See, when you're like 80 and you've completely, the mind's gone. You'll just be sitting there in the retirement home, and they're like, "Have you taken your tablets?" Well, we are in the 3-2-1 scoring system here.
System.
Yeah.
I mean that and what to do with 30 seconds diffuser in hand. My name is obviously Nicholas Morrison.
I haven't paid. I'm not gonna lie, I haven't paid for that course yet. I don't know what to do. And there's time left on the
You
clock.
miss out. It's why you throw it in ranked. But we're jumping back on board with Malvinas here on the defense of this basement. We have the Warden yet again locking down this staircase, trying to use that shotgun to be an absolute nuisance. And I often love to use this phrase, it's a dilemma, not a problem. A problem you can solve. There's one route to do that. A dilemma, there's multiple outcomes, all of which are equally bad. You've got to commit a lot to this, and combination with that with my disc as well, makes things a little bit harder to get a solid clear of blue stairs, and that might slow down the entirety of this take potential.
So you look at the way 7 Recks are playing it. They're going for a full map clear. A minute and a half is gone already, and they're putting in all the hard work. Now, you look at Malvinas, they've decided to actually set up the basement this time and play all the defenders in and around the site, which will slow things down, but with the Warden playing by blue, it's a problem that you've got to solve. Shotgun at the ready. So flash grenades ain't gonna work. Smokes ain't gonna work. You've got to be a bit more aggressive with it. Now, buck shotgun. You make it, a fair shotgun on shotgun fight. It could be well worth taking on that engagement. The Flores can clear the position too, but 1 minute left. They've given up blue. They've fallen all the way back to site. They want 7 Recks to force this.
Again, I was going to say, if you have the Goyos, I'd feel way more comfortable with this, but you've lost top 4 control, so the hatches are in favor of 7 Recks. They have a Grim to force you out of these default positions in combination with a Flores drone to chew through any remaining hard utility. I'm looking at this going, you got a tuber out, but that's not going to do a lot to stop this plant going down. Smoke canisters are there, and now they're going to be in effect, and that's the first one deployed. But is it going to be enough to choke this one out? And a little bit of struggle here. The walls are opened up even enough to creep on in, but now dodge the toxic vapors. They might get this one down. A brilliant use of those EMPs to try and stop that, but the backstab is perfect. Finding 1, finding 2. Overtime might not be calling anymore. Final 15 seconds, and it's going to be a complete collapse from 7 Recks. Firing back is Aka, but is it too little too late to save the round? Maybe not. Malvinas firing back. He's still got something in the tank. The case goes down. There's a 3 versus 1. 7 Recks will guaranteed get this one done in regulation. Flashbangs out, and we'll chat. You predicted overtime. It's done in 12. Victory for 7 Recks.
Yeah, big win for 7 Recks. The Brazilians winning their opening game here in Latam South. And what a performance was. Look, they've even got this is a really good performance from this team. You can tell by being in a house together, being in a group, that they're putting in a lot of work as a team to improve and get better. I feel like for Malvinas, they'll be a little disappointed. There was definitely opportunities for them to win rounds that they didn't take in the end of it. But the one thing I want to give a lot of credit to for 7 Recks was the one round on basement they lost on attack. They lost because they didn't have control of garage. They put a lot of effort into taking control of garage and basically cutting off the entirety of the site, and they end up winning those back-to-back rounds on basement.
Massive result though for them. Getting it done inside of regulation means they get all 3 points, and that means they will now sit at the top of the table at this point. But speaking of the very top, we've got one of the very best hosts to bring on. Corbic, welcome back to the show. What a matchup we just saw from 7 Recks.
Yeah, no, that was a really interesting game. I was genuinely impressed by what I saw coming out of 7 Recks, considering that they're kind of a new roster, right? They're coming in here and they have some things to say, clearly, because they're putting the screws there on Malvinas Gaming. I mean, Gibson, can you call it a statement game from 7 Recks, or is Playday 1 like too early to be making statements about anything conclusive?
If they were playing against Knights or Vasco or Alpha,
I
would say yes. Well, they're playing against, Malvinas, a team that's made 4 changes compared to the roster we saw on stage 1. I think it's important they got the win in Playday 1, but there's a lot of little things that they didn't quite do the way they would have wanted to. So it's not a statement win, but it's certainly starting things off the right way here on Latam South. It's going to put that target on their back even more because they're Brazilians and they're now on top of Latam South. Yes, it is Playday 1, but they are there as things stand. Like Whippet, reserving judgment for a little bit later in the season, but they do look like they've certainly got a deep strat pool, and they know how to move from plan A to plan B to plan C when things go wrong.
Yeah, I mean, Whippet, looking at the other side of the ball here, Malvinas Gaming, you've gone through your restructuring. You've changed every fundamental aspect of your team essentially in the off season, and you have that stage 1 experience and the off season experience as well to come back into this. You walk face first into the new 7 Rec squad, and they kind of stop you up. How do you think MBG walks away from this feeling today?
They're going to be very disappointed. I think the fact they couldn't at bare minimum get this to overtime. They would have looked to get at least 1 point to the name at the end of the very first play day. But it's a side that has made improvements to what we saw inside of stage 1. This is a better looking roster, I think, in terms of their overall arcing strategy and what they want to do as a side. So I'll be boring and say I'll reserve judgment until I see them play later on this week and into next week as well. It's difficult to tell necessarily at the first play day, but they are going to have to fix a lot of things already. But defeat is the ultimate teaching tool, and they might come back stronger from this. So I'm very intrigued to see where they build from this defeat.
Yeah, losing Playday 1's not the worst thing in the world. As Whipper said, you learn more in defeat than you do in victory. I think we saw a lot of very good individual things. Like, I was very impressed by, Aka, aka, whatever way you want to call his name out. I think he was very impressive to me. And I think that we saw some of the things that Forby did well in stage 1, right? In stage 1, Forby at times looked like he could pop off and be the guy for this team. He did. He had moments as well in that matchup. So they definitely look better than they did last stage. So I've got to agree with Whippet on that one.
It is interesting. Both of our matches so far have not been kind of in keeping with what they were in stage 1. Even on Playday 1, we were seeing big blowouts, right? In Latam South, that was kind of the vibe that we were getting. I mean, Whippet, you look at this, it was a 7-5. Do you think any of the other teams here in the rotation are looking at Bank now as a map and being like, oh, wow, 7 Recks look pretty solid, or Malvinas Gaming put up a good fight? Maybe this is a map we want to avoid for the future playing them.
It's definitely going to put teams on notice about what 7 Recks were doing defensively. I was a big fan of their structure. It was that combination of a strategic style with the flexibility to play more aggressive. And they had those moments, obviously, the Blue Stairs Warden play, where we're going to talk about that one all day long. But again, it's going to be one of those ones where you're going to look at it now going, okay, if that was a lower preference map for a side and they're up against someone like 7 Recks or even Malvinas, who had a strong showing here, it might be one of those going, maybe we might not be too comfortable, just depending on where it sits on a team's preference list.
Yeah, I think so. I think though Bank, I like Bank. It's I'm so boring. I like every map, and see, there's no map like, oh no, we're going here. But I think that that's more like what we'll see in Bank than what Lair was compared to what we'll see on future Lairs over the course of this stage. Look, I'm excited. It's been a much better start to Latam South. The league definitely looks more competitive than it did in stage 1, which is what it's all about.
Yeah, I think that's something we'll probably come back to here, because we have one more match coming up in Latam South before we move on to the North, and it also proves to be, or promises to be, I should say, a very competitive one. Vasco Esports in a rematch versus Alpha Team. This was a great matchup in stage 1. You don't want to go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Latam Stage 2, Day 1, our very first play day, but our very last match here in Latam South as we get ready to see Vasco Esports take on Alpha Team in what I think we identified as our most exciting match coming out of Latam South. Today, I am Corbeck, and alongside me are Gibson and Whippet. As we get ready to jump into this one, Gibson, let's start with Vasco, right? A team that I think we all really enjoyed in Latam Stage 1, right? They were dominant in the South, neck and neck for nights. They got second place overall. You know, though, they wanted to go to that major.
Oh, they came so close as well, losing out to Cruelty in the finals of Stage 1. And they've now made some big changes. Obviously, the changes are not ones they wanted because of the qualifiers for EWC. They couldn't take part. So Dante, he went to Cruelty. He went there. He's now there. And they've had replaced him with Nachoto, which will be a very interesting change indeed. Because to me, Dante was special. The way that him and Luca played together, the way they were just such a problem for attacking teams on getting into the building was what made me fall in love with this team, was what made me shout "Vai Vasco." Yes, that one's for all the fans that this team, but I feel like it'll be a baptism of fire for Nachoto, because is he going to play that Dante role, or is he going to play a different role? Are they moving pieces around? It'll be a real litmus test for this team going into this one.
I'm very excited to see what Luca's going to be able to do now without this. Now, again, Luca Dante was a very dynamic duo. They were playing off each other a lot during this stage, and you've lost half of that duo now. So that's going to be a massive change up. And is that going to give him more freedom? Is he going to be playing more individual? Or are we going to see Luca a little bit more recessed back into the core of the team because he has that experience and he's going to be more of that anchor, not anchor role, but more of that kind of centerpiece of this side, and not so much the flashy player that we saw in that stage?
You know, just to go back really quick to Nachoto, it is worth pointing out he has been playing with them right through the summer, so it's not like he's getting thrown into this with no experience or just a couple of scrims under his belt. Like, he's worked his way into the team, so to a certain extent, we'll see if that eases his transition. But of course, their opponents today, Alpha Team, have also experienced some significant changes in the offseason. They kept their core three here, Gibson, but they did drop two. They went to different teams. However, they still have Gas Pro, the coach turned player that we all love.
Honestly, this team did not look great until Gas Pro came in, and all of a sudden, they were such a joy to watch. Look, this matchup is the one I was looking forward to, because to me, these were the two darlings of this league. You know, Alpha Team and Vasco. I fell in love with both of them. Martin, to me, is now the most electric player inside of Latam South. You know, not only in the server, but those player camps. Seeing Martin dance and, you know, vibe with his team, I think he is certainly one to watch for Alpha Team. But again, a lot of pressure. Two new players coming in. It's not the same Alpha that we saw last year. What roles are they going to take on? Is Gas Pro going to be as effective this stage as he was last? Because he was a coach, but you know, anyone who knows this region, Gas Pro has been a coach for a long time, but always ended up playing on the team. So I think Alpha Team will be fun to watch. I think it might not be as electric as this matchup would have been last stage, but I want to be surprised.
The big thing that I'm sitting with, and I still love this team, is towards the end of that stage, there was a definite dip in performance towards the end of that round robin. That second matchup against Vasco, Knights felt a little bit flat, and hopefully the summer break and the new pickups and maybe a new identity with having time to work with Gasper as a full-time player might rejuvenate that. And I want to see that middle of stage 1 energy from this side again, where they were playing like they're all having fun. That's what I want to see from them. I really hope they can get out of the gate swinging here in stage 2.
You know, I will say, kind of in the opposite to Nachoto, as far as I know, these two new pickups here for Alpha Team, they're relatively recent, like late August. So they haven't had the opportunity to play as much with this Alpha Team squad, but they will have an opportunity to play on a map here today. And it's unfortunate, Whippet, but Labs is off the board. Straight up, we won't see it again today. Oh, wow. Look at that.
Well, it's going to be a repeat of Bank. I was crossing my fingers that we're going to be able to see Layer make it all the way through, but not this time around. We'll have to wait a little bit longer. Maybe you might see it in Latam North later on today, but going to Bank again, I think this is a matchup to be fun for both these teams stylistically again. we've seen Vasco be super aggressive. There's lots of windows to jump out on, especially in that CEO side. So expect to see Luke out those windows. Like Martin to be able to use the scale of this map and the movability, his ability to move around it freely. They're very much exploit weaknesses if they can find them. A lot of potential for a barn burner, as hopefully stylistically when they get into that dance, it all syncs up for us.
Yeah, the only surprise for me in the ban phase was Vasco getting rid of Border. And when you think about the Dante days, Border was a map that they just dominated at those points of entry. But it's back, as I said, it's going to take place of Oregon in the pool. I think it's going to be a lot of fun.
Well, Gibson, you said you loved Bank, so you get to cast it twice today on your first day. Have fun, gentlemen. I wish you the best of it.
I know. We whip it. What is going on, by the way? This is the longest Latam South day we have had since we've joined the league in terms of rounds. Normally it's a 7-3, 7-1. We've had 2 incredibly close games. One went all the way in overtime, one went all the way in regulation. This is the game, though, you got to signal as the most exciting one to watch. 2 teams off the back of big changes that were the
big
darlings.
Cheeses? Big cheeses, Gibby.
Big cheeses. Don't mess with big cheese. But well, when you think about it, right, they were the darlings of this league. They came out of nowhere last stage. Martin and Luca, certainly 2 players to keep an eye on.
Yeah, I can't wait to see this. My head is spinning with outcomes of how this match might play out between these sides. Both teams on their day can be electric and some of the most exciting to watch, you know. But, it has been a long off season. We did see a declining run of form from both these sides towards the end of the stage. We have to talk about the fact that they are slightly different rosters coming into it. Dante was a massive part of the success that Vasco had, and now not having that core is going to be a very difficult one. So much in my mind right now about these 2 teams is kind of uncertain, and I think I love that about this, because if I could predict how it's going to go, it'd be boring, it would be not exciting to me. This, because it's 2 teams I recognize, I know, I have an idea of their core identity. Things are going to be different this stage, and of course, different patches than what we saw during stage 1.
Yeah, there's been a lot of changes in stage 1 in the way the game plays out, but I hope they keep the core principles of the way these 2 teams wanted to play, right? So Vasco, they're a team that want to get in your face. They play hyper aggressive. They take on lots of fights at points of entry to the map. They try to make the map as big as possible, particularly on the defense. Alpha team, they always played a bit more structurally, where you have situations where Martin would get double, triple kills and take down. Gaspro would usually be playing on the roam. You know, we saw him when roaming with a Rooney. We saw him roaming all stage long when he played, being a problem. Bans are going to come in, and Brava being removed straight off the bat with Vasco. Now, if I see Brava banned, that means that you want a Valk to get through, or you want a Meister to get through, particularly when you're defending first.
Yeah, I mean, again, the Bravo is also going to enable higher play rates of that Maestro to have a much more effective rate. You're not going to lose those cameras. We're going to see that Monty banned away. No surprise there. We saw how effective that was at open area takes in the previous matchup we saw on Bank. And Valkyrie is going to be banned away. This is the pick your poison. Will it be Fenrir, Sola, Suzami? Let's find out and see. And it's going to be the Kaid. So no surprise there. Considering the effectiveness those electric bells can have on controlling the hatches of this. Alpha team starting on the offensive side. Vasco on the on-paper favorable defense. I wonder, will it play out to the script we have in our heads?
Well, my script tells me this is going to be the game of the night. This is going to be exciting. Basement will be the first sight we'll see. And Vasco bringing Clash straight off the bat. Echo as well, so that is clearly a target ban. That is why Brava was removed. They want to use these intel and util defenders and cause a problem for Alpha team. And I love the initial setup as well with it from the side of Alpha team. Yes, it may change before we get up and running, and it does. Capital by Gaspro will be a fun one.
I'm a fan of that. Again, you got to think about the kind of a vast amount of utility the Capital does bring to a side like this one. You have the visual occlusion with those smoke canisters, as well as that ability to displace players directly from a position. And I think it's a little bit more effective at a Grim at times. It does physical damage, forces very difficult positions for this team. But I'm not shy away of the choice of the Deimos being brought here. Again, if you have a good drone network in the early stages, like we've seen from Alpha, with all 10 drones still available, still on the field, you can have a wide variety of information, and you can use those scans to get those Deimos death marks and try and isolate players early or use them later on.
So early stages, this is what Vasco do, getting tons of information, you know, even droning out Garage to let them know where this attack could potentially come from. Nitro is waiting for a drone to come on the blue stairs because it's a little bit too early for them to put pressure from Square just yet, but it's all about denying that information game. While you look at what Alpha Team are doing, well, they do what they do pretty well. They are droning as much of the map as they possibly can. If they open up, now, they might not push through elevator and main lobby, but if they open those hatches, it just gives Vasco something to think about because all their attention is currently towards Square. It's all looking towards server side. Once you open up these other two hatches, suddenly you start to divert the attention of the defenders and create gaps.
Alpha Team's ban of that Valkyrie as well going to have an impact on this. There's not an extensive drone network or camera network that can give you this information. You're stuck working with default cameras and game sense alone. The Yokais will have a help to this as well. So you see that vault hatch being opened up, and as you mentioned perfectly, that creates a little bit of a problem now because the primary focal point of this defense is focused out towards Square side. A clash playing in server rack, and you got a lot of attention, eyes drawn on that A site as well. And already Vasco, or Alpha Team I should mention, are beginning to tease and put a little bit of emphasis. Maybe it might be a hit from vault side, it might be pressure from an unexpected angle. So Vasco, a little bit spread thin here, having to think in two minds, but it does look like the primary attack is going to happen from blue and server.
Yeah, and because the hatch was opened as well, that's why they've given up blue on the defensive side. They'll get rid of the barbed wire as well, meaning that if, you know, Clash is getting some support, you don't get that information on when they push through. Capital will start to burn Clash. This is a very good effort to clear that operator from the position, and Martin gets the opener. Slaters will take down Luca as well, and this is the Alpha Team that we saw towards the end, or, you know, the middle and end of the stage, and all of a sudden, Vasco on the back foot.
Vasco, two early picks, two early casualties taken. They are very much wounded in this round. Martin credit with that opening. Azami's help shoring up this back line, meaning a drop from elevator and into vault might not be as effective as intended from this. There's that late round death mark, hits that mirror in combination with those logic bombs ringing out from that Dokkaebi. With 20 seconds left to go, the utility like that Nitro Cell are critical. Doesn't connect, I believe, shot out mid-air, and a recollection from the one from Warden. Have to sit back, but Gibby, with only 10 seconds left to go, this could be a catastrophe. Shot out mid-air, not just going to find one though, Gaspro falls for this one, and Alpha Team in a lot of deep trouble here. There's going to be a flurry, kills, Ragnar finds on his own, and finds the second one. Alpha Team gets the very first round here, and that was the drop in the vault. The backstab established early, and taken full advantage of later on in that round. Alpha, the opening victory on the offense here on Bank.
I am so happy, by the way, that Ragnar was able to show the patience to do that late flank through that hatch, because that was a very late drop. And great job as well by Alpha Team to shoot out those C4s to make sure that that utility, that game plan from Vasco would not work. And it's just a really good opening round. Now, Vasco, you can see they're playing the same way they did last stage. They're still trying to get hyper aggressive, but Alpha Team, they really diagnosed that defense well and were able to break it down piece by piece in a very slow, methodical manner. But Whip It, top floor,
yes,
Mira's available. Mira is going to get played as you would expect. Now, what changes will we see from Alpha Team to counter that?
I don't think we need to see direct changes from Alpha Team to bring this one or edit it. We will see some picks away. The Blitz won't be brought out. It favored that for Zofia. Likewise, Grim for the Ying, and Maverick swapped out for the Ace. And the Ace is going to be the vital part around this. Again, no Rooney gates to protect that mirror window. It's only going to be fortified maybe by a bandit wire at the best case scenario. And actually, I don't know if they're going to commit to that one. They might just do a bulletproof camera. Help sure this one up. They're going to play with one inside of long desk as well to get control generator from that different side, meaning they will be left vulnerable from that spiral staircase in towards lobby. So those bandit wires on Canto wall, very important to keep this setup in place from the side of Vasco.
And those castle barricades as well just mean that you can play inside of office without worrying about the player on the rappel. It's just giving you some security on this section of the map as well. Azami with the Kiba barriers inside of stock, very important position to hold, because if you control stock, it means that players cannot push up towards Janitor. So there's a reason, if you're new to esports, why all these powerful positions are being held. You think about Kanto as being a key position, you think about Janitor, and you think about Stock. If you're a defending side and you control all of those, you will win most of the rounds that you play.
Alpha team taking their time in this round, and I'll draw your attention the top right-hand side of your screen. Only 3 drones taken out by Vasco. The eyes of Alpha team very much scattered around the map. They have a lot of information to work with. First of those castle barriers has been destroyed at that moment, and an attempt of priming one now by the castle to give themselves a quick exit strategy if needed. Peeking out from Stock, looking for anything. Nothing just yet. And Vasco, I think they need to play this very patiently. They got to wait for Alpha team. Alpha might be trying to bait an aggressive swing to get themselves an essentially free pick off of that. Utility being dumped out by this double window. And let's see if they can make an aqua stick happen. Send out Candelas, and this is going to be the cue to make this execution stick. The cover from lobby needs to be golden to make this one work, and Nitro will find that opening. This could be the lifeline for his team. I think he's got that window ready for a vault out.
Yeah, and he's wasted a lot of utility on the attacking side as well with no real ground taken. Nitro will get the kill onto Martine now as well. 5 versus 3. Nachodo gets another one. You've got Gaspro on the windows. Both players for Alpha Team are on repel. There's not really much they can do. Ragnar will find one as Nitro goes down. But in a 4v2, with that mirror window still in play, with those positions still there, and that camera looking towards these players, it's going to be very difficult. Not impossible, but difficult for Alpha Team to get something out of this round.
Time is their worst enemy in this moment, and it doesn't help being stuck on the rappels, limited mobility, limited options, and I feel like it's just going to be a exercise in futility of the try and find a consolation prize to pad the stats. It will be a pickup from Gaspro down below, and Nacho will find that final one. It's going to be locked out from there. Vasco bring themselves level, and a much more, I would say, reserved round from them, but a better display and a better use of the utility and the site properties that they were given on that upstairs CEO hold. So better from them here on that defense.
And I feel like that round could have gone, you know, it all hinged on that early attempt at an execute from Alpha Team. They lost the 2 players though when they were yinging, when they were smoking. They wanted to go for that execute, but it got shot down. So we move to round 3. Now I'm a little bit sad. As a Vasco, you know, believer all of last stage, we've no longer got Dante on the Solace. It'll be Luca picking up that role.
Oh, and but that's not a bad thing. That's not a bad thing.
No, it's not. But they've not taken the P90. This is not the Vasco that we know.
It's a different Latam South, Gibson. It truly is. We have games. We've got games to hit overtime. You know, we didn't have that last season. So,
what a nonsense.
Just you just want the quick 7-1s back. Not anymore. That's Latam North these days. I hear. I might have read the script for you guys later on the broadcast. But nonetheless, we will continue hopping on board here with Nacho on the Oryx. And as you know, as a good friend from the NAL would like to say, fastest operator in the game might be able to have an impact for this, and an extensive hold upstairs being established. Lots of angles being set up inside of office. Give themselves a focal point for the focus, the attention of Alpha Team here. Again, use of the Ying being brought out by Slater. Fan of this one gives them that explosive ability in their setup.
Yeah, you know, speaking of NA, obviously they've made a change in Whip It. If I don't know if you were listening earlier, but Demo made a very good point about us poor casters. We can't be wrong about anything anymore because Jesse is just too big brain as a caster. Not fair. It's not fair. Like, he knows. Jesse just knows.
He knows. He does revise the script very well. I'm gonna. He knows what he's up to. So all this hops on the drone to try and get some information. The yellow ping seems to be perfect, but not good enough. And look who it is. It's Martine. Finds Nachodo. Opening pick of the round goes for Alpha Team. Again, all this pressure, all these gunfights, utility being used upstairs. That's not the site. It's down below. It's Archives Tellers. Not a very common site at all. So we'll see how Alpha Team can deal with that one.
Oh, I gotta agree with you. Not too common, but this is Latam, so you will see things that you're not used to seeing. Now, this is where I love teams using the map. So you play inside of Elevator now. It means that you have to drone the spot out if you're an attacker, or else it could lead to late round problems. Now, Solace has taken some damage. That could be a problem for Luca. Well, there's the Lion scan. What does that mean? It means the next phase of the Alpha attack is happening. They're taking a little bit more ground. They're moving through with the Lion and the Jackal. That is a frustrating lineup to go up against. But remember, if Jackal's got his goggles on, Whippet, Solus will spot him out.
Very true factor as well. Got 1 minute left in this, and still Alpha Team holds that advantage. A shotgun down below, trying to find something. Can't even find a single point of damage. Made him dance upstairs in square. He had a tricky enough mobility to try and get us away from it. Still, Alpha Team lacking that map control to hit the site directly, and they're running out of time to find that impact. It's all well and good holding upstairs, but you need to have an impact on that middle floor. Verticality works both ways, and Luca will now posture, trying to find a freebie for the openings he made with the shotgun. He'll tap away, get some damage done, but Martin will find a second one. Bastion will get in the action, and Scorp is next to go with 20 seconds. The Yokai drones could hold the key to this round. You have the information, the red ping is there, and this case isn't going down yet. You hear the sound cue, but our Alpha Team going to be quick enough on the cover. They spot it, can they stop it? No, they can't. They get the first hit, but now Echo's all alone. 6 seconds, this case should go down in the hands of Gaspro. And the cover, I'd imagine, will be good enough when it is from Slater. Shuts it down, flawless round from Alpha.
Yeah, and it really came down to that last attempt of the Echo working in tandem with Pano to stop Alpha, but it didn't work. Look, was every single player on Alpha Team just cracking their neck? That, you know, was
they're locking in. They're getting ready for it.
Gaspro, he's always. If you're new to Latam, right? Gaspro used to be the coach. He plays for them now. They could be losing 6-1, and he could be going not Nate. Yeah, I know that doesn't make sense. You can't do that, but he'd still be smiling. He's like the happiest guy in Latam South.
Oh, and if he's not smiling, it's terrifying, because then you know something's gone horribly wrong. But Alpha Team find themselves their second round. They now lead to a scored line of 2-1. Good position to find themselves in. For Alpha Team, if they can get themselves a 4-2 split on the offensive side, they are in a very good position to be able to almost lock out Bank. I feel, just considering how things have played out, Vasco will find themselves under a tremendous amount of pressure if that is the case. And I'll draw your attention to the defensive lineup brought out by that mentioned Vasco. We do see Nitro on the Vigil, so intending to have a very deep roam impact in this, as well as Nachoto on that Goyo. The impact that we've seen these have has been fantastic so far today. And those canisters will choke out any late last gasp plays to get the diffuser down towards that A site.
We've got to give a little bit of a boo though. Vigil's not using the Boss G.
Oh, I'm cheering for that one. I'm okay with it.
Nah.
It's boring sometimes.
Sometimes?
Yeah, sometimes.
Keep telling yourself that, pal. So, 2 minutes and 30 seconds to go in the round. Little bit of a roam game set up. You can see that Nitro was trying to capture any players pushing in from that dirt side of the map, but we're seeing Echo, which has been a staple of these Vasco defenses in the early stages. Now, Deathmark has been put down. Let's see, it's 1v1 mode. 1v1 mode usually gets deployed, but Whippet, little logic bomb, get a little bit more information. It is an oppressive lineup that Alpha Team have brought here.
I mean, it's very similar to what we saw previously on this site as well. We have seen who's on what role swapped around, and the addition to the Grim in combination with the Capitao. I'm a fan of it. Again, it gives two operators that can be on separate sides of the map that massive AoE clearing. And that Deathmark goes out, and that will spot Luca. He's going to be left very vulnerable for this one. That 1v1 mode is activated. That Vendetta will make things very difficult for him. He's got no teammates to back him up as they all begin to fall back towards site, but that internal clock ticks away. They will all make that retreat back to site. The Deathmark runs away at the right moment, but not long enough, as we do see Lucas slain with the SMG-12. Not a lot he can do there as Ragnar finds one more zone on the Pano, and Alpha Team now have that 4 versus 3 advantage with over a minute left to work in the round.
Yeah, Mira's down to 5 HP, so you think about utility. There is 1 C4 in the pocket, but if Mira is only down 5 HP, you've got to be very careful that you keep an impact. Now, we'll see some of those Goyo canisters being popped. Remember, they will burn for quite a long time. Now, but this is a different setup. 2 Mira windows, none of them are in red. It's not what you're used to seeing, but I
Well,
suppose...
this is actually what we saw last time, Gibby, from Vasco.
Yeah.
They actually played this further back, and again, it adds a little bit of safety. It means if you do have that drop, that desperation drop from Office, you're not going to be as vulnerable if they try and get those pre-fires onto you. So maybe reading into how Alpha might leave this in the last 30 seconds, and we're seeing that yet again. They know that threat of a backstab from Vault is definitely there, and they're trying to best the fight on multiple fronts here. There's, demons whispering in their ears that you might have a flank on, and they're trying to retake upstairs, but Slater is watching that, and Nitro falls. An impact sent out to the wind, but it's going to be an act of desperation. The mirror's on 5 HP, and Nacho is pinned all the way back in gold. Nothing you can realistically do as that case goes down, and Alpha team look destined to finish out this round. Cover is good upstairs, and Ragnar gets that one. Scarp couldn't find enough shots to kill, and it is down to 4 versus 1, and I will be saying that it's a round for Alpha team.
He's death marked and in Grimby's. Like, Martin is just bullying the poor guy now as Nachoto will fall. And it's another round 1 from Alpha team. And boy, do they look good. They've made roster changes. They're looking really good. And Martin is still showing up for this team. And you and I, we've had conversations with, other people from the regions. We always kind of said that Dante and Martin were 2 of the players that we genuinely thought...
Maybe, that's not... You were trying... You were basically Dante's agent during the World Cup. You were trying to get him signed for every team you can imagine.
I was trying to broker a deal, but I
fell through.
I drove too hard of a bargain. But I do think that Martin is one of those players that could play at an even higher level. The potential is there for an international pickup if someone wanted to take a player out of the Latam League.
Gibson, are you just trying to sell Latam players to Europe League? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, 100%. I'm on commission.
I'll take a share of that one, Gibson.
Let's stop importing teams to Latam. Start importing teams out of Latam.
Okay, you know what? It's a bold strategy. I like it. Target timeout called by Vasco, and I think a right time to do so. They now trail by 2 rounds. They've still got time to make amends here on their defensive side. The attacks from Alpha have looked very, very sharp at this point. A combination of their very dangerous aggression and their ability to win those gunfights. The tip of the spear has been brilliant from them so far, as well as the deep strategy and composure in those moments. And Vasco, just not really having the same, I would say, rock and roll playstyle, that heavy metal siege that we're used to from them.
Well, they've lost the aggression of Dante and that kind of game sense that he had for those early game engagements. He was a problem. He was an issue. It's tough. It's a really tough position to fill for Nachoto, but he's obviously not necessarily filling that Dante role. They've changed their style of play. And I just want to remind everybody at home, Dante is not going to be playing that role for Cruelty later either. He's taken on a different role for that team than what he played for Vasco. But it does seem that, I know it's played A1, but the secret sauce just isn't quite there. But it's early. They can, it's too early to make a judgment.
I think, for once, Gibson, I'll agree. It's played A1. We have a long stage ahead of us again. 2 play days every week leading up to the playoffs. Lots of Latam to be played. Double round robin as well, so every team will play each other twice in their respective groups, Latam North and South. Alpha team, good start here. Let's see if they can build on this momentum. Vasco, of course, taking their tactical timeout. And the big thing about this is I need to see teams convert the round after their timeout, especially in these closer matches. They've looked close to Alpha team round after round. It's not been blowouts. They need to get this one. It's such a valuable resource to use up, and they don't have a second one, and that was it.
So, I feel like Vasco really need this round. And you look at the lineup, they've taken on even more of a slowdown approach. When you look at the operators they have, it tells you that it's an even stronger anchor defense this time. Now, I love the Flores pick on this site because you can get rid of you can create a lot of rotates, you can get rid of a lot of defensive utility. Grim will clear a lot of space here for Alpha team as well. But they're just making it very difficult for Vasco to find those opening picks, and I think that could be the key to success for Alpha if they can keep it up for the rest of their attacks.
Peeking out with that ACOG on the UMP, looking to find anything. Someone a little bit more brave than they should be on those windows. Still in the midst of the hive. Flash will be revealed, but too worried about that one. Godfrey is confident that no threats arriving. The cover held by Luca. Doc in close proximity. Slow round from Alpha. Not the best I've seen their drone economy be so far. They're trying to probe for an entranceway. Martin might have that impact. Trying to creep upstairs, backed up by Habana. And this is going to be a lot of pressure here. Erling 9 walks in, finds one. That's the clash off the board. They still need to clear stock, but Alpha team, they've arrived. Knocking on the door of sight, and they might just break through this front line. One trade back by Nacho, and Pano gets one back as well. Massive for them, and Vasco fire back of their own, finding 3 in rapid succession. Alpha reduced to 2.
They overextended just a little bit. It's a 3 versus 2, but Malusi is pretty low. Now, Gaspro is in the middle of sight. Does have the case as well, but can't really make a move just yet. There's a kill. It's a 2v2 now. As they make pressure, Gaspro will find the kill onto Pano, leaving it all down to Nitro. The castle's there. He manages to get his one. It's now a 1 versus 1. Slater's the new pickup. Nitro, the stand for Vasco. He's been here for a while. 14 seconds. Bonus on the attacker to make something happen. The case is going to go down. The footsteps have been revealed. Excuse, don't peek. Buy time. Here comes the move from Slater. He's going to swing around the corner. He gets the kill. And Alpha will take another round. Flores picking it up. And you know what? These 2 new Alpha pickups looking pretty damn good.
Alpha looking to be, so this is the level we saw this team halfway through stage 1, where they had just swapped in Gasper to a player and they had that new lease of life. They are explosive, reactive, and able to play in these difficult positions. Look at this though. Ragnar spots a gap, takes it to full advantage. They get those 2 picks back to back. Now Vasco, great little 3-piece here, firing back, getting those trades. All that composure. Just the win from Alpha team there. Fantastically executed from them. A great coordination, team play to get those picks. They stacked up together for it. Alpha team leading by 3. A great position here as they move to the very last round of this opening half.
Tell you this though, if you're Clash, you're asking serious questions about your player who was inside of stock. Right? You got shot in the back. You're Clash, and you've just been shot in the back by a player who's wandered up past the double door. Like,
it's not even that though, Gibson. The thing that I'm going to really call into question here is the fact it was a drop from Skylight on Marble Stairs. That's not quiet. You have someone in stock who, for the entirety we were on board with Luca before that moment, before we hopped on with Habana, was playing outside of stock, behind that shield, direct supporting that clash. Goes in the stock. It's just a case of siege timing, I guess. Doesn't hear the drop, is in the right place, and you lose the clash, you lose the second pick, and the defense just didn't have a lot of foundation to stand on at that moment. So, defensively now, the last time out for Vasco, unless we see this game go to overtime. Archive Sellers to site the point yet again. There will be a very similar structure imposed from them if they can make this one stick.
And this is a really big round for Vasco. Their final round of the defensive half. Their tactical timeout had no real impact whatsoever on the scoreline and the game. In fact, they lose that round, which is what you said you didn't want to see. You feel you need to win that round after the tactical timeout. So, Alpha team with a clear advantage. Now, this is a make or break round for Vasco Esports. If Alpha team take a 5-1 half, this game is over. If it's a 4-2, there's a glimmer of hope. Now, you look at the Vasco defense. They've set it up slightly differently than the way you would defend open area, but the idea is the same. You want to make Alpha team clear the top floor to push through your waves as kind of that peel back defense. And then you've got a good setup on site of pushing it. There's the Ying, and they're just going to walk on in. 1 minute and 40 seconds, Gaspro will find the opener. Now they walk into Janitor, it's completely clear. They've peeled back multiple layers of this defense already. You've got a player trapped inside of Elevator, but Nitro will get a kill onto Martin. But does Nacho have the hatch open? Nitro finds another one with it, but he's backed into a corner.
Hatch is open, he has that fallback, but I think the decision here is to play your life at this moment. That 2-piece from Nitro opens up this round a little bit, and I think that maybe Alpha are making the assumption that the Legion might have already dropped away. It would be a common occurrence in a position like this. Have that fight, and then drop away. But he's going to firm that position. You do see the hatch is open. I think the bravery here from Nacho, just to sit, just to wait and be patient, is going to be a massive reward. Swings out wide and gets that credit, gets that 1-piece. And now Alpha reduced to 2, and a massive problem now to solve for this team. A player Elevator. Is he going to move around this upstairs position, or will he drop that hatch? He stays in Elevator. I think he's going to bide his time. The damage might have been done in this round. They're watching his drop down. Every second he burns is a massive victory, and there's only 30 left of them.
Look at the amount of resources they've put into clearing the player on elevator. They're holding the hatch below, and they're making the push. Now, Gaspro is making a lot of noise, but you've still got a Legion to contend with. You've still got a Legion to deal with. This is the most disjointed attack we've seen so far from Alpha Team. It's, you know what? It's the best defense that we've seen from the side of Vasco. Pana will find the kill. It's a 4v1. It's all down to Gaspro now. He's no longer the coach. He's a full-time player. With Vasco, they'll get the 4-2 half. And honestly, Nachoto, awesome job of just buying yourself so much time for your team.
That was the round summarized basically there and then. It was a fantastic entryway made from Alpha Team, backed up by the use of those Candelas to charge in and buy that space. But the patience and confidence of the Nacho just to sit there and wait and hold the line. Most players will drop in that position. Now we have the benefit of seeing the fact that hatch drop was in fact covered by the Habana in lobby. Nonetheless, sits there, waits, plays, and then gets this pick. This pick right here, that's the moment that sowed all the doubt in the Alpha Team. And even if you're covering that drop down, there's not a lot you can do. The round is lost just with the amount of time you have left, for 10 seconds left. They have no option in this. And Vasco, very important 4-2 split for them to go into this with something to their name as they move to the offensive side. And Alpha, let's see how their defense looks.
A few things to point out straight away that I love about this. So Brava's banned. So what does that mean? Maestro gets 10 times more value. There's going to be no 6th pick. So you think about the fact that you can use Maestro in tan. Yes, 6th pick. You know what I mean. You can't change your lineup. Yeah, attack or repick. You've got Maestro. You've got Goyo. You can now pop those canisters without putting any players at risk. You can also get information. So you look at the fact that there's a Sens. Well, you can see through the Sens with that Maestro cam. It's a problem. Maestro becomes a problem whenever Brava is banned. And you look at the Vasco lineup, I don't see any gone 6s. No, I don't see anything that they can really do apart from the logic bomb to get players off those cameras.
I'm quite curious to see what they're cooking up with the Sens in play here. Maybe it might be an aggressive push from the lobby side. They seem to be setting themselves up for pressure inside of Garage. That's where the Sens drone has just went out. Good drone economy from Vasco. Only one drone taken out, so 9 still remain in this one. And the drone's ahead of the Jackal, just to get as much information as possible. And this top floor, they should have a fair idea. It's now cleared. No footprints, no movement, nothing on those drones. And the move down towards that middle floor, begin to get that control. This Vigil or this Jackal will be very impactful of kind of get that rough information, that rough idea of where this defense might be lurking.
Come on, Nitro, you know how to get rid of this table. Come on, you know how to do it. Lots of information being gathered in early stage. They've cleared the top floor. Now they're on that kind of secondary drone phase. They're going to have a look at what's going on around the rest of the map. So Vasco, they're doing things pretty quickly and they're working out where these defenders are located. But it is a basement defense, so with a minute and a half gone, all the roamers will fall back to site now, and the pressure now goes on Vasco Esports to make something happen.
Last few Goyo canisters being placed around the map, and again, you feel the tension here for Vasco. All 10 players still remaining. Jackal track goes out, we'll find Martin. He's inside a garage, so he should be relatively safe from this. Luca on the Sens, setting up, and this is going to be the vocal point of this round. The entire round is going to rely on what these Sens gadgets do, what the vision is for this round. They're going to drop the hatches, they're going to play from server. You have some time to make it work, but sooner rather than later, Martin is cautious. A potential backstabber arriving from the garage. Nothing there yet, no silhouettes lurking for us as the first of those Goyo canisters pops.
And the Maestro Cam is getting information. 40 seconds left to go. No pressure inside of Garage just yet. No pressure inside of servers. You can see the silhouettes. All the attackers are still on the top floor. Now, you gotta wonder with 30 seconds left, is the whole plan here just to force a Sens hatch drop? It looks like that might be what they're about to attempt. They will get some Jackal information, but it's not really going to help all that much. Smoke canisters will go off now as well. 18 seconds to go. Whip it. Vasco have got to push go, and they've got to do it now.
There is no option. It is go. The round is in danger here. They have to commit to it, and Vasco find the opening. Gaspro is first to fall, and it's going to be a chaos bare-knuckle brawl as Bastion swings out wide. The case goes cold, and Nacho needs to stick this. 000s here, and will Alpha need to find something? This case might go down and unravel. It's going to be a mess. All down to this. Slater left in a 1 versus 1 now, finds the down, and that's the round. Alpha make a massive recovery. Slater gets the job locked out and an easy counter defuse for it. Breathe, every member who's backing Alpha in the chat. A very, very scary round. And Martin, is that a chair on your bed?
We need to see that again. Is there a chair on Martin's bed? And if so, why? Right? Maybe don't ask that, but you know what? I'm going to give the Observer credit here. That was so chaotic that sticking on that top-down view was the perfect choice. Now, the only thing I think Vasco did wrong there was they pushed, what, 3-4 seconds too late? A couple of seconds earlier? And that could have been a very different round. But Alpha Team 5-2 up. They win that first defensive round. Is it Jover Whippet? Is there any chance for Vasco to pull this one back on bank? Or do you think Alpha Team, they just look too secure?
I think right now Alpha look very confident in their vision for these defenses. Listen, it's a game of Siege. I will never say it's over till it's over. However, it does look to be a little bit of a good old-fashioned Latam South game we're having on this one. A dominant side. As Vasco, again, it just looks like there is something missing, and they've not hit the ground running like we would have expected from the form that we saw from them. But Alpha Team, gonna give them their roses here. Playing exceptional so far. Held their nerves in that round. Very narrow margin to get that victory down that basement defense.
Oh, Martin, you're a bad man.
Oh.
He doesn't get the kill, but I respect it.
That's confidence though, Gibson. You gotta feel about that. Martin feels confident enough to go for something like that. Like that from this. Huge hammer back behind that shield, help reinforcing that position. Alpha Team. And it's, I think, a level of maturity this team has gathered over the summer. It seems to be much more well-refined. Vasco struggled with that so far in their offense.
Yeah, there's definitely been one team that looked like they've regressed over the summer. The other team certainly look to be so much better. I get rid of all the glass, make things a little bit easier for you later on in the round. For Vasco Esports, you've got a lot of presence on the repels again. You've got the Grim, you've got the Flores, but do you have the plan to win the round? Castle will be a problem again. You can't get those lines of sight. It allows a defender to play inside a meeting, keeps one of those rotates pretty safe for the defensive side. But again, it's all about power positions.
No mirror windows at least to deal with. That's going to be 1+ for them. The Aruni gates are going to cause a problem. The blue silhouette stacked up on the roof from Vasco. Me incite the intention of a rappel down that position. Up on board with Martin here. His teammates flashed and stunned, and pressure from lobby is there. Need to hold this ground can be difficult. Bastion with a massive flick to the head of Scarps gets one. Finds himself traded as Nitro gets one of his own. Flurry of picks goes in favor of Alpha Team, but neutralized by Luca. Descends all the way from that rooftop window in the lobby and resets the round. 3 versus 3. 60 seconds. Bastion's been left in DBNO. And Vasco capitalized on this moment, as they might have just found a gap to get at Alpha Team or exploit Alpha Team's weakened defense.
2 questions though. Do they know that Bastion is down? Another one is, do they have the aggression? Vasco will find that player, will get that kill. They know there's someone inside a janitor. They've got the pieces in the right place to make this work. Martin, though, is still alive. He'll find one. Gas Pro gets another one. They're holding the line. The last player alive is Nachoto, the new addition, the replacement for Dante. 33 seconds. Diffuser in hand, repelling in the window. That'll be an audio cue at some point. There'll be a peek. The C4 will get thrown. Martin does a little bit of damage, a little bit dealt by Gaspro as well. But this is a losing battle. This is a war that I do not think that Nachoto can win. And honestly, Alpha Team, they're almost 1 round away from victory. With 10 seconds, he's looking. He's completely got no clue he's there. It's over.
Martin picks it up, and Ragnar's pumped up. He's feeling the energy. That is a chair on Martin's bed, sure. Yeah. I don't question when you're as good as Martin. It's the little things like that that make you that 1% better than everybody else, Gibby. But this has been a much more refined, much more matured Alpha team, and look at that shot on the scarp. Finds the head in the midst of all that chaos. It's been, I think, a false start for Vasco. They've not got themselves out of the blocks here. Alpha team have absolutely smashed them to this point. Find themselves on map point here on Bank, and I'd say it's a return to form for Latam South and having these massive valleys between sides, but not over yet. Alpha team, job's not done. They have to get that final round. Open area and off the open area and dining will be their site of choice. Can they lock it out right here, right now, Gibby? The Monty ban will have a massive impact on the viability of the offense that Vasco want to bring here. Think it's a little bit too much to deal with?
It is a very winnable site for Vasco, but you got to be perfect from this point on. You got to win 4 rounds in a row just to force overtime. But I'm not going to lie, I'm still thrown by the chair on the bed. Why is the chair on the bed? Like, surely the chair would have been on the floor, right? At some point, that chair was on the floor, and Martin.
It's on the bed now.
Martin just went, no, this belongs on the bed. This is where I'm going to put that chair.
Because it does. But Gibby, are you going to question it? Martin's winning. He's going to win the opening game in that Latam South at this stage. So, chair bed overpowered, it seems.
I'm a try.
Interesting. Gives actually interesting stat line. Just been pumped through to me here. Martin has never lost a game with a chair on his bed. So, just saying.
Has any player ever lost a game with a chair on their bed?
I cannot confirm that. But Martin has never lost a game with a chair on his bed. So, unfortunately for that one.
Does the chair stay there when he goes to bed?
I don't know.
Does he sit down in bed?
These are questions that I think you need to get to the bottom of. You better
ask him.
So, of course, it's going to be open area for this, what could be our very final round here for Latam South today. An Alpha team in control. Lineup-wise, again, it's nothing too unique for me, either of these teams being brought out. The Azami is going to be a massive nuisance. Martin has been unlocked and will bring that Boss G ACOG lurking upstairs inside of stock. The big thing for me about this is, of course, that Vigil. You can just be very difficult to detect that precise positioning, as well as the little worrying effect. Oh, Martin tries to peek through a small opening on that window. Unfortunately, doesn't get the option. Dokkaebi call goes out, and he might be very vulnerable here. Tries to answer that, but be patient with it. Just misses that chance. Find the pick onto Luca.
And Luca will make a lot of noise, and Martin will take advantage of it. Down goes Luca. And you can see the silhouette on rappel by the window, but all that could have been avoided. The phone was rang and the window was open. Surely you got that audio cue while Martin was answering the call. It was actually me texting him, asking him why the chair was on the bed, and he was like, I don't got time to answer. Martin will get into a fight, takes a ton of damage, but he's still alive. Nitro will get the kill. 4 versus 4. They've cleared the roamer, but there's 2 minutes gone, and you've lost a player off the back of it. Whip it. 50 seconds left for Vasco Esports to try to keep this game alive.
It might just be a little bit too late to save this round, it feels. Nitro, massive individual performance for his side. Really been there when it counts. Just haven't been able to convert that ability into picks or into rounds just yet. Try and creep around the map. Alpha team, this is the improvement that we've seen from stage 1 to 2. Nice and mature, not overextending. Keeping themselves patient, reserved, waiting, being very mindful of what they do. And it's 15 seconds. One player spotted out, but a massive shot there. Slater finds it. Looks for a second. Gets it with the deagle. And this round surely is done. This case might go down. Pulled up the final moment. Nitro might save the round. Nitro is on one here, but no! Time is the enemy. And Alpha team get the job done. Ragnar's pumped up and hyped. And Martin is there yet again, showing his normal energy. But Alpha team out of the gate swinging here in stage 2. Get themselves a regulation victory. Thanks to round difference, I believe they'll find themselves at the top of the table for Latam South.
That's the Latam that I came here for. Regulation win. Only a few rounds for the team that losses. We are so back. And Alpha team, they are here. Look, honestly, Alpha team looked so good. Martin picked up with his form from the last stage, but there will be tougher tasks ahead. But Corbeck, tell me this. Do you have a chair on your bed?
I don't. It's not. My mic's not dead. I just don't know how to respond to that. To be honest, I do not. I do not have a chair on my bed. I believe that would be unsafe. Not probably any more unsafe than some of the entries that Vasco was trying, but distinctly unsafe. I mean, looking at this match, Gibson, right? I don't know what I expected, but I will be honest with you. I do not think I expected Alpha Team to look as good as they did. I mean, what was making the motor hum for them there?
I don't know. I think they just built off what was working for them in stage 1. Gas Pro definitely looks like he's, much better suited to being a player. And Martin is just a difference maker. Like, I genuinely could watch Martin play. I said it earlier on. I think he is one of the players that could move to other regions and have a big impact. Whatever it is, Martin has it. And just so you know, I did message him to find out why the chair's on the bed. And if he messages me back before we're off screen, I'll let you know.
I love that from you, Gibby. Of course, that might be... Maybe that's why Shaiko's so good. But, I mean... The big thing for me about this is we saw Vasco, I think, look disjointed in this matchup compared to what we saw. Again, we talked a lot about the departure of Dante. Obviously, there's other factors to this. Nitro played an exceptional game, was able to almost dig this team out of very difficult spots time and time again. But for Alpha, it looks to me that over the summer break, they've took their time to evaluate what they want to do as a team and the kind of mindset they want to bring. They look very mature, very reserved, and I think they have that ability to turn on aggression, let Martin play aggressive and play freely. They also have the control to say it's time to fall back to site and play reserved. It's how they were able to be kind of so aggressive, so fast-paced, and slow things down at the end, which caused an upset for Vasco. They couldn't really figure that rhythm out, and I think that's going to be a very key factor as we move on to the later point of the stage. But Alpha, I think right now, after that result, they might be the scariest team in South so far.
That actually might be a fair assessment. I mean, just based on what we've seen today, we saw some close matches. Alpha Team felt like the first team that was really able to kind of put some distance between themselves and their opponents and, just clinical application of aggression and what have you. Gibson, if you're looking at this from Vasco's perspective, right, you had a really, really good run. Yes, you lost Dante. You brought in Nacho. Nacho did fine. I don't think he was really the problem there. I mean, what are you telling your team after play day 1? I don't think it's early to, it's too early to panic. Let's not say that. But what are you telling them?
I think that to trust the process. They've clearly, having lost Dante, decided that they've changed their identity as a team. They don't play the same way at all. They don't play as aggressive at those points of entry. They don't take as many risks as maybe the old Vasco did because they had a special player who could win gunfights that he just shouldn't win. So they're going to play with a little bit more structure this year. You're going to lose the first game against a very good Alpha team. The main thing for them now is to trust that process. If that's what you want to do going forward, just keep working on it, keep developing it. If you put in the work, results will come. It is sad to not see the Vasco that we had last stage, but as I said, they've lost a special player.
They have. It's a tough one for them going into this, but it's only the first play day for them, and I touched on it in the previous matchup with 7 Recks. You're going to learn a lot from this defeat, and for Vasco, this is the real test for them going into it. It's a new look roster, clearly a new identity, new ideas behind it, and it's all well and good in scrims and other competitions, but when you get to Latam League, when you get to when it all counts, that's the biggest test. And so far, they're going to see the cracks, and hopefully by the time we get to the play day later on this week, or even next week, they can fix those and look like the Vasco that we know from stage 1.
I gotta interrupt the broadcast. Martin has got back to me. So he put the chair he put the chair on the bed mid-game because it broke in the middle of the match. He was sitting on the chair and it broke, and he had bought a new chair yesterday, so he replaced it. So that's why the chair was on the bed. So
in between rounds, what was he doing? He's remodeling his room.
He sent me like 5 photos.
He sent you photos.
He's sending me photos of the bed on the chair on the bed.
Of his boudoir, no
and
less.
And his new chair, by
in.
the way. I'm about it. Martin is one of my favorite people in Latam.
Well, he's gonna be a happy guy after that match. New chair, new look for the team. Big win there to start us off. And there are results from Latam South today. I mean, I'll be honest with you, Whippet, those first two games, I think a lot closer than any of us were expecting. And of course, Alpha Team coming out big. A day of surprises here for Playday 1 of Latam.
Certainly was. You know, I was going into this thinking that we're going to see Knights have a very dominant display against Maycam Evolve. It would have checked from the form we've seen in Stage 1. Maycam Evolve made massive steps up in this summer break with a brand new look roster. Knights, shaky on this opening playday, not what I would have expected. But to me, the game that kind of stole my heart a little bit was 7 Recks. I didn't know what to expect coming into this team. I obviously knew they had a victory over Alpha during the qualifiers. They had a massive showing against Malvinas, and again, I'll give Malvinas a roses, a massive step up from Stage 1. And I think that's a storyline for a lot of these teams, except for Vasco. I feel like they've took a few steps backwards, at least after our first play day. And they have a lot to learn, a lot to get back up to speed with. But Alpha looked amazing in that matchup. And I think we're in for a very exciting Latam South.
Yeah, I think we are. I mean, if we take a look at the standings here after day 1, obviously there's not too much we can intuit just from this one day here, Gibson. But Alpha Team at the top, I mean, they're definitely putting themselves out ahead and giving 7 Recks a little bit of credit there too for their position.
Yeah, well, if you're an Alpha Team fan, you're saying stop the count. You know, finish Latam South now, get into the playoffs. But I think the main thing for me was we've seen a lot of improvements from teams, right? I think Maycam Evolve look like they've come on a long way based on what we saw last stage. Again, it's a very small sample size we have with just one game being played. Malvinas look better. Vasco don't look the same, but again, it's a process. They will improve as things go on. But if you're a Latam South purist and you're a Latam South fan, you've got a big bad to cheer against now. You want to go against 7 Recks. You want to go against those Brazilians. But damn, those Brazilians did look good.
You got an import team. You looked at 6 Karma, you know, or your Revan, and you're like, we need that down here in the South. And lo and behold, the Siege ecosystem delivered. But that's going to be all here from Latam South. Thank you so much, Gibson and Whippet, for joining us. We look forward to see you guys again on Wednesday. We're going to be transitioning to Latam North, and that means we're going to have 2 new casters. It's Jays, Wills, and Flynn joining us here for some exciting games right after this.
It's total calamity, total mayhem inside of the server. Out of nowhere, they find the round back into their favor.
Holding up for the blood, the wave!
And I think he might just find it!
Hello viewers and welcome back here to Stage 2 Latam North Day 1. Excited to jump into these three matches here at the top of the day. I am Corback and alongside me are two fresh but familiar faces. Welcome Jays, Wills, and Flynn. Happy to have you both back on the cast with me here for another exciting segment of Latam North. Now, last year, Latam North felt more like the competitive side of things in Latam. However, we just saw Latam South, you know, they were pretty competitive down there as well. Jays, do you think it's going to change a little bit up here now at the top?
It's a great question. It's a great question. And we know Latam likes to shake things up a little bit. We know, at least in terms of the rosters, things got absolutely wild. But hey, like you said, it was a Southern team, Southern League last stage that was very close, very competitive, and we saw blowout after blowout after blowout in the North. Looking at these teams and this kind of spread that we've got in front of us, I'm looking at 6 teams, well, maybe 4 teams, and I really have no idea what's going on. Now, in our 2 open qual teams that kind of came in with TSG, True Synergy, and Lus Empire, those are a bit more unknown quantities, but we know they're going to be fighting an uphill battle. But I do like what we're seeing at the top. I do think competitive parity is what we've got ahead of us here.
Yeah, I hope to see some competitive parity too, and we've gotten a preview here, Flynn, of how some of these teams play, at least kind of against some of the sort of second string North American teams. We talk about Element 3, where we got to see, I think it was 6 Karma, Team Cruelty, and Cintragra Esports play. It wasn't a particularly good run for 2 of them, but 6 Karma looked quite good, Flynn.
Yeah, it was a little in stark contrast to what we saw to them in the playoffs for Stage 1 for Latam, which was a 6 Karma team that we were a little undecided on heading into deciders, into playoffs, and then they kind of fell flat. And yeah, that was kind of the end of the stage for a lot of them. Roster changes in the offseason for 6 Karma. Roster changes for just about everybody. So even from Element 3 to now, there have been roster changes with the expansive off-season transfer window that was at the disposal for all of these teams. A lot of changes got made with the anticipation that, okay, if Cruelty is the bar that we need to clear, then we need to improve. Whether that's through roster changes or strategic improvement, there was a step up that was required if any of these teams were going to overcome Cruelty for that #1 spot.
The great thing about Element 3 in the offseason is, as Flynn said, right, you've got an opportunity to see some of these rosters kind of perform in the offseason. They get a chance to practice. We get a chance to see how those roster moves are working out. Is their chemistry improving? Are they actually building a new roster? The problem is we have seen a lot of shifts, even as recently as Element 3, as recently as this month, in every single team in this region. In every single team in the North, at least one player has been changed. In some cases, 2, 3, or 4. We see so many different roster moves that there's only so much we can glean, even though that competition was just a few months ago. It's helpful, but man, we still have a lot to learn about some of these new faces.
And kind of as a follow-up to the E3 experience and thinking of Manchester as well here, Jonah, obviously Team Cruelty, Flynn, you said it was the bar to clear, but Jonah, Team Cruelty doesn't really clear anything when they get to these international competitions. And I mean, it's something that we're probably going to hone in on a little bit later when we get to their actual match. But why is it that Team Cruelty, looks so good on paper, yet can never really seem to exceed despite coming out of Latam hot?
The problem, I think, is just that in the past, Latam has not had the most success internationally as a region. It's something that we've been pulling for and hoping for every single stage, every single major. Every time we see an international event come around, we are just waiting for that LATAM team to come up and just shock the world. Has it happened yet? No. We want to see it, and we're eager to see it, but again, it's just going to come down to, is one of these teams going to be able to just absolutely go pedal to the metal, come out of the region with all that momentum, and go into those international events and have some success? I think, unfortunately, the most success a LATAM team, at least in the past few years, has had was Revan.
Yeah.
Not really a LATAM team, in a completely different form than we see Revan now. They got at least to the second phase of, I believe it was the Copenhagen Major in 2023. They didn't get any further than that. We got to see an improvement on that. Feels like a matter of time. One of these days, one of these teams will step up.
Yeah, I definitely thought that with Cruelty, the way they performed in the regional leagues, in the playoffs especially their game, the finals against Vasco, that was a nail-biter, that was a barn burner, and they prevailed. And I honestly had a lot of hopes for Cruelty heading into Manchester, simply based off of the firepower, simply based off of this team's ability to take gunfights and win them and be explosive in rounds. Unfortunately, the wins didn't come, and really the explosive firepower wasn't as present as it was regionally. So, that's one hurdle that they're looking to overcome, and they're definitely trying to address that with the roster changes that they made in the offseason.
Yeah, I mean, if anything, that firepower for Team Cruelty should be stronger here in Stage 2. They picked up Dante. We'll talk about that probably when we get to their game. But for now, we're going to go to a quick break. We'll be back with all the Latam North action right after that. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, here to Latam Stage 2. It's day 1 in the North, and unfortunately, it starts off with a bit of a hiccup here. 6K and Revan were scheduled to play here as our first game, but unfortunately, there was a major technical issue with the server between those two teams, so the admins are currently hoping that they will get to play later today in what would have been Game 6, but for now, we're just going to move on to what would have been Game 2. So up next here on the channel, you're going to see Lus Empire versus Cintragra Esports. I'm Corbeck, alongside me, of course, Flynn and Jonah, as we get ready to dive into this one. Two teams with something to prove here, but obviously, Jonah, Lus Empire, the new name here, it's orgless, but they finally found an org.
Yes, they did, and Lus Empire is that org. As you mentioned, playing in the entirety of Stage 1 as quote-unquote orgless. Unfortunately, not the strongest showing from them. They won a single game, 9 losses, and really are just looking to have a much better time all around. Now, thankfully, you can't really do much worse than they did in Stage 1. They bring in Aphex to the rest of this core, putting After and Jesus aside. They've got a good formula here. They've been grinding in the offseason. You know they've got it in them, but we got to see what they have to offer right away in order to avoid a repeat of Stage 1.
Yeah, it was a rough stage for them. Obviously, they're looking to do better against their opponents here tonight. Cintragra Esports are going to be who they're matched up against. And Flynn, Cintragra, one of those teams that feels like they perpetually sort of underperform. We saw them in E3. They didn't do particularly spectacular there. Do you think the changes that they made to the roster might help them out in this stage of Latam North?
That is an excellent question, and to be honest, no clue, because some of these players that they brought in, Situff and Coffin, we have no Wikipedia pages on them. These are complete unknowns. Physics, you might remember, stood in. He was the former coach of this roster. He stood in, and I don't remember if it was a 4K or an ace on round number 1 on Cafe, but I do remember getting very hyped for Physics' round on Cafe. So, and there was also talk as well, I can't remember who mentioned it either on Reddit or in the Twitch chat during that game, that apparently Physics was playing in some staff 10-mans, and he was nasty. This is all circumstantial hearsay, but hey, I mean, from what we've seen from Physics on one game day and from anecdotal people talking about him, he seems to be pretty good. The other two, no clue. So we'll see if this overhaul for CNE results in, performance that'll trend them towards a playoff spot.
You're right. It's a matter of who are these guys now? Because even though it's the same name, Cintragra, it is 3 different people. The entire roster has basically fundamentally changed. As Flynn said, right? It's Physics, former coach, now full-time player. It's 2 guys who we literally have no idea where they came from or what they're capable of or what they've played before. They could be picking up the game for the very first time for all we know. Obviously, that is likely not the case in Coffin and Situff, but we got to see what they're capable of, and there's no better time than week 1, day 1 to show that.
Yeah, it's the proving ground, and let's find out what map they'll be proving themselves on here today. Clubhouse Consulate, some of the big names going off there early. Flynn, nothing too surprising. Skyscraper gone as well. That was kind of a perennial favorite last stage.
Yeah, we saw a lot of Skyscraper last stage. We're starting the stage off with a theme, though. We are going to bank again. So if you have just tuned in for the Latam North games and you were not present for the last Latam South games, we've had a lot of bank today. Looks like that trend will continue, at least for this game, as we move over into the Latam North games. Listen, bank, if you go all the way back into the eons of prehistoric ages when Latam technically included Brazil, bank was a favorite for the region, and bank kind of slowly drifted away from everyone's favoritism, got dropped out of the comp pool for a while, and then came back. And it seems like it took a little while for everyone to find their footing on the map, but it's a very large map, it's a very deep map. You know, this is in stark contrast to what we've seen in leagues like EUL or NAL, where we've seen a lot of clubhouse, we've seen a lot of static maps that are just kind of play your defaults and go from there and win your gunfights. Bank has a lot more depth to it, so I'm excited to see both of these teams on a map that requires a lot of strategy, a lot of thinking, and a lot of firepower.
Bank really fits well into the overall energy, the overall play style of this LATAM region. As Flynn, as you mentioned, right, that free-flowing, a little more depth, not quite as static of a map. Bank is one of these maps that we see regularly go 3-3 attacker-defender sided. It's not an overwhelmingly defender or attacker sided map. If anything, I think historically it's slightly leaned attacker sided, which is perfect, which is the exact kind of place you want to start the stage. Yes, maybe you don't want to see the same map 3-4 times in a row, but at least you're getting a very quick understanding of every single team, their capabilities on the very same map. And even though it may not be the most entertaining thing to watch the same map repeatedly, there is no better way, no better sample size, everyone on the same map. There's your control group. You're getting a baseline measure right away on what these teams are capable of and what they can do on the very same map.
Well, Bank will be the proving ground here for Lus Empire and Cintragra Esports. Just as a reminder, folks, that Revan 6K game pushed back due to technical issues may be played at the end of the day. But for now, Jays Wills and Flynn, enjoy some Bank.
We will. As always, thank you, Corbeck. Good to be back on the Latam desk with you. And I'm sure we'll see a good bit more of you later as we return for the post show. But for now, Flynn, well, we've been waiting for it here. The first matchup here in the North. It is Lus Empire and Cintragra Esports. One org we're familiar with. We've seen them for years now. The other, a team looking to prove themselves and, frankly, redeem themselves after a tough performance in Stage 1.
Yeah, I think, this is kind of, it's a clean slate for both of these teams. I mean, we saw this last year in LATAM when 2 Latin American teams went to each major. We had 4 different teams attend 2 different majors, and nobody got an SI spot based off of that. Right now, the only real way, again, to qualify for SI out of LATAM would be Cruelty, returning to the major for a second time this year, heading to Montreal and stacking some more SI points, and hopefully with a little bit of a better performance to try and shore up that positioning. Everyone else, I mean, unless you go on some miraculous run in Montreal, something Beast Coast-esque, we're probably not going to see you come February. So this is an opportunity for everyone to kind of reset the slate. You've had the summer off, maybe you've been playing in Element 3, maybe you haven't. And this is an opportunity to kind of reset and refocus on what the future of this team looks like, what the future of this region looks like. Because we've seen the overhauls happening in the offseason in terms of rosters, and we're looking to see who's going to click the fastest, who's going to be able to synergize the best with new teammates and new strategies and a slightly new map pool. Obviously, we've dropped Oregon, we've brought Lair into the fold. I'm not expecting to see Lair too early on just because of the chaos of the roster shuffle. You don't really want to be introducing a new map and 2 new players to your team at the same time on game day. It could be a little too much to try and overcome. But I think for all of these teams that did not make it to those playoff positions and all those teams that did not make it to the major specifically in LATAM, it's an opportunity to wipe the slate clean and start over fresh. Give yourself a bit of a head start heading into next year.
Well, right away, seeing exactly how the approach these teams want to take is and what we're looking to do on Bank with our operator bands. The Habana, interestingly enough, but the IQ, that's the one to really catch our eye here as the second attacker band. Not something we see very often, given that she is not more commonly played in terms of our operator selection, but someone that, well, you'll no longer have on the attacking side to help you deal with a lot of those gadgets and gizmos that those defenders are going to bring.
Rounding out the bands, we got the Kaid taken off the board, so a lot of hatch control operators being taken away from the availability of both teams. The Hibana being taken out, the Kaid taken out, one more defender to take out of play, and that'll be the Valkyrie, which pairs quite nicely with the IQ band. So we're going back and forth in the operator bands, but it's Lus Empire starting on the defense, and like you talked about, Jonah, splits on this map in Stage 1. Very close, very close. Globally, you could go region to region to be some slight variance, but for the most part, globally, this map was almost 50-50. Good proving ground for both of these teams to start on, and a good setup for both of these teams to start with. We're going to be heading downstairs to lockers and CCTV, if I can remember any of the Spanish that I have attempted to learn in the last 12 months is casting LATAM. And I think right now for Lus Empire, again, this is a team, we talked about it in the pregame, 1 win, 9 losses. There's really nowhere to go but up. I mean, this is a team that you could do the bare minimum, honestly, and it will be seen as an improvement from last stage. I think coming in with a coach is also interesting. You know, this is a team of the core 4 who have stuck around. This is a team that's flashed some potential every now and again, but didn't seem very organized and didn't seem like they had their best foot forward in every single game. And there was also a Spider-Man mask that had made an appearance. So I'm looking to see just a more serious and a more competitive team coming out from Lus Empire. And yeah, for CNE, it's a complete roster overhaul. We will see what this team has to bring. You got your coach coming out of the coaching position and into a player role. We'll see how that helps with getting people on the same page and getting people to organize for each other on attacks and defenses for clears.
Well, I think a little bit more about that coach for Lus Empire. Coach Velocity from the UK, funny enough. You have a full Mexican roster with a British coach coming in to shake things up. Velocity, a coach and a caster in the T2, T3 space in EU. Now, here in the Latam region, working with this Lus Empire team to see what they can bring to the table. As you said, no doubt going to be an improvement. It's only up from here for Lus Empire, formerly Orglis, but they will start things off here in round number 1. Not exactly in the upper hand. You're going to lose unfixed right off the bat here, so you're not going to have that full 5-man defense when it comes down to going up against this 5-man attack from CNE. They're going to have to deal with the Monty. You see that here coming in from Flacco, so you'll have to worry about that, as well, quite a bit of pressure now being applied here to open area. It's Faxi who deals with it next, able to shut down Physics, though, as he tried to bite off a little more than he could chew.
The roaming smoke. He's able to trade out a pick, but does not last very long and doesn't get to utilize any of his utility. Now the Montaigne on the server push, the top control, it's alleviated by CNE on the attack. They're able to trade things out. They don't have to worry about popping CC Hatch. Now, when they have the Montaigne, they can push straight on through. Goyo canisters to contend with, and it is Flacco carrying the diffuser at the moment, but a strong man advantage here. The Yokai drones and the Evil Eyes, the last real stand to try and stall a plant out, and the swing from Red Hall goes nowhere. Coffin 3 kills on the round now with the R4C, and now it's just Aphex alone. Bring in the Yokai. We'll stall out the plant momentarily, but his hatches have been opened up, so he has even less mobility now. The push in, hitting the backside of Flacco, but the plant will be completed. It's only 10 HP who's able to take off of the Montaigne, and Gladius will wrap it up from inside a server. It's Lus Empire starting off with a loss downstairs.
Well, good to see Gladius there in the end, closing it out on the Thermite, and good to see Gladius just back on this Cintragra roster. He played for NXT in Stage 1. Not the most success there. Overall, a 7th place finish under the NXT banner. But for pretty much all of 2023, Gladius played under the Cintragra banner and played with a much different core. And, obviously had some mixed results, but had a good bit of time on this team. Generally played that support, and we saw him in that role again here on the Thermite. We'll expect to see him in a similar position all game long. Closing that one out with a kill there and giving CNE their very first attacking win. Good to pick one up on the basement site. Generally a more difficult site to attack, a much easier site to defend, and it's the same very reason why Lus Empire are going to head back there and reattempt this site for a second time.
Okay, we're 1 round in a prep phase deep. I don't want to overreact too much. I will say the roaming smoke was a choice. Looks like we've got it again, this time with Faxi, although he is retreating now. Might have just been shooting drones. The Cav coming out from Aphex, also a choice. Now, playing differently does not necessarily mean that you're not being serious, but at the same time, the Caveira play, it's very hit or miss. It's very boom or bust, should you say. I think right now, unless Siddup isn't going to drone CEO, this could work out. The Louison comes out and drops it up to 45 HP. He gets down by the Louison. I was talking trash about it, but the interrogation does get pulled off by Aphex, making me eat my words. Siddup gets interrogated after not enough prep droning gone on for CNE. They get the interrogation. We know who the last remaining 4 operators are on the attacking side. We get the opening pick, and we get to stall CNE on their clear.
Unreal. An unreal start to round 2. And look at this. It is Ronnie who steps up next. He pops right up and takes care of Gladius. So much for the Thermite. You now have Flacco, Physics, and Coffin, the only 3 left to contend with on the attack. But this defense is clearly feeling good, clearly feeling comfortable. And oh my goodness, an interrogation from Aphex, who is still lurking around, refusing to be forced out. Positioned here in the main lobby, just in the office. He'll open the wall and look for the feet of the Monty here. That's Flacco on the other side. He'll loop around. Aphex knows this is not the best situation for him. Almost came out on top. 3 HP left on the Monty, who eventually prevails. But disaster strikes early for CNE as they lose the opening man to an interrogation. And now with a Monty on 3 HP, have to try to pick up the pieces against 4. An uphill battle for the rest of this round, to say the least, especially considering that all 4 defenders are full HP, are comfortable, and are going to sit back and wait.
Well, the amount of utility they've got as well. We saw the Twitch drone in the middle of the bomb site, and looks like it's still sitting there for Coffin. He's got yokai drones to worry about. He was able to pop a few Goyo canisters, but there's Evil Eyes in the middle of CCTV. This is a bit of a nightmare of a setup to try and work your way through with 40 seconds, and the man who's supposed to take the brunt of that impact is Flacco. He's on 3 HP because of that engagement, spotting out the Evil Eye, but nothing he can do. Unfixed will drop Physics as well, and Flacco has been down, presumably by the smoke. The drop down the hatch out of desperation from Coffin will net him 2 kills, being zapped by the Evil Eye, so he's got a 1v1 in terms of guns right now, as the Maestro is on the Evil Eyes, but Ronnie will head topside and wrap it up from above. It is Lus Empire then bouncing back on a CC defense.
Well, we saw a little glimpse of what Coffin might just be capable of there at the end, getting a little crazy, trying to pull something off. Coffin, one of the 2 unknowns on this CNE roster right now. He and Siduf, total unknowns coming into this. Do not have much information on their background, but clearly Coffin comfortable with the DMR in his hands, trying to make a little bit of a clutch happen. But unfortunately for CNE, that one was over before it could really get started. It obviously began with the interrogation at the very beginning of that round, and they just could not get out of the hole they dug themselves in. We saw Ronnie, who got the follow-up, and then again, yes, they took care of Aphex. They got the kill here in this duel that you see with the Monty, but it really just did not matter at the end of the day. It was Coffin against the world, and even though he hit 2 nice shots, there was only so much he could pull off. So it ended up working out for Lus Empire. They go back to the basement site, and they come out on top. So now they have to look to a new site, and they will do that by heading all the way upstairs.
Yeah, CO defense comes out, and we've done away with our heavy intel operators on the defensive side, dropping the Echo, dropping the Maestro. Bring out the Azami, the Castle, the Malusi. We want to make it a swamp of soft destruction to try and work through, which is probably a good idea. It also cuts off a lot of the long angles being held from the attackers trying to push towards this bomb site. Now Aphex is going to get a little aggressive towards the stock double windows up behind his keep barricade. Knows that this will be the ingress point for CNE, and for this defense, Lus Empire for the most part has stayed pretty static in terms of holding on to the objective itself. We've seen downstairs 1 roamer at a time, but not being supported by the rest of the team. It isn't a complete hold off the bomb site. It's 1 man on an island trying to do the best he can.
A lot of utility in his face, that's for sure. An island, yes, but well protected at least by that utility. We'll see Cintragra turn their attention to that position now. Gladius, he'll be the first one to step up, and he just gets domed. No more buck here. Breaching rounds come in for the Ash. That deals with those 2 keep barriers, but he still has more in pocket. Another one pops up. Another one regenerating. Ronnie, he gets 1. There's Aphex. Good crossfire. He takes care of the Blitz, who is running in alone. Physics and Coffin now. Only 2 left. Coffin now downed and finished by the very man on the island that Flynn, you mentioned at the very start of this round. He's been the one thing standing between Cintragra and a successful attack here in round 3, and it's going to end pretty much just like that. It's Physics against the world now. Still has not taken care of Aphex in the stock position.
No, we're on the verge of a flawless here, actually, as Owen got downed by the blitz inside a janitor, but they were able to revive him, so this is technically a flawless round. Ronnie finishes it off as just about everyone for Lus Empire swinging to try and clean up physics for the final kill, and Lus Empire, a roaming smoke in round number 1, and site defenders getting picked off very early on. It looked troublesome, but that is 2 rounds in a row now for Lus Empire that have fared much better for them off the bomb site, and on the bomb site, everybody has remained extremely stable. I'm very impressed with what we've seen in terms of the turnaround here for Lus Empire. For CNE, we're getting ahead of ourselves a little bit on entries. We are missing a few key pre-place drones in the prep phase. We just don't have enough information. We're getting caught off guard, whether it be a Caveira hiding in CEO or whether it be an Azami playing inside of stock. There are certain members for Lus Empire that are popping out of the woodwork and catching CNE off guard in ways that are a little careless. And right now for CNE, the preparation early round does need to be a little bit better. And I think right now for Lus Empire, getting a clean sweep of defensive objectives and maintaining at the very least, if you get this 3rd round, you secure a tie heading into the side swap, you're probably feeling very good about yourself. And there weren't too many times in stage number 1 when this roster, previously Orgless, there weren't too many times where we could say they're feeling pretty good about themselves heading into the side swap. There were a lot of early portions of their games last stage that did not fare very well. 3 rounds in, it's still early days, but I'm pretty impressed with what we've seen from Lus Empire.
Impressed specifically with what we've seen from Aphex so far. We highlighted the Cav play that was obviously a flashy way to kick off round 2, and then we just saw it there, an absolute performance of all performances in stock on an island, all on his own. Round 3, really doing all the work there for Lus Empire. He was the big unknown coming into this. Of course, the one addition to the Orgless roster from stage 1, and already, at least through these first 2 rounds, delivering in terms of those kills. So we'll see how he's able to keep that up. Right now, just as an one-man army, you see him doing it again, really able to slow down this CNE attack, really put them in a bind. He's trying to do the very same thing here, utilizing those Kiba barriers to create those choke points to force that attack into awkward positions.
Bit of a role swap coming out from CNE and a different approach for the push top floor. We've got a lot more people grouping up together, trying to play a buddy system top floor on the clear, and it is working out pretty well for them, keeping themselves alive. But also Physics getting off of the breach and onto the flank control of Gridlock. It's going to pass that breach off to Sitoff. So now the opportunity exists for people to get into positions and roles that they might be a little more comfortable with. Aphex, is going to be ripping impacts into the ceiling, try and contend with all the soft destruction that is being brought by CNE on the clear. Skeleton Key, the boogie drones, and with the floor opened up above him, Flacco will connect them to Aphex. So that is the Archives roam taken care of now. Ronnie taking a little bit of damage as well as the pushes in towards the bomb site is getting closer and closer for CNE. It's a much better response on the initial portion of the clear, but as the time ticks down, they're going to have to work their way into the bomb site itself. Coffin just narrowly missing out on the spot of Ronnie as he descends down the marble stairs to safety, but he is only on 10 HP and is going to have to back off away from his teammates on the objective.
You hear the phone call coming out. CNE, they've got some information here to work with. They've got Ronnie nice and low. They've dealt with Aphex. Now it's just about making this push. The first drop comes in, the flashes as well. You see the pings, Lus Empire, they know what's going on, but can they stop it? The spray through the cubicles will not find it, and Sitoff is still alive. Good coverage from Coffin, good coverage from Physics, 2 big kills for CNE. Sitoff gets his. It's just one man left with a diffuser on the ground. What an execute here from Cintragra, and it is a flawless round in response to a flawless from Lycus. What a way to turn things around. CNE, they're on the board again.
Yeah, a flawless round in response to a flawless round. We're trading blows back and forth here. Honestly, again, like I said, prepping that, for Lus Empire, not as much roaming potential upstairs. It was really just Aphex over towards Archives and Tellers. And for CNE, while it wasn't so much information-oriented, it was a better clear in terms of their entry to the building simply because they were stacking. There were people in the same area code as one another to at least facilitate a trade should someone come and surprise them on their entry into the building. Good setup upstairs, a lot of soft destruction. You've got the gridlock, the buck, the ram, so much work being done to rip up the floorboards to make sure that everyone off the bomb site felt very uncomfortable about their position. Aphex, he did his best, but even as the Azami, wasn't able to withstand the barrage of attack coming from above him. So it forces Lus Empire back downstairs and towards CCTV, and like I said though, 2 defensive rounds, you're feeling good about getting one more, even if you're tied up 3-3 at the half. It's a better position than you've been in the past, and for Lus Empire, you got to feel pretty good about the way you've been able to fight back. There were a lot of one-sided rounds and a lot of one-sided halves last stage, and improvement is the name of the game here, especially when you're playing against a team like CNE that you will be projected to be fighting in the standings, should a lot of the standings remain the same from stage number 1. Aphex didn't go for the run out here and catch Coffin off guard and give him a little bit of business, and as he's doing so is going to sacrifice 94% of his health. Turning on the ERC scanner or the disruptor inside of the mini office, he will get caught as Flacco will have the trade. So Coffin gets picked up top square, and there's a little bit of talking going back and forth, but at the end of it, it's a Vigil traded out for an Ash. Those mirror windows, they're looking to stand the test of time a little bit longer because of that opening pick.
Fantastic start for Lus Empire, and another strong start for Aphex. Talk about contributing and getting big kills. Another example of a very smart choice at a very smart time. We do not have a running kill count on this overlay right now. However, the observer has set this up, so we don't know the exact number, but we can tell you that Aphex right now putting up very good numbers. We saw that from his triple kill in round 2, or rather round 3. We saw the interrogation, and you're seeing those kills again. Not just about the numbers, though. It's also about the timing, the impact each of those frags is happening, and as you said, Flynn, the impact of that one against the Ash, very good kill to slow down Cintragra and all the destruction that they need to do to get a successful attack done on this bomb site. As we cross that 90-second mark and look to the second half of this round, this is where they're really going to feel that sting. You've got a lot of utility to burn through. You've got a lot of utility in your way, especially of that execute over on that CCTV side. The surprising element here, the one thing that CNE may just have going for them, it could be someone like Physics going for a drop in the vault, trying to surprise this team from behind.
Grimbees, the smokes, we drop into the bomb site with the diffuser. Sidduff getting the plant down right on top of the A chassis, being smoked out and taking damage, but he is going to stick it and he will perish at the hands of the toxic babe. Flacco will now push his way into the bomb site to recover the diffuser, prone behind the desk, continuously being gassed out. And now this is a trouble spot for Flacco to be in, as he doesn't have the support he would like in this position. Gladius, though, has the cover from up above on the CCTV hatch, re-engaging on the plant, and this is going to force Owens to go for the push with Ronnie towards the CC door. The coverage is good from up top from Gladius. Physics with another, but the diffuser was dropped as Flacco was downed. Unfixed gets another pick. He's technically got a 1v1, but the res is successful. The peek from the CC hallway. Unfixed is on 13 HP, trying to whip out an impact, and Gladius, the coverage man, has to do it all, but he will drop into the bomb site and secure CNE the round.
Well, I said it was good to see Gladius back under the Cintragra banner, and well, you bet your ass that CNE, they are happy to have him back in a round like that. Talk about a performance to remember from Gladius. He just clutched up in the biggest way. Great coverage from the hatch above. When he dropped down, he got the job done there too. We're seeing the replay of a different round here, so don't get overly confused by that, but just remember that Gladius on the hatch, his coverage and his drop is what defined it, and that is what allowed CNE to take that win. Great adaptability by the team as a whole to drop down, go for the defuse a second time. Really done a nice job there of not letting the pressure get to them. You had somebody die by the smoke. You had pretty good coverage being applied by the Lus Empire defense, but they just kept forcing it. They did not give up. They kept the pressure on, and eventually they found an opening to get that diffuser down, and Gladius found his opening to absolutely pop off.
Well, I think the big thing on that round as we enter the last round of the first half here was the desperation and kind of the read mid-round that CNE had to make. See, the operators they brought were more in response to that first intel-heavy lineup that Lus Empire were bringing downstairs. You know, the Echo and the Maestro. So much intel and so much camera work to be able to dissuade anyone from entering into the bomb site and getting a plant down. The Brava was brought, the Nook was brought, and yet we didn't see either of those operators, the Echo or the Maestro, in the previous round. So CNE having to adapt on the fly to a suboptimal operator lineup, and they still get it done with the Grim Bees and the smokes from the Brava, the drop-in for the plant, and Gladius had to do a lot of heavy lifting on his coverage, but it was successful, and that is going to force Lus Empire away from attempting downstairs. They did lose the first time they attempted it and ran it back. Were much more successful the second time around. Third time doesn't go very well, so they will return topside, where they also had a flawless round. It won't be flawless this time around, though, as Coffin, I think that's 8 on the map so far for him, certainly stepping up in his debut. Gets the opener onto Ronnie, and again, that's a smoke perishing very early for Lus Empire, not getting full usage out of that utility.
It's a tough loss here for this defense. We saw it in round 1, and we see it here again in round 6, just when they're looking to tie up the scoreline. Heading into that second half, you lose Ronnie here. It is a tough blow. We just saw in that last round how important the smoke was in slowing down this attack, and clearly now, CNE, they are powered up, moving in, securing another kill against Faxi, and really just looking to execute on this site before it seems Lus Empire are ready to stop it. That's another kill. This one for Coffin onto Owens. Okay, Aphex is able to stop the plant there, pick up the kill onto Sitov as well. But still, CNE, 3v2, they should have this here.
Should have it, but this could be the Aphex Show 3 now. Camping in behind the CEO desk, just trying to find a safe haven, as most of the bomb site has been pieced apart here by the attacking side of CNE, going for a spiral in North Window's take. Tough reaction there from Aphex as Gladius will collect the kill, and now it's just Unfixed alone now in the 1v2. He spots the rotation from Gladius, but the UMP does not have the most desirable fire rate of all time. Now heading into the waiting arms of a drone down the janitor hallway. Smokes come out in the middle of the bomb site. Gladius taking damage and has to pull out the goo mine. Here's the audio cue Unfixed does and turns his attention towards Banana. That's the diffuser on the ground. Can Unfixed win the 1v1 to secure the tie at the half? Physics, though, pushing outside of the janitor door, collects the kill, and Physics will secure the half lead for CNE.
I will say it, Aphex, a menace apparently, and keep your eye on this guy, because already through 6 rounds, Aphex has proven how vital he is to this Lus Empire team. Of course, he's being put in a role where he can do that on the defense, allowed to frag, allowed to go a little crazy. But in the first time we've seen him in a clutch situation like that, and nearly, he is able to deliver it. Let's be clear, it was a Cintragra win, 4-2 at the half, but it was a round that they were ahead the entire time, and one they nearly let slip away. It was more impressive that we nearly saw the comeback there from a combination of Aphex and Unfixed. So 8-5 right now. There it is, the bottom of your screen. You can see that Aphex is putting up the nicest numbers right now on this Lus side. The nicest numbers like over everyone in this lobby aside from Coffin, who's been sneaky good, especially in these last 2 rounds, pulling out the win there, and now switching to the defensive side for CNE.
I've been really impressed the last couple rounds from CNE. Their adaptations earlier on in the rounds, you know, the round before the round that just transpired, talked about their alterations with the suboptimal lineup. And same thing on that round there. We've got the Montaigne coming in, and the last time they attempted to clear CEO and get in upstairs, they got caught off guard by the stock hold of the Izami. They got caught off guard by the hold inside of the janitor closet, and really the top square clear went nowhere in a hurry, this time altering the push to go through lobby, to go up spiral stairs in tandem with the North Window's repel, and it worked out much better for them. They were able to control lines of sight much easier from a much greater range and get the Montaigne up safely up the spiral stairs to be the instigator. An opening pick onto the smoke inside of CEO as well is very lovely. So really impressed with what we saw there from CNE in the last 2 attacking rounds, and they get to transition out of the defense, and looks like they're going to prioritize going CEO, and Coffin is going to keep things rolling nice and hot for him in his debut. And Faxi's even going to give him some credit for the shot there. Nice shot coming out, and I think that's double digits now for Coffin. If we can maintain simple arithmetic throughout this game as our kills are disappearing and reappearing as the game goes on. I think right now for CNE, settling in a little bit more to this game, and for Lus Empire, it's going to require more than someone like Aphex to try and carry them out of this. They're going to need a team-wide effort to try and pull back into this game.
Well, you see Ronnie with some info now, looking to step up, maybe find a kill here for Lycus. Need to get at least one back to tie this one up, but it is Coffin, now 11 to his name. A double kill on the round here. Another kill for Situff there. Another one of these unknowns that we talked about, proving himself early on here in this first game against Lycus. You've got Owens now who tries to get something back, but we're going to need to see quite a run here from Owens and Unfixed. You've got to worry about 4 defenders. Gladius, he's just been fully healed up thanks to Coffin on the dock. So a lot of problems for Lycus to address. You now see Owens on his back and finished by Flacco. Unfixed against the world. Another clutch needed from him. He's got Flacco well, between a rock and a hard place there, caught top square, but there goes Coffin out the window. 3 kills on the round, 12 kills to his name. Wake up, everyone. It is Coffin's lobby right now.
Coffin is flying out windows, and he is floating in the server right now, and this is very impressive to see. Again, this is a debut for all we're aware, at least in terms of Tier 1 experience. There's no Wikipedia page for him, so we do not have intel on any of his previous endeavors in the competitive space in Rainbow Six. Maybe he's just a rank gunner who's a friend of these guys and said, you know what, sure, I'd like to try my hand at competitive. we
He's
don't
just
really
different.
know.
I don't know.
He's just different. He's built different. Wherever he has come from, he is certainly making his presence be known on this server. And man, for Lus Empire, I like the start. You know, it's a 2-1 lead. It's a 5-2 deficit, and now this is starting to feel a little more familiar as CNE starts to heat up, Coffin especially, starting to take control of some rounds, and for Lus Empire again, it's kind of on Aphex right now. Another newcomer who's having a very good debut, but still, it can't be one man trying to pull them across the finish line. Everyone needs to be pulling their weight for Lus Empire. So it's 1 attack round in. It's not the end of the world. There's still time to pull this back, but there are shades of the Orgulus days starting to come through in this performance now after the first 3 rounds. And it's very unfortunate to say, because I was looking forward to seeing a Lus Empire that was going to be more competitive, but this being their closest competitor in Latam North, this is a game you definitely want to keep close at the very least.
Right, on paper, this is supposed to be a fairly close matchup, and I think it has delivered for the most part thus far. I don't want to get too ahead of ourselves. We've only seen 1 round ever since we switched halves here. Plenty of time for Lycus to bounce back. But yes, CNE, they were 3-7 last stage. Of course, a much different roster now. Lycus, known as Orgulus last stage, they did compete here in Latam North. Only 1 change, bringing on Aphex, seems to be a productive one. But before bringing him on, they were 1-9. So, mathematically speaking, similar to CNE in the overall Latam North rankings, especially coming right out of that group stage. But changes for both teams, and a lot to prove. Gonna see some back and forth this entire group stage long. We know that. But Lycus, if they want to come out of this one with a win or get this one a little closer, we're going to have to see some more back and forth here on Bank right now. That's going to make things a little tougher because Ronnie just swung straight into a shotgun that he pre-fired, that he seemed to know was there, but a shotgun is going to win that fight every single time. And Owens peeking Gladius 1v1 on the hatch, that's not going to go your way either. Faxi, he's gone. Aphex is now lit up, and it is Lycus crumbling against the pressure that CNE are applying right now.
Yeah, a lot of face checking going on right now for Lus Empire. Unfixed will at least maintain that it won't be another flawless round against them. He's worried about every single angle on the map, though. He's kind of trapped between a rock and a hard place, waiting for the swing to come from Sit up at the top of the blue stairs, but he doesn't have the diffuser either. So 152 health. He'll work his way towards the waiting arms, that M590 at the top of the stairwell, and Sit up will whiff. He will do a little bit of damage. He did hit him, so he's down to 16 HP. Does not collect the kill point blank range with a shotgun. The diffuser about to be recovered as well for Unfixed. Grimby's coming in to try and assist the aggressive play that's going to be needed to pull back this 1v5. and not really an angle being found here for Unfixed, unfortunately. Trying to bounce some more bees into the depths of gold and returning towards server. This round is starting to go from bad to worse now for Lus Empire, and Unfixed will work his way down the server stairs where he's got another shotgun waiting for him. This time it's a Supernova, this time it's Flacco, and this time it's CNE, putting themselves on a match point.
Yeah, 6-2 right now. The Lycus comeback that I asked for. We're going to have to wait at least another round to see it. That one probably the most discouraging round yet if you're a Lus Empire fan. That one was a mess from the start. You saw it with Siddup and his shotgun in hand, 1v1, swinging a shotgun on a close corner. I'm sorry, that's just not the answer. 1v1, swinging a hatch that you know the defense is watching. Again, that's just not the answer. It was isolated attackers taking individual gunfights. 1v1v1v1. You're not going to win that as an attacking team most of the time, especially against a team that is proving right now that they have a little bit of that momentum. They've got the confidence. They've got the lead. Just taking gunfights is not going to be your way back in this. Gonna have to see Lus Empire really group up, really tidy things up if they want to have a chance of sending this to OT, if they want to have a chance of at least coming out of this with a single point.
Well, earlier on today in the EUL, we did see a 6-2 game get sent into overtime, and the team that was losing 6-2 did end up winning, if anyone did catch that Wolves Fnatic game. That was on Lair. This is on Bank. Slightly different circumstances here. I think right now for CNE, you do have to give them the credit of being able to respond to everything that Lycus has brought. There's been some tempo swaps. There's been some operator swaps coming out from Lycus. You know, this definitely looks like a deeper strat book that Lycus are employing than what we saw from last stage. The execution is unfortunately looking a little similar, and now we're going to get the jump out the CEO window from Gladius to get the opener onto Aphex, who has been the man at the tip of the spear for Lus Empire so far this game. He'll be the opening death at the hands of a flying castle. And Gladius is able to return to safety as well for that measure. And he's going to go right back up the spiral stairs and re-engage with the rest of the clear happening towards Marble Stairs. But Siddup, he has his partner in crime on the Marble Stairs to shut down Ronnie, and swiftly we're into a 2-man advantage and make it a 3-man advantage as Coffin tags in with the Nitro Cell onto Faxi at the top of the square stairs.
Well, you see Cintragra looking to close this one out as soon as they can. It has been dominance ever since they switched sides, and that here continues on what appears to be the final round on Bank in this matchup. Round number 9, unless Unfixed and Owens can pull off something truly wild right now, this one is going to end right here. It's a flawless round to close it out for Cintragra, and a fantastic way for them to start the stage. 7-2 over Lus Empire, giving them a warm welcome back here to Latam North.
I think it's the big thing for CNE, starting off hot, you know, basically an entire overhaul of this roster from what they brought in stage 1 this year. You go through the summer offseason, not the greatest performances in Element 3, and now you turn things over. It's a brand new stage, it's a brand new roster. It's an opportunity to show that you can be one of the 4 playoff teams coming out of Latam North. We saw glimpses of it, you know, we saw a lot of clutches for the CNE team with the old roster in stage number 1, but this is, again, a game where we've seen CNE be in full control, and it's very nice to see.
Well, they were in control for the most part the entire time. We saw a couple of rounds there for Lycus, but that was just about it at the start of this map. Corbeck, I know you want to get a word in. I know we got to bring you back in here, so we'll chat with you for a moment as we wrap this one up. It was a bit of a mess for Lycus, especially at the very end. I think Flynn and I both talked about how the first round, not a good sign for Lycus. They immediately cleaned it up. Looked like it was going to be a brawl until it wasn't, and it kind of just fell apart.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say, I felt like Lycus, they did not shake the Orgless. Like, the Orgless is still Orgless at the end of the day, and just the play not there. And I mean, you know, at the end of the day, Flynn, do you think this is more of a matter of systemic problems with Lycus and things that they're gonna have to change? Or do you think it's just a matter of, hey, Cintragra Esports, they finally got something in their pocket here, and they're pretty good?
listen, I want to give CNE the credit. They had some really good adaptations, and they started this game slow, and it was a wake-up call for them to kind of turn things around and read the situation a little bit deeper and give more respect to Lycus. And Lycus was deserving of respect in those early rounds, and I think, again, the strat book was deeper. They were playing with more forethought and more emphasis on being teammates as opposed to 5 people in a server just trying to survive. You know, the Orgless performance from stage 1 was not something we want to see replicated. And I think right now, at the very least for Lus Empire, we've seen a team that is more determined to branch out and more determined to grow and evolve as the stage goes on. Yes, this was probably your closest matchup in terms of the standings, but it's double round robin. You got a lot of time to improve, and you got some better teams to play along the way to help you improve before you rematch against CNE. It's about just fighting for that 4 seed, because we know that there are some heavy hitters in Latam North who are probably going to be occupying the top 3 spots. It's about who's going to fill out that 4 spot. We didn't think NXT was going to be that team last stage, and yet they surprised us. There's an opportunity for everyone to surprise.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Maybe I do them a bit of a disservice by saying they kind of remain Orgless, because I think, or at least what I saw, I felt like they had a little bit more fire in them here tonight than perhaps they did in some of their Orgless games last stage. But I mean, the other big story coming out of this one, Jonah, is it's all about Coffin. A lot of flawless rounds there for Cintragra, and Coffin was kind of the playmaker at the center of most of them.
Right, we had players on both sides. I mentioned Aphex and Coffin. Coffin was big. Coffin was one of these 2 big unknowns on this CNE side in Situff and Coffin, and yes, Coffin delivered. There were several rounds where he got multi-kills. There were big moments where he kept just doing the damage, coming up clutch. It wasn't necessarily the opening kills where Coffin was doing the heavy lifting. It was just throughout the round, whenever you thought, oh, maybe this is the time where Lycus are going to get some momentum back. Maybe this is the time where CNE are going to slow things down. Look, it was Coffin who got a kill that either stopped the attack from Lycus or gave the attack for Cintragra a bit more life. The exact kind of thing you want to see out of some of these players coming in. The question was asked, what are these guys capable of? Coffin, at least day 1, capable of quite a bit.
Definitely. I think your standout players coming away from this match, it was 9 rounds, but I mean, your standout players have to be Coffin and Aphex. I mean, they are the top frags for their respective teams, but at the same time, there were some very stark differences between their performances. It seemed like Coffin was leading the charge on some of those engagements a lot more. Aphex in a position where he's just having to paddle out of a tough situation, and he's doing it very well. And I think there are a lot of instances for Aphex where, you know, he was just caught between a rock and a hard place, and he got his way out a few times and pulled off a couple magic tricks. It's very impressive to see for a team like Lus Empire, previously Orgless, who didn't have that person. I mean, they just, unfortunately as it is to say, they didn't have that person in stage 1. To be able to have someone like Aphex, if he can continue that performance to lean on throughout the stage, is going to be huge in giving the rest of the roster confidence to play off of and know that they have a chance as long as Aphex is going to keep doing what he's been doing.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, you know, honing in a little bit on Lus Empire here, Jonah, before we go to our break. You look at a player like Aphex, is that kind of going to be the key to them adapting going forward to putting some survivability into this team among these heavy hitters in Latam North?
Well, a great question, and I think we hinted at this on the cast, but I think the key is going to be the coach. I think the key is going to be Velocity here, who we teased came in here, coach from the UK, caster, coach, player. You've got a lot of experience there. Really leaning into that, I think, is going to be really important for Lus Empire, because it's not just day 1, oh my god, the coach is horrible, they didn't win the game. I think a coach's strengths really come from your ability to adapt, to recognize, okay, here's what our opponents are capable of. Here's what they showed us today. How do we come back next week, work out those kinks, and iron it out to make some improvements? That's the kind of thing that a coach really brings to the table compared to just a player internally not having that additional perspective from above. So I'm excited to see how they shake things up going into Wednesday.
That'll be certainly interesting to see how the Lus Empire roster develops, but it'll be Cintragra who takes away the win here in our first match of Latam North. Still waiting on news, by the way, of the Revan E Club 6 Karma game. So for now, we're going to move on to our next match, which will be True Synergy Gaming and Team Cruelty, coming up in just a second.
Well, folks, we've got a little surprise for you. We're back a little early and going straight on into the game. So you don't have to hear us jibber jabber. We get to go right into the action. It is our second match of the night. Cruelty against TSG, True Synergy Gaming, one of our open qualifier teams. A lot to talk about between these two teams, but first you see it, we're diving right into Chalet with our operator bands already all wrapped up. It's Jonah here with Flynn as we continue the action. Flynn, we've got Cruelty, the winning team from stage 1 against a team coming in out of the qualifiers. What do you make of that?
I mean, a little bit of David and Goliath situation going on, don't get me wrong. And I think as well for Cruelty, there's a bar to be hit in terms of maintaining their pace that we saw from stage number 1. But there are 2 roster changes. We have said goodbye to Skimzy. He's gone over to 6 Karma, or not Skimzy. We said goodbye to 2 people. One of them was Rovi. I'm actually blanking on the second one now that we're jumping in so early. It's Toski. There we go. Thank you, Jonah. Said goodbye to them, and we've brought in Dante from Vasco, which is definitely interesting going from Latam South to Latam North. Dante, one of the better performing players on the top Latam South team from stage number 1. Vasco coming to the north, playing for Cruelty, trying to build up what we can only assume is the intention to build a Latin American super team. And then Cruelty as well, picking up Fatal, I believe coming from CNE. So different ends of the spectrum. CNE, a team that didn't make the playoffs in Latam North, versus Vasco, who were the number 1 team in Latam South. Members from both of those teams ending up on the number 1 team at the end of it from stage number 1 in Latam. So I think for Cruelty, there's some interesting scenes to be had about roster changes and how that might fare and how they might do heading in. We are definitely looking at suboptimal pictures, so we are definitely going to be theorize about what's going on more than give you some accurate information.
Fear not, we also see this. You can note on the overlay where it says Latam North, top of your screen, that's still good quality. That would be because the game feed we are receiving directly from the team, from the broadcast, that is clearly having some issues. This is hilarious. This is by far the worst feed I have ever seen, and I'm a huge fan. Oh my god, we got nothing. We've got no visuals. Oh man, it is just that kind of night, baby. We have no idea what's gonna go on, so might as well not even look at it. Might as well just step aside for a moment. We will bring you those updates when we have them, but it's no secret you all saw what we were seeing, and that is we can't see anything. So we could continue to talk a little bit more about Cruelty and TSG. As we said, Cruelty, they've made those changes, and they have what I think, Flynn, is a winning formula. An insane ceiling. You have Dante and Pyrox now on the same team. They were the 2 best players in all of stage 1. Now they're on the very same team. You've got Ivan on the team, the 4th best player in all of stage 1. You've got an incredible support in Matumbo, who is one of the most rock solid supports in LATAM and has been for a long time across a number of different rosters, including 6 Karma, who has played in international events plenty of times. Now, you're looking at a team who has got more than a chance to go far and to make another very strong run. My one concern here is this, Flynn. They did not perform well in Element in the off-season tournament with that same potent combo. They had Dante and Pyrox, and they just came up short. We're going to have to see them remedy that here, fix whatever issues they were having, if they want to be the powerhouse that I think we know they can be.
That's the thing, right? This team was coming in, and the expectations were that we weren't going to be seeing any changes. I mean, you won LATAM stage number 1. You went to the major. Yeah, your performance in Manchester, not the best. We've talked about it ad nauseum. But I wasn't really expecting Cruelty to make many changes, if any. And we get the big shakeup, the big interest, which is Dante coming in. And we do appear to have a functioning game feed, which is nice, so we don't have to do a radio broadcast. And we do appear to have Cruelty winning round number 1. We did get told mid-round that it was a 5v1 man advantage at one point for Cruelty. We don't see the kills either, but we're going to safely assume that TSG did not do very well on what I'm pretty sure was a bar gaming defense, but even that was hard to establish in the previous version of the feed. So they're going to try their luck downstairs in the basement, it would appear, and immediate entries for Cruelty. Ivan's already made his way into gaming. This is a swift entry for Cruelty upstairs, a team that we know loves to play with pace, loves to speed up the tempo, and loves to get in your face and take as many engagements as possible. And obviously adding Dante will only help facilitate that endeavor.
We talked a lot about Cruelty, a little bit more about TSG, who appear to have quite a strong fan base coming in, watching this game. TSG, from the open qualifiers, completely piecing this roster together from a variety of different places. You see someone like Alan Durf, who is, I think, one of these fan favorites out here in Latam North, who was completely absent, and this was devastating to all of the Alan Durf lovers out there, completely absent from Stage 1 competition, was not on a pro roster. Before that, played for about a year and a half under the Team Cruelty banner before eventually stepping aside and now joining TSG. So he's someone to watch out for. You've got Caden, of course, another one to watch out for. Played for CNE in Stage 1 in that flex role, put a lot of Lion. Really someone that can step up and thrive if things are going well, but a big test day 1 for TSG. There is no question about that. Against the winning team from Stage 1, it is a tough place to open things up. But really, that means it is Cruelty's game to lose. TSG, their chance to prove themselves. Anything they're able to pull off here is a win for sure. And that right there, a great way to start this second round. With only a minute to go, it is Cuervo who gets the opening kill here.
He's traded out by Matumbo, and now the descent down the main stairs for Ivan. He tries to challenge on to Alan Durf inside of blue, and Alan Durf wins out with the TCSG for TSG. More damage being done now to Dante, as there was an attempted flank upstairs by Caden, and he goes for it the second time around. And he's much more successful this time, leaving Fatal and Matumbo to try and push into the bomb site. Fatal gets one, Matumbo with a second, and now the descent down the blue stairs as they try to retreat into the bomb site. Royce will collect Fatal, so now it is just Matumbo left in the 1v2, attempting to get the plant down as Caden with a boss G and Royce with an MP7 turns out of blue. Matumbo with a great reaction to get his third kill in the round, bring it down to the 1v1, having some trouble vaulting up. Flashbangs in hand, and SMG-12 out for Caden. Only 14 HP for Matumbo to work with. Quick peeking the corner and vaults down off the table. Now playing Ring Around the Rosie with Caden. Can the SMG-12 win on the pre-fire? You will catch Matumbo from behind, finish him off with the boss G, and TSG gets their first round on the board.
Well, that's one way to do it. A complete descent into chaos. Matumbo nearly pulling off a miracle, but it is Caden who makes it work in the end. So a nice way to close that one out for TSG. Bit of a messy round there, especially towards the end, but that happens occasionally on Chalet, especially when you don't see the opening kill until roughly a minute left in the round. That really was the first 2 minutes of posturing, of repositioning, of getting your footing, moving around the site. That's when we finally saw things pop off. That's when Matumbo went absolutely crazy, but was not able to do more than pull off a defuse and that triple kill. Instead, it was Caden who made it work and eventually closed out the round for TSG. So a fantastic way to recover from that fairly dominant round 1 victory for Cruelty. So TSG now moving up top here to see what they can do in round 3.
Well, before our feed went very pixelated, we didn't really talk about the operator bans too much. We've seen a lot of shield operators be brought out in this meta as it has continued on through the summer, in the off-season, and from stage number 1 this year. A lot of shields, very oppressive, very hard to take down, need a lot of coordination and a lot of dedicated utility to do so. We get them both yoinked out of the game. We get the Tuber and the Valkyrie also taken off the board. And I will say as well, last time around, Caden with a very intelligent second attempt at the flank. We see plenty of times on Chalet, we'll see someone try to go for a top floor flank on a basement defense, get caught, and then they'll just immediately book it back down West Main Stairs, get back to the bomb site, because that is the indicator for the attacking team that you have a man advantage towards the objective. but a nice reflank. The second time around, he catches the player inside of Fireplace off guard, and again, that much man advantage, even though they had to retake into the bomb site, drops down to a 1v1 at the end of it with Mutombo on 14 HP, and Caden wins that easily. So at the end of it, very good decision to go for that flank Royce as well, going up the blue stairs and then coming back down to join Caden on the return to the objective. Very well played for TSG on the defense. They level things up at 1-1. And now we're going to see Cruelty, starting on the attack, turn their attention towards Solarium. And this top floor bomb site hasn't been played as of yet, but we'd see a lot of focus for Cruelty through much pixelation. They were working their way across the top floor to attack towards Bar and Gaming instead of going library focus on the initial portion of their push.
Well, someone we haven't mentioned yet is the unknown in the bottom right corner of your screen. I'm going to call him Kronk. A lot of different ways you could go with his name. Kronk is great because, pull the lever, Kronk, Emperor's New Groove. Great movie. Anyway, we're going with Kronk here, and he is on the Jaeger. And one of these players on TSG who we don't know much about, coming in, looking to prove themselves, make a name for themselves in the pro LATAM scene. And this is a great place to do it. Against Cruelty, here on day one. Put yourself in a decent position on the Jaeger. You've got that 416 in hand. You could be quite a threat when it comes down to it. Cuervo won't be. Great kill there from Dante down below. Strong Buck player. Saw a lot of that from him in stage one, showcasing that again here. Good bit of soft destruction from below, eventually securing that kill. Now that's given Cruelty a man advantage by 1. But here's a bit of a flank from Caden. Hello, surprise. Got you once behind. Fatal, though, quick on the trade. Here come Cruelty, looking to step things up now.
That'd be Kronk inside of the bathroom laying through the kill holes. Dante's still down below, so he allowed the flank to come through from Caden. An unfortunate miss there, but he's making up for errors past as now Mutombo will collect onto Kronk, leaving Alan Durf alone in the 1v3. The plant being attempted now by Pyrox inside of Master behind the closet door, and then turning his attention towards the big window, anticipating a repel. There is no such repel for Cruelty, though. Now, turning the corner into Piano is Alan, trying to whip out the SMG-12 and replicate Caden's heroics from the round previous. Nice pre-fire there onto Pyrox to bring it down to the 1v2. Still Dante and Mutombo on 100 HP remaining. It's a very challenging situation as Dante will collect Alan as he sprints into Master, trying to assess the situation, but it is Cruelty surviving the flank again from Caden this time around and going back on top 2-1.
Very impressive work there from Fatal on that trade to prevent this very play from completely decimating this attack. It was right there, the rappel in the window, not the easiest fight to take as an attacker, as a clay pigeon, easy pickings for the defense, able to get that kill, and then the attack for Cruelty, able to continue to get those trades as they pushed their way in, eventually leaving it down to the man himself, Alan Durf in the 1v3, who eventually was not able to pull it out in the end. A valiant effort, of course, but it was Cruelty, it was Fatal who really proved to be securing at least the most important kill in that round for their hopes. Fatal, as an addition to this roster, I find a little interesting because Fatal, you could say, is just here to round out this lineup as a support. Not the best numbers in terms of fragging power in the past. He actually played on this true synergy team in the qualifiers to get into this tournament, to get into this region, before immediately leaving the team after the team qualified into the closed qualifiers and then joining Team Cruelty. So there's a little bit of that rivalry here. Maybe a bit of a chip on the shoulder of true synergy to see Fatal step away from the team and you could say go to greener pastures, but nonetheless, good to see Fatal performing well. Always good to see these supports that we talk a lot about actually getting some concrete evidence of the work that they do and how important it is for attacking teams' successes.
Yeah, I don't think Fatal on CNE last stage either stood out as the big player. Skimsy was obviously the man on CNE, making a lot of clutch plays and bringing back some rounds. I did think Fatal was pretty solid on CNE in stage number 1. I think right now for Cruelty, that's what you're looking for, some stability. You know, you've got Mutombo there to be your support. If you've got someone to be a stable flex or a stable second support, you're in a really good spot. Then putting Pyrox, Dante, and Ivan into the front line. The smokes will come out into gaming, and now it looks like the EMP will stop Royce from using the glasses to pierce the smoke. smoke. He'll have to walk straight forward the SMG-12 and take the engagement instead onto Pyrox. Playing behind the deployable shield, he can't win out again as Fatal will clear out the bomb site. Ivan pushing his way in as well. Now the flood into the objective didn't go the way they wanted to in the beginning for Cruelty. A man down as the plant's going down now from the hands of Fatal. Dante will hold the coverage and Caden taking damage as well. Coming down the blue stairs. Very challenging situation to be in as Caden now will make it down and it leaves Fatal alone in the 1v3 at the moment. There's still a member bleeding out. Another headshot there onto Cuervo, but Alan Durf collects with the C1 and everyone for TSG goes flooding back into the bomb site to initiate the counter defuse, and they weather the storm of the rush, and you can see the celebrations coming out on the face cam for TSG.
Another big round there for TSG, and to come up with that in a retake is particularly impressive. Able to get the diffuser down as an attacking team, that's usually a very good sign for your hopes winning the round as a whole. But TSG unfazed, they knew they had the man advantage, in large part thanks to Roy's and the swing he got there. It was Kronk who got that opening kill, and then it really was just TSG who just picked their fights expertly well, never allowing Cruelty to fully get back into this one and take the full control. Great shot there from Alan Durf, as you saw in the replay, to really just keep the advantage in TSG's favor. And I thought that between Fatal and Dante, you've got a well-rounded pair, two very talented players in a 2v3 who have more than a chance of pulling that one out. I really thought that it was winnable for them, but it was Caden who swung, who got the kill onto Dante, and ensured the round for TSG. So far, through 4 rounds here, Flynn, this is a battle. It's 2-2. Not the one-sided affair it looked like it might be on paper.
No, on paper, you definitely got to give the edge to Cruelty, but I mean, for true synergy coming in, a couple unknowns on the roster. You know, Kronk, I think, as well, does not have a Wikipedia page, so we're just kind of flying there. We haven't seen Alan Durf in a while. You know, there's a lot of question marks about this TSG roster. They've had to come in through the open qualifiers. They haven't been here in stage number 1s. And you're going up against the reigning champions of not only Latam North, but all of Latam in the playoffs, defeating Vasco in the finals to head to the major. It's a tall task. It's a big ask. But right now, True Synergy, they're meeting the challenge head on, and they're exceeding expectations. This is very impressive for TSG, especially on the defensive side of Chalet. We didn't get to see round number 1. It didn't sound like it went very well, but every round out from there, TSG has been in the fight, like you say, Jonah. They've been making this a battle, able to respond to the pressure that Cruelty are bringing, and there's no surprise to see aggression early on for Cruelty as Ivan makes his way in with an R4C and collects 2 for his trouble. Kronk will fall. Dante with a shotgun, the Supernova on the Amaru as well, and it's going to leave Alan Durf alone inside a trophy. Cuervo in the middle of kitchen. This is looking like what we heard from round number 1 as a repeat. Matumbo seemingly gets down by a frost mat to try and stop the flawless round, but he revives himself, and now it's just Cuervo alone inside of Dining, trying to hold on to the bomb chassis, trying to prolong potentially a flawless round, avoids the flashbang. Here's the walking through West Main. Candelas come out to blind him just for good measure, as Matumbo will drop and go for the plant in behind the bomb chassis. There's your flawless round taken away. The diffuser put on the floor as well. Cuervo! Just not enough rounds in an SMG-11 magazine, and Ivan will shut it down for his 3rd on the round, and Cruelty will get back in the lead.
Well, Cuervo is one of these guys that, again, we're really looking to see how it all pans out in terms of his T1 professional, proper debut. He's been bouncing around in Latam T2 for pretty much as long as he has been a player, it seems, right? He's played a little bit with NXT, he's played with Aqua, he's played on a variety of different pug stacks throughout different qualifier playoffs and community cups. He had some time even in, I guess, early 2022 with a team called SBT with Peak in stage 3 of Campeonato Mexicano. He's been all over the place. And when you finally kind of land somewhere stable and find a roster that can make it all the way to the highest level, the question is, can you step up? Can you perform? And And I think so far we're seeing some good stuff from Cuervo. He's 3-5. Obviously the KD isn't positive, but that's not what we're looking for all the time here, especially with somebody on those occasional support roles, on that flex, doing a little bit of everything. I think keep your eye on this guy because unproven so far, but an exciting player to watch out for as this stage continues.
I think the real battle here for TSG is, can you weather that initial entry from Cruelty? Because when they've lost the opening pick, it hasn't gone very well. TSG's been able to rebound in those rounds after getting the opening pick and kind of rebuff Cruelty on their swift entry. When Cruelty's been able to get that opening pick, it feels like it kind of just snowballs into not a whole lot of help for TSG later on in the round to pull it back. So, again, we're going to see Cruelty continue to be aggressive. We know they're going to be aggressive. This is how they played the entirety of stage number 1, in your face, and take as many gunfights early on in the round as possible. How can TSG deal with it? Alan Durf getting caught on the drone now in the middle of West Main. Still challenging towards the West Main windows and fighting with the TCSG onto Pyrox. He's got 2 more attackers bearing down on him as he tries to work his way through. The trench door is open. There's an attacker right in front of him. The thermite gets downed. That's a big one to clean up there for Alan Durf. He pulls out the Han Solo revolver to take more engagements. Pyrox will get the trade, but here comes Caden on the flank again.
Unreal from Alan Durf. What a show right now he is putting on, doing whatever he can to keep TSG in this fight. Cruelty have the lead by 1, but not for long if Alan Durf and the rest of this team has anything to say about it. They lead by 1 here, a 4v3, as we cross only the halfway mark in this round. A lot of siege to play here in round 6, but TSG, that early stop that Alan Durf applied, has slowed down Team Cruelty to a crawl. I mean, you see them now repositioning, trying to get a foothold on this map. An important kill found there for Ivan to return this to a 3v3, but this is still favoring the defense no matter how you look at this. You've got 2 attackers, relatively low HP, you've got the time working against them, and they continue to have to regroup and reposition. They're still dealing with this utility. You're seeing these smokes coming out now, and they still need to find a way to get an opening and get a kill into this site. These Candelas could be big. You're seeing this from Dante. He'll send one in, but the smoke will choke things off a little bit longer.
See everybody for TSG peeled back to the bomb site, and now Cuervo is able to peer through the smokes that his teammates are laying down. Caden with 1 now towards the wine door as everyone remaining for Cruelty is having to flood in against the crossfire, against the deployable shield, against the electrification of the wall as well, vaulting up onto the table. Fatal is not long for this world, leaving Ivan alone on 1 HP. Caden cuts him down, and it's true synergy leveling things as we head into the side swap.
And we are tied. Unreal. TSG are putting up more than a fight. They are making this one a battle. They're making this one a proper war here. A war of attrition. The back and forth continues here. It started all round number 6 with Alan Durf, who just put Cruelty on notice, made them slow things down, deal with the roam, and in doing so, allowed one of his teammates to join the fight and slow that Cruelty attack down even further. You lose Matumbo and Pyrox right off rip. That is your Thermite and your Thatcher. The rest of the round, I mean, we've known this for as long as this game has been out. Thermite and Thatcher, a beautiful combo that is essential to hard breach, that is essential to your success on a map, on any map, on a map like this as well. Of course, there are other options now, but it is still a brutal loss before the attack can really even begin. And a great way to make the chances for Cruelty in that round so much lower. So we're tied up at the swap here, Flynn. It is truly anyone's game right now, and arguably true synergy here on Chalet. You got to imagine they're feeling pretty good about going into the half, all tied up, now getting to attack.
Definitely. Being able to attack on Chalet is a comfortable position to be in. We'll see how their attacks fare. Obviously, this is a newer roster relative to the establishment that Cruelty is and what we've seen from them throughout the offseason and in stage number 1. Attacking is a little more difficult for newer teams than in defending. Defending, you have the opportunity to kind of just sit still and let things happen, let things come to you. On the attacking side, you have to be instigating, you have to be initiating. And that'll be where we see the true difference between these two teams, as the first half bit of a swap, or a bit of a wash. Not much between them so far. I think right now for Cruelty, trying to settle back into this game, much like we saw in our first Latam North game. Very back and forth, flawless rounds being traded back and forth, but once we had CNE settle in a little bit, then it was lights out, and things just kept snowballing towards the victory. For TSG here on the attacking side, I don't think they're going to be playing with as much pace as we saw from Cruelty, trying to get in and get opening picks in the first 30 seconds to a minute. Instead, they're going to take a little more time, be a little more methodical, get as much information as possible. I think right now, this is an opportunity for Caden to continue to be a big-time performer. He's had some standout moments on the roam on the defense. Now on the attacking side, he's able to spot the Evil Eye, and he will dispatch of it, even though one Selma will be the cost of doing so and a breaching round. The wall should get opened up now for the side of TSG to push their way into the bomb site.
They got their opening here. What are they going to do with it? That's the question. You hear the Selma's going down. Impact coming out from Ivan, which at least will be successful with dealing with the second detonation of that Selma. So right now, not a proper avenue to actually execute from, just an opening. Mutombo, now Ivan, they will get the opening 2 kills. So much for the TSG opening it looked like they had. Caden and Cuervo have now been finished off, and you see the rest of this team on the back foot here, trying to scramble and look for some options. You see Kronk relocating outside. No opening towards the bathroom. Still has to deal with this Kiva barrier. He's got the Azami directly on the other side of that wall, so he's got to be careful for that. But this feels a little bit more like the Cruelty team that we know, what we know they are capable of, and what we have seen from them before. Roy's, though, 2 big kills from him. Mutombo answers, but look at Alan Durf now. A standoff with Dante down below.
Yeah, it's Roy's trying to push his way into the site with 15 seconds. Deceptively quick round, passing on by. And Dante is going to continue to hold him, but Alan Durf with the patience. The push into Piano, carrying the diffuser, now trying to push in. As Alan Durf gets on the big window rappel to try and hold the cover, but he gets decapitated by an AA-12. Alan Durf no longer for this world. The plan gets completed by Roy's, but it is all for naught as Cruelty are able to swarm back into the bomb site, initiate the counter defuse. And it's Cruelty. It was a very strong opening to the round. It got a little dicey, but they still secure their first defense.
Dicey to be sure, though. It did get a bit hairy in the mid to late round, though. We saw the patience from Alan Durf on the rappel. We saw a play that, unfortunately, we didn't catch from Roy's to pick up 2 kills. That was probably the biggest thing that brought TSG back into that one. But a round that Cruelty will take regardless. A beautiful example of letting the attack come to you and not forcing gunfights at the start of that round. That's why it started off so well. Focusing on just denying the utility, focusing on just denying their ability to hard breach that office wall. Just that position alone was a massive deterrent for TSG attacking that top floor. It really slowed them down, and it just did not give them a lot of leeway and a lot of time to spare when it came to that eventual execute phase. They just had to kind of hop in windows and hope for the best.
I think for Cruelty here on the defense, again, it's an opportunity to kind of slow the pace down a little bit if TSG isn't going to be aggressing as early on as you were on the attacking side. And it's an opportunity to play the clock a little bit, which is a little antithetical to the ethos of Cruelty, to be honest. They love playing fast. They love playing in your face. I think in that round there, they got a little ambitious, a little over-aggressive there, handing Roy's a couple kills to bring the round back into TSG's opportunity. Bring it down from a 5v3 to a 3v3 to a 2v2 to a 1v1 or a 1v2. It's very tough. You want to be able to maintain the man advantages, and I think Cruelty right now, they're taking liberties, as they well should. They had the significant man advantage there, but we've seen in rounds previous that Cruelty can overheat a little bit, go a little too far over the line, and it can cost them some rounds. So reining that back in, staying a little more disciplined throughout these rounds, and making sure you close this thing out, because again, your opportunity to make the 6th Invitational is on the line here. If you can make it to Montreal and you have a better performance than you did in Manchester, you just might be able to squeak in to a placement spot for SI on points after being the team to make it through the first stage to Manchester.
Well, big fan that we seem to be rocking with the expanded overlay for now. Gives you a look at the kill count. Take a look at the bottom left of your screen. Mutombo, rock solid support, 10 and 4. So much for being that support. He can do it all. And I know I gassed him up coming into this saying he is, you know, tried and true support that's been just about all over the place in LATAM at this point. But man, a great way to start the stage with a day one performance like this. We've talked about Caden. He's performing incredibly well on the TSG side, but Roy's, well, he will get a taste of that Mutombo play that I just talked about. His 11th kill is a C4 up and over to say goodbye to the Thermite. That second exothermic charge will not get a chance to influence this round. No more hard breach for this attacking team.
Everybody in the defense for Cruelty getting active upstairs now as they know they have the kitchen wall locked down. No more Thermite at the availability for the attacking team. Shots will ring out from that bathroom window, from the big window repel, but it's Pyrox collecting yet another kill, another 2-man advantage. Alan Durf starts to bring it back, and you can see Fatal inching his way closer to the bathroom window. Cuervo gets one onto Pyrox. The vault out the window surrenders, another kill to the hands of Cuervo. Once again, a 5v3 advantage turned on its head, and now Cruelty, Ivan and Mutombo, the last two defenders remaining, trying to hold out. One man inside of West Main, one playing on top of his Mute Jammers to block the Deathmark track, and now Cuervo gets downed, possibly from a Frostmat or possibly up through the floor from Ivan. Either way, he's going to get revived, and it was a Frostmat. So he's on 20 HP, and he cannot sprint. With 10 seconds left, Mutombo catches the vault from Alan Durf. Another one coming down the hatch. Shotgun in hand to wrap it up with a 4K on the round. Mutombo continues to go nuclear, and Cruelty up 5-3.
Mutombo is an absolute madman. And in the very round, I highlight how key he is to this team. I mean, you start it right there with a C4, and then you turn the advantage on its head again, a 2v3. And guess what? He gets all three in the trenches in kitchen, behind the bomb chassis, has to worry about two different angles at once. He's got someone opening holes above his head, he's got the hatch, and he's got the trophy window. Guess what? It's a piece of cake for him. The window first, looks to the hatch, gets the next one, and the final kill with the shotgun just to round it all out. A beautiful way to close that one out for Cruelty. Another round that they started off really strong in before letting things almost slip away. A little messy right now for them on Chalet. Not on Bank, let that be noted. But a win nonetheless, and one that they are very happy to have Mutombo on this team in. There is no question about that.
Listen, roster changes afford the opportunity for everyone to kind of branch out a little bit, experiment a little bit with a setup that may be even better than what you were running with previously. And obviously bringing Fatal in gives Mutombo the opportunity to play a more aggro and a more active support role, something akin to what used to be what I would call the slash hug role, the old boomer support that would get in your face and try to take a gunfight on supportive roles. Having Fatal to fall back on there is very nice for this team. I think right now for Cruelty on the defense, again, man advantages are slipping, but they are clutching up in the later portions of the round, and a lot of that is due to Mutombo. For TSG, you've got to feel good about being able to bring back these man deficits, but again, a lot of this game revolves around the entry kills. It's taking a long time for TSG to get their act in gear on the attack, trying to instigate and trying to progress through the map, and they are also suffering major casualties once they get into the map and take those initial engagements. So now for TSG, the opportunity exists to pull this back. You've got to get on top of your opening death problem, and you've got to get on top of your timing problem if you're going to be successful in doing so, or we could see Cruelty start to walk away with this thing on Chalet.
Really here, the most important round for TSG yet. Do they keep this one competitive, or does it just slip away? 3-3 at the half. It's a great place to be, but now you have to put things together on the attacking side. Easier said than done, but maybe not for Cuervo, who starts things off with a nice one here. Takes care of Dante, who's had a bit of a colder start to the stage than maybe he would have liked. Dante, of course, one of the top players, if not the top player, between him and Pyrox in stage 1, as we mentioned, shifting to a more flex IGL role. Not as frag forward, not as aggressive of a role on this team as he played on Vasco in stage 1. So we're going to see smaller numbers from him, and that is the intent. You still keep Pyrox in that role, and you still keep Ivan in that role, allowing Ivan in a situation like this to thrive. A big kill for him down below. He has given up his position, though, so if he can get back and rotate to the site safely, that would, 1, be unexpected, but 2, be a big boon for this Cruelty defense.
Pyrox wins upstairs as well, hits the fadeaway coming down the library hatch onto Kronk to level the man count. So it was Cruelty surrendering 2-man advantages. Now it's TSG who had the 5v3 that evaporates into thin air as we just crossed the midway point in the round. And like you said, Ivan has been able to work his way on the Vigil all the way back towards Kitchen, catches the Clutch drone entering in through the kill holes that have been established. We got yellow pings in towards Fireplace, and Ivan hits the perfect shot onto Cuervo, who shut down Dante to open this round. And suddenly it's Cruelty well in control, looking to march their way on to match point. Right now it's Fatal inside the bomb site. The lone man on the bomb site trying to hold out, but Ivan continues his reign of terror towards Kitchen. Suddenly it's just Roy's alone in the Capitao. Does have the diffuser, but Pyrox has gone back up to his station top side, and he will close out the round to put Cruelty at 6-3 on a map point.
This time kind of the reverse script that we saw in those past few rounds. Instead of Cruelty starting off strong, this time it was TSG, and this time it was Cruelty who were the ones who had to make some sort of a mid-round comeback happen. And guess what? They did, in a big way. It started with Ivan down below on the Vigil. He was droned. He was at least known downstairs, but he was still able to hit a great shot and work his way back, become a major factor in the Cruelty comeback. And the rest of the team, I mean, this is speaking to the experience that Cruelty have. No, they didn't perform well at the major, but they did get a taste of international competition. This is a team that does not get too panicked under the pressure. The rest of those defenders on the site, you saw it from Pyrox, hit a great fadeaway shot onto Kronk, relocating and then playing safe. Ivan positioned and dining. A great shot there onto Cuervo. A situation where they did not lose their cool when down big. And that allowed them to come back and now take it to 6-3, a chance to close this one out here.
Yeah, there's another one of those rounds where you've got Cruelty pressing the aggression all the way to the maximum. Dante's peeking library single window. He gets caught for it. He gets popped. And then we've got someone jumping into a Claymore, presumably also by library. And that doesn't deter Cruelty. It just slows them down and has them refocus a little bit and say, okay, Ivan, you get your one downstairs. You're going to come back upstairs, and we're going to lock down the site itself. Good refocus there for Cruelty to bring back the round. Like we said, opening kills, they've been the name of the game, unfortunately, there for TSG. They get the opener. They get 2 openers for their trouble. But it isn't enough to close out the round as Ivan has a superstar moment here in the dining hallway. Dante now onto the Vigil instead of Ivan. He's got a Boss G, and we've seen enough of this weapon causing quite the terror across the regions here in stage number 2. We saw a little bit towards the end of stage 1, and especially in the offseason, we've seen a lot of this weapon flying out the trophy window. Alan Durf will collect Dante. So it's Dante with an opening death in back-to-back rounds. No more Boss G on the board either, so a good Claymore placement there for Alan Durf. He's going to place another one, just in case anyone for Cruelty wants to double up on the trophy jump.
It's funny. Ivan now on the cap can. Dante now on the Vigil. Dante was like, hey, Ivan, that looked like so much fun. Hey, can I get a turn? There he goes. Goes for something a little bit wild. And yeah, that one did not pay off. So he goes down here. Advantage again early for TSG. Good place to start. And the big difference here compared to the last time they attacked this site, they've got that wall open. Very good place to begin. They were not able to do that last time, and already, with plenty of time left in the round, have more progress than they ever did on their very first attack of this half. Ivan, though, he's going to make a play. He goes for the run out, and he lines up 2. Matumbo, he combines onto Alan Durf for another. Once again, Cruelty make a comeback happen in the mid-round, and they are now seconds away from potentially closing this one out. It's Cuervo and Kronk, the only 2 remaining to fight this one back for TSG.
Saw a Yokai drone flying around inside a trophy. Ivan goes for the swing for his third in the round. Cuervo, though, on the vault in. He gets one through piano window, but Ivan shuts it down. 4 on the round for Ivan as he goes for the swings outside. Cruelty. It was a bit of a back and forth first half, but they lock it down on the defense, bringing the aggression, salvaging some seemingly lost rounds, throwing away some man advantages. But at the end of the day, they don't ask how, they ask how many, and they got 7. And TSG only came away with 3. So it's Cruelty reasserting their position at the top of the standings for now. It's day 1 of a double round robin before we even get to playoffs. So plenty of games left remaining for Cruelty, but a bit of a battle they had to work their way through in the first half and a much stronger performance in the second half.
Listen, there is a lot of Siege to play. We know that. I know Corbeck knows that. We'll bring him back in here. But what really is the case here for Cruelty, and I think it's something we saw throughout stage 1 as well, is that they are not necessarily perfect. They're by no means a flawless team, right? They had their moments, they had their hiccups. I think they ended up dropping 2 games in that group stage in stage 1, still coming out as the ultimate victor, that one team to move on to the major. But we're seeing that same thing here, right? Slow start, powerful finish.
Yeah, Jonah, it's kind of the revolving door, for lack of a better word, of guys who are gunners on the Team Cruelty side, right? You've got some rounds it's Mutombo. I mean, Mutombo was the big star here tonight. Some rounds it's Ivan. Sometimes it's Pyrox. There's always more depth in the tank for them, Jonah, and I feel like that's one of the most impressive and important things about this Team Cruelty roster.
Well, that's the thing, is they're all incredibly capable, right? Just the 3 alone of Dante, Pyrox, Ivan. At their core, that is 3 fragging entry gunner players. Dante's taking like a slight step back. We saw it though today that he's still comfortable in that position. But you've got 3 guys at any time who could go absolutely nuts. If Mutombo is playing like Mutombo was playing today, that's a 4th guy who can go absolutely nuts. Is that not the best winning formula you've ever thought of in your entire life? Could be. Could be. Like, that's why this team on paper just seems so potent to me. We didn't see it the entire time there, but at the end, that was Cruelty absolutely clicking, absolutely firing on all cylinders, and it's what makes this team so damn scary when it comes down to it.
Yeah, Cruelty, they are going to be the favorites until somebody comes in and proves that they're not. And I think right now for Cruelty, they're going to get the benefit of the doubt every game they come in, and they're going to continue to play this way. We saw this in stage number 1, and it cost them some rounds, and it cost them a couple games where it's foot to the floor as much as possible. We're going to play as aggressive as possible, and it will lose us a few rounds, but at the end of the day, they think on the balance that it will win them 7, as it did here today, and they will walk away again heading to Montreal.
Yeah, no, a good outing there for Team Cruelty. Like you said earlier, a couple of knocks, but they'll pull it back through True Synergy Gaming, trying their best, but not quite enough. I do have some good news for those of you who were super excited about the 6 Karma versus Revan E-Club game that has been given the go-ahead. So we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back with that powerhouse match in just a moment. Welcome back here, folks. There we go. Welcome back, viewers, to Latam North Stage 2, Day 1. A lot of numbers being thrown around there. My apologies. As we get ready for our final match of the night, it is the rescheduled 6 Karma versus Revan E-Club. It sounds like everybody's got their internet humming over there, so we'll be able to see this one in real time. Now, 6 Karma, right? A really impressive roster, Flynn. Generally been one of the better teams here in Latam North. And at E3, they had one of the best runs of all the kind of Latam squads, but it wasn't flawless by any stretch of the word.
No, and I think for 6K, I may miss a couple key points here. I'm pretty sure it was Rayduct, and I'm pretty sure he was the one who tweeted in Portuguese on Twitter. So this is memory from like 5 months ago of a translated tweet. But I seem to remember someone on 6 Karma, I'm pretty sure Rayduct, tweeting out, you know, we can play better than this. We can be better than this. This isn't what we came here to do, which was kind of fall flat in the playoffs. They had a decent enough stage, you know, that first game against Revan to open the stage. Not the way you want. It was a 7-0 loss, if you don't remember. They turned around and won 7-4 on Oregon against Revan and then continued to be a competitive threat throughout the group stage. But as the playoffs came around, it really just wasn't the 6K that we saw during the round robin, and that's not what they're here for. Like Rayduct said, and like everyone should know by now, 6K coming over from Brazil to play in this league, to get to a major, to be on that stage, and falling short, that short as well in the playoffs, that's not what they're here to do.
Well, and they are now bringing in a little bit of a roster shuffle to try to solve that, right? We bring in Kurtz, we bring in Skimzy now. Skimzy back under the 6K banner again. That's incredible to see. Is that the solution? We'll find out.
And, you know, on the other side of the field here, Revan E-Club is a team that is very similar, right? They're an import team as well. A lot of EU talent, 1A, NA player on there. They wanted to get a spot on the major stage. It did not happen for them in the last stage, Flynn. They flamed out. The team fell apart. They reconstructed with 2 new players. I mean, is it fair to say this is almost a rebuilding stage for them, Flynn?
Again, like, these two teams share very similar stories and very similar objectives, which is import to LATAM and get the major spot. Both of them are going through 2 roster changes. You know, both of them fell flat in the playoffs. These are two teams that have very parallel storylines from stage number 1. And I think for Revan, the one thing that's always impressed me about Revan ever since Blast has come in the LATAM region itself has been a thing, is that Revan have been able to pull dudes you've never heard of. And they perform. And you can even see it in a guy like Croxon, who had a marvelous stage number 1, is now playing for Wild in the EUL, and had a slow start against BDS, but then turned it around and had a very good end to that game. You know, Revan just continue to find guys, and we're going to see what Lambe and Marto can bring to the table. We know that Draw and Quick are very, very talented players. Abnai is also very skilled in his own ways in terms of being able to play shield operators and being able to be a nuisance on the server. We'll find out what Lambe and Marto are, but their track record in terms of Revan bringing in dudes you've never heard of is pretty solid. So I'm expecting some things coming through from the two new guys.
At least Revan have a brand, right? They know exactly what they're doing, and that is, okay, who are these guys? Let's make this roster work, baby. Come on. Right, you've got Marteau now, and you've got Lambe. Right, what's going to happen here? Lambe, we know a little bit of. He's Finnish, and he's a gunner. That's what we got. He is apparently the typical Finnish player, according to Gibson Casts. So that's what we got. And that's what we're working with on the Lambe side. On the Marto side, complete mystery. Like several other players here, we just don't know what we're going to get. So far, I gotta say, at least the theme of the day has been these unknown players stepping up and delivering for the most part. Would love to see the same thing here from this duo as well.
Right, yeah, you might not be able to get a Shyko, but maybe you could recreate him in the aggregate with these guys that we pulled from EUT3, so
guys
you never know.
Moneyball recently, jeez.
You see the map vetoes coming up here, Flynn, and, you know, already kind of some of the stalwarts there getting removed, and fortunately, Lair and Skyscraper going as well.
Jeez, we're going back to bank, are we?
There's no way that's real, right? Is that real?
They told me a long time ago, actually, and I didn't want to spoil it for you guys. I wanted you to enjoy that in real time.
I feel like this is so typical for LATAM. I mean, like, there's nothing like a LATAM stage. I mean, day 1, 1,000 tech pauses, check. Revan 6K, epic matchup, check. The same map over and over and over again. We've got that box check, baby. I think we're in for a great stage. I really do. I think this is even though it is a lot of bank, I think it's a good omen. LATAM teams, they just get into they all think the exact same. Even these teams that aren't from LATAM that are now playing in Latin America, they all think the same way, and they're all thinking bank is the way forward. I don't know. Maybe it is.
Well, maybe it is. We're going to find out because we got one more bank under the hat. Take it away, Flynn and Jonah.
Corbeck, thank you. A lot of fun on the desk, as always. So into our operator bands we go here, Flynn. I don't know what it is about today. I think I'm feeling good. It's just good to be back under the lights on the quote unquote big remote stage here in this LATAM region. And I think there is no better game to be our finale of day 1 than this one right here, 6K and Revan. The game that felt like defined our approach to stage 1. The game that we continued to reference pretty much every single play day until the stage was over. The game that Revan shocked the LATAM world, took it 7-0 against 6K, and really made us rethink our approach to the entire stage. Do we get a repeat of that, Flynn? That's the big question.
For 6K's sake, I hope not. I think right now, if you're Revan, you definitely want to try and replicate some of that and try to make a statement again at the beginning of stage 2. But both of these teams having 2 roster changes, both of these teams coming in with very similar storylines like I talked about on the desk, I think for both of these teams, they're trying to reach higher and play better than they did in stage number 1. I think both of them recognized that there was room to improve over the offseason, and there was room to make a few changes and shake things up a little bit. So now for Revan, the opportunity presents itself to start on the defense, have a little bit more control over the game, and much like we saw from Cruelty, Revan as a team, at least in days past with rosters past, loves to get in your face, loves to play aggressive, and can play aggressive to their own detriment, costing a couple rounds. But they believe, as Corbeck said, they can win the rounds in the aggregate. They can build up enough of a buffer with aggression that even if it's costing them one round, it's winning them 3. I think right now, 4-6 Karma, it will always be about trying to weather that storm that Revan will bring, and make sure that you're hitting your fundamentals, because there were a lot of skipped steps last year, 4-6 Karma, especially on the attacking side, where we are missing a couple fundamentals for 6K, and hopefully Skimzy can help with that, and especially his clutch factor that we saw in CNE. Maybe that can be a difference maker for 6K this stage.
Well, Skimzy's one of these guys that actually played 4-6 Karma before 6K, and this organization fielded this Brazilian, quote-unquote import roster. Skimzy played for 6K for 2 years, 2022, 2023, the entirety of both seasons in Pro League, in international competition, in off-season tournaments. Went to the 2023 Invitational, went to the Copenhagen Major after 6K, won Stage 1 of this Latam League. Played with that old core of Octabil, Soko, Pachito, and Morphed. Good to see him back, but how will he fit into a completely different team? That is the question we are asking about a lot of these returning players, a lot of these new players. He's someone that is individually very solid. He and Physics on that Cintragra team last stage. A lot of the fragging workload split up between the two of them when Physics was playing, not coaching. So he's one of these guys that you can look to be flexible and to do a little bit of both. And you see him here on the Twitch, at least, for this very first round, kind of slotting in to that very position. So keep your eye on him. He's a known factor, but not necessarily with this combination of players. Kurtz right now, we see him on the Brava. He is more of that unknown factor with this team.
Well, by process of elimination, I'm going to assume that the Echo on Revan is Abinai. In-game name, Big Steppa.Revan, but I'm pretty sure it's Abinai based on the names that are being displayed elsewhere. Honestly, I do like this setup coming out from Revan in terms of their operator selection and the gameplay style as well. We had a little bit of a roam into open area with hatches open, with Surya gates as well to fall back, and killed a little bit of the clock, made 6 Karma progress through an entire clear of the top floor down. It's eaten up some time, and now you got the Yokais, you got the Goyo canisters, you got Surya gates and Smoke Babes. So much utility to try and chew through here for 6K as they try to work their way into a plant. Have to clear these gates and try and descend as much utility as possible in towards the bomb site. There's a garage angle locked down, though, as Skimzy will chew through draw. So it's a good opening pick for 6 Karma, but now the push needs to come into the bomb site as Rayduck starts working his way in. That's just the Goyo taken out. There's still the Smoke to worry about and the Echo. Plant being attempted from Rayduck through the smoke. And the Toxic Babe from Marto is going to miss. Rayduck taking a little bit of damage, but he is able to complete the plant before the Yokai can stop him. Kurtz with a 2K. Now the timer ticks away against Revan as they have to retake back into the middle of their own bomb site. Garage holding the lock angle is Kurtz, and he's going to make it a 4K and a flawless round for 6K.
Wow. 6K. Flawless to start. Having no part of a potential repeat of the start of Stage 1. No 6-7-0 for Revan. It is a beautiful start for 6K. An excellent attack. They applied pressure from everywhere they should. You had someone in garage making something happen from there. You had some pressure from above. And then, of course, the actual pressure on the site itself. The smokes were perfect. The information was perfect. If you want to look at how to attack the basement site, just clip off that round right there. That last 60 seconds, textbook execute. On the other hand, Revan's defense, couple of major problems. Notably, information and plant denial. The big two. They had information and should have had knowledge of exactly where the diffuser was going down because, one, you can hear it. Two, there was it was a Yokai drone from the Echo directly above that position. So two different factors then to then deal with the plant. One, you know where the plant's going down. You can throw your smoke exactly where it's going down. You don't have to just throw it into the site and hope. But you have the yokai drone. You play the Echo specifically for information and for your ability to deny the plant. Both of those things were a problem in that round. Something that Revan will not want to repeat again.
Curious what we're pinging outside of the square windows. But nonetheless, we are slowly working our way over 4-6K to seemingly have an explosive entry in towards the bomb site. We have an Amaru carrying the diffuser. We have a Ying and a Glass with some smokes in tow with a Blitz as well, just to round out the terror that this roster can provide. Drones come flying in to make sure we're in a good position, and yeah, here come the Candelas. Here comes Falls positioned on the window. We're going to ramp things up to 11 here with 6 Karma, repelling into Banana, choked out in the gases right up at the plant, is going down from Swag. Kurtz with another one now as he decapitates Lambe to start things off, and Radok wins in the midst of the smoke, Falls with another one, and now it's just Marto and Draw left standing in a 2v5, and again, a plant scenario that they have to retake into their own bomb site against, spotting the Ying inside of the Banana hallway, but Marto not long for this world. Could it be another flawless? No, we got one down at the moment, and just in the nick of time, Draw will clean up onto Skimzy to stop back-to-back flawless rounds. But much like we saw in stage number 1 from Revan, this is 6K now putting up a defiant performance to begin their first game of the stage.
This is insane. I mean, that is 2 absolutely clinical rounds from 6 Karma. It does not get better than the first 2 rounds they just showed you. Clearly, this is a team that has been preparing for this stage 2, and man, does it look good so far. I will say, my God, what are you supposed to do to stop that if you're Revan? I really don't know. I mean, that was simply too clean. They had every possible aspect of that attack going absolutely perfect for them. They had the Blitz, they had the Amaru, they had the Glass, they had the smokes, they had the timing of the flashes, everything. Falls, here's a surprising stat for you. He played Glass there. I was going through his list of played operators in stage 1. His most played operator, he played a lot of different operators, but his most played attacker with 12 recorded plays was Glass, if you could believe that. I look at that and I went, that can't be real. But then I see what just happened there and I go, wait a minute, maybe it can. Maybe this 6 Karma team is just built like that.
Seemingly they are, and right now it's an early lead. And honestly, for Revan here, this isn't the Revan we're used to seeing in terms of initiating engagements early in the round. We saw their partial roam the first time they defended this bomb site in towards the open area with hatches open, but fell back pretty quickly, not engaging in too much firefight over open area. We do have a little bit more of a roaming contingent this time as Quick starts working his way in towards lobby. There's a drone in the middle of lobby, and Quick, yeah, they are well aware of this positioning. Marto, though, will get the opener on to Swag, so it won't be a flawless, but Kurtz has the cut to make sure that Marto cannot rotate back down the marble stairs. They're aware of Quick's positioning inside of Tellers, so they know about the cap can. They're looking to make, again, a quick entry top down, clear out the top 2 floors, and work their way towards the bomb site.
Well, here goes Skimzy on the Nook, just waiting for his moment here to step up and get something done. We see Rayduct, he pops up on the scoreboard first, taking care of Lambe. Yet to see the Finnish gunner that we know he can be. Lambe and Marteau, both 2 new players on Revan, shut down early here. But a good start for Revan initially. 6 Karma, though, have quickly turned things around. They've slowed things down, too. Really taking their time here through the mid-round, throwing a couple of drones out. Love this discipline and patience we're seeing from them, especially directly after the last round and how explosive and aggressive it was. Great contrast seeing what this team is capable of on both sides of the coin here. Good kill there, of course, from Abonai to equalize Mr. Big Steppa. But a 3v3 here that I think 6 Karma, well, they should be fine now that they have this first floor control, but a Capcan trap will make their lives a little more annoying.
Yeah, they're going to have to return to try and revive Rayduct. There's a lot of wooden barricades standing in their way, which will again just eat some clock. They also don't carry the diffuser at the moment. Tough to see if that's in the middle of square stairs or if it's outside. Either way, they're going to have to push towards the bomb site in a hurry. As the smokes come out, there's 20 seconds remaining. Rayduct recovers the diffuser, so on 20 HP, he's going to have to try and push in again through the Goyo canisters, the Toxic Babes. There's no smokes this time, it doesn't appear, for the side of 6 Karma. Can openers being brought on the side of the Ying. Rayduct comes flying in. Draw will get one. Rayduct with one. But now Abinai with the clutch, and there's no time to go for the plant. The diffuser is surrendered, and now it's Revan being able to put up a bit of a resistance on the bomb site itself. Still a 2-1 deficit to work out of.
It's funny, though, because it felt exactly like that, Flynn. Just like you said, a bit of a resistance. But it didn't really feel like Revan were the ones really forcing the issue and taking gunfights and winning them. They were just kind of passive, sitting back, just waiting for 6 Karma to do something. Now, typically that's a fantastic defensive philosophy. It just doesn't really instill a lot of confidence that this is something that can stay consistent. It looked like 6 Karma almost just beat themselves there, if you get what I'm saying. They took maybe a little too much time in the mid-round. I was complimenting them for that patience, for that discipline, but then the time got the better of them. They did not execute in time, triple zeros, the diffuser was not going down, and that's the round. Simple as that. They just were not able to follow through on that information that they had spent so much time trying to obtain in the mid-round. I mean, in Siege, it's very difficult to get a lot of information and act on it quickly, but it's very important that you do. Because it's so easy to relocate, not necessarily just simply where your position is as a defender, but utility, you can completely structure the crossfire you're holding. A drone is only going to give you information for so long. You're only going to be able to act on it for so long. And so when maybe they took a little too much time in the mid-round, got a bit of information, regrouped, when it came to actually executing and pushing on the site, there was only so much they could do. They actually ran out of useful information at their fingertips.
See Skimzy repelled in the lobby windows. He nearly catches Draw off guard. A headshot there would have been much more fruitful, but at the very least he'll take doing 30 damage to the castle, rotating through the middle of the bomb site. Lots of shots being rung out here as well, but none connecting for Skimzy, as he is very, very quickly being a nuisance towards these Revan defenders trying to hold out in the bomb site. Skimzy keeps popping up on a new window, causing a new headache, and now Lambe playing right up against the stock windows, has an attacker in his midst, and it's Marto, though, who will peek from the top of the square stairs and save Lambe. Kurtz goes down, falls in the Cali, taking a myriad of damage out on the rappel. Now we got an Evil Eye being removed from loan office from Swag, as he will open up the elevator windows. Now falls still on this rappel towards lobby, dealing with the castle barricades in towards the lobby windows. This is a very challenging position to be in for 6 Karma to work out of, but Skimzy again finds another rappel, another window, and another angle into the bomb site to level out the man count. Losing your Flores, not the end of the world here. You're just going to have to be very wary about where your Montaigne is going to enter and how many Evil Eyes could still be standing there.
You see how patient Skimzy is trying to be. Knows that there could be a potential run out, jump out, aggressive swing, something like that from Marteau. He's waiting for it, though. He's got Falls to support him, also keeping an eye on the windows from that repelled position. But as we said, time is getting low here. In 6 Karma, they cannot stay on these repels much longer. If they do, there's Skimzy. He goes down to Marteau. A double kill for the Mira. Quick down below will swing. A big kill for him. So you got Swag taken care of. It's now a 2v4, and Falls is still outside. Where is he going to go for the next 30 seconds? Rayduct on the Monty. Not a great situation for 6K, to say the least.
Quick's gonna hit him with a bag, and honestly, alright, I was gonna say it might have been deserved, because that was a crazy win for Quick, but now we're kind of crossing the line here.
Excessive baggage.
Falls is gonna head to the roof. We're gonna let the timer expire, and for back-to-back rounds, things have stagnated in the middle portion of the round for 6 Karma on their attacks. Not getting a lot of forward momentum, not getting a whole lot done on their entry. Skimzy popping up on some windows, doing a little bit of chip damage, getting a kill to level out the man count, but really not a whole lot of progression into the map, into the bomb site for 6 Karma. So the first 2 rounds, dominant, overwhelming presence, very good pace, very efficient, being able to clear the entirety of the map or just blitzkrieg into the bomb site. Last couple rounds, okay, we're passing the point of patience being a virtue, and now we're getting into stagnation territory. And that's where you don't want to be for 6 Karma, where you are your own hurdle. You aren't able to get over the time constraint that you're putting on yourself by not progressing further into the round. And Revan also waking up a little bit, hitting their shots, some better roams, some better angles being taken. This is more the Revan we like to see, which is everyone's winning their one. Everyone's taking a one, but everyone's winning their one. That's more what we expect to see from Revan.
We're seeing the nice long replays here of that previous round, including the really final fight there with Quick. Saw the bag again. Love that. It's funny because the first 2 rounds, my God, were they dominant. So one-sided, so electric. The next 2 rounds, kind of been a bit of a snooze, but frankly, Revan will take that because that is 2 rounds under their belt now. Sitting back, chilling, a lot slower paced, and a lot less, well, I said it, electric. Just, there's not that sizzle, not that spark from 6 Karma that we saw in those first 2 rounds that just felt like was so controlling, so overwhelming. Now they have to go about picking up the pieces and regrouping. I mean, this is tied up. We've got a game on our hands here, and yeah, we just thought it was 6 Karma all day. Revan done a nice job of bouncing back and getting some of that momentum back on their side here. You see that they're playing a bit more confidently now as well. You've got someone like Lambe. There it is. The Finnish gunner. Gunning. Takes care of Skimsy right off the bat.
It's a very good opening pick for Revan, and it seems like the Mutant Mozzie is having a very big effect on 6 Karma, the ability to shut down the intel gathering. We even saw the roam clear on round number 3 for 6 Karma being very effective. We knew where everyone was, we're getting the opening pick, we're snowballing that until absolutely everybody's removed from the top 2 floors. Then we had the ambitious swing from Abinai up through the hatch on the smoke. That was successful. We didn't know about the Kapkan traps and we stalled out. Same thing here, we got the Mutant Mozzie being brought, and this roam isn't being dissuaded from its position towards Tellers and Archives. We don't have the intel on 6 Karma to know where everyone is, and we're getting caught off guard with Skimsy walking in through the ATM doorways. Nitro Cell comes out, seemingly intel towards the boogie drones, hitting the floorboards. Kurtz's utility, he'll get picked apart a little bit here from the counter utility of Revan, but right now, 6 Karma, just not enough intel. Everyone's trying to face check an angle right now and work the top down, but there's still so much roaming potential for Revan that 6 Karma haven't dealt with. We're just going to walk right into the bomb site with the Monty.
Okay, that's one way to do it. Does he have support? That's the question. Where is the team? You've got someone above, you've got someone at the printer window, but you've got nobody on the site itself. That puts the Monty in a very vulnerable position here. He's going to take the shield down. He knows he's vulnerable. He knows he's trapped, but shield down, headshot delivered. Night for Quick. He goes down. Marteau, he's done as well. Good shot here from Falls, 3v2. Ray ducks, but the C4! The C4 stops the plant. Draw takes care of Swag, and just like that, Revan are now back in the lead. Couple of shots exchanged now as Falls is lit up from the side, and it is Draw who finishes it off. Revan shut down, another cheeky execute for 6K, and they take the lead.
Count them 3 in a row for Revan now, and listen, 1 kill through the first 2 rounds for Revan. Not the start they wanted to have to the stage. Completely opposite to the start they had to stage number 1 against this very organization. This is much better. This is a much better response, and honestly, for Lambe here, he gets that opener because they are unaware of his positioning. He almost got another one. They had the intel on the flank hold on Marvel Stairs, and I think that was just a reactionary shot from Falls that caught Lambe out. Oh, that, I mean, again, 6 Karma, we just do not have the information anymore. It seems like right now, Revan have found the operator combination that is causing 6 Karma the most headaches in terms of gathering the intel necessary to progress through the map. It's a lot of people in a lot of corners. Bank is a very large map. There's a lot of real estate to clear. And if you don't have the information, you're just kind of guessing. Revan is a team that, through iteration after iteration of a roster, doesn't matter who's playing for Revan, they will take a gunfight, they will take a win, or a 1, and more often than not, they will win it.
Revan take the lead. Crazy after the way those first 2 rounds played out. 6 Karma, where have they gone? One more round here on the attack to show us that they are still here in this lobby. Nearly saw it from them in that last one, but it just went a little quiet at the end. Good Revan retake, good Revan comeback. So now it is up to 6 Karma to try to find the answers. As I said earlier, Kurtz, more unknown element here of the 2 additions to this team. Getting plenty of reps in with this team in the offseason. Joined at the beginning of the summer, so has had some time to play with the rest of this team and kind of build that chemistry. Before that, playing with E1 Academy in Brazil and just bouncing around the rest of the Brazilian T2 scene. So his first foray into Latam has gone relatively well so far for him personally. Looking to do what he can to continue to contribute to this 6K team and, well, what needs to be a little 6K comeback here as they find themselves down 1. A good opening kill on to Draw. Draw, the only remaining member of the Revan team that went to the Copenhagen Major in 2023. He'll go down first. You'll lose your Goyo and look to the rest of these 4 remaining defenders to try to lock this down through the next 90 seconds.
I think the big thing again is now we've got some intel for 6 Karma. We saw the pre-place inside of open area, spotting Lambe and his drop back towards the objective after he felt some pressure from up above. And Draw, whether he was red or Skims, he just had the timing to hold the top marble flank. It was a flank that was well read by 6 Karma, and they were successful in getting that opening pick. Lots of shots ring up through the hatches again, and Quick wins it. Again, we are swinging open hatches as defenders in the bomb site for Revan, and yet we are hitting our headshots, leveling the man count. The good news is that was swag on the buck, so it's not your most utility-heavy operator, especially for the execute if you're 6 Karma. You are very wary now at an equal man position that you still have so much utility to work your way through. Abinai still has the yokai drones, hopefully for the side of Revan. It'll be a little more effective. We got Goyo canisters well in the middle of the bomb site that haven't been popped yet. All it will take is 1 bullet from the defensive side to initiate those, but Radek with a drop into the vault quick collects his second of the round onto Skimsy. Kurt's taking damage as well as he works his way through the bomb site, through the barbed wire, through the fire and the flames. Falls will fall, and Marteau with a quick double. It's Radek alone who dropped inside of gold. He's good for 2, but big Steppa with the step up. Revan, they win 4 in a row to close out the first half.
A wild turn of events for Revan as they move on with the lead. That is unreal right now. 4-2. What a spot for them to be against 6K right now. For those of you wondering how this map is typically played out, we're still looking for answers about what the current Stage 2 looks like across each of these regions. I can give you the numbers from Stage 1 and a couple of off-season tournaments. So Stage 1, Bank in Latam, overall, actually skewed defender-sided. Slightly. Actually 58% to about 42% in its 30. I'm not trying to count the rounds here, but we have in 56 rounds played, it was 33 defensive wins, 23 attacking wins. Now, Element, the most recent kind of T2, T1, NA off-season tournament that we held here on the R6 channel, we saw actually a lot more Bank, 10 plays instead of the 6. And that it did go attacker-sided. 52% attacker-sided, 57% those defensive wins. So, anyone's game right now. More recently, this has gone attacker-sided, though. Either way, it's more of a balanced map. So the fact that Revan come out of this moving to the attacking side with a lead is a very good place to be. And 6K they might have been feeling mighty fine after those first 2 rounds. I can tell you they are no longer feeling as comfortable now, down 2 with their backs against the wall.
Definitely. It was quite the hot start for 6 Karma. We even saw their rush on the CEO round that seemed like they were very comfortable playing with an elevated tempo to match what we imagined would be coming from Revan. It was a little bit of a role reversal later on in the half, where 6 Karma were running out of clock and just taking too long to progress. And then Revan started taking a few more chances and winning out on a lot of those chancy engagements. Now for 6 Karma, you transition to the defense, trying to find some more traction in this map. Seemed like it was going to be a defiant victory for 6 Karma based on the first 2 rounds, but Revan have awoken. They're also bringing the Montaigne. I imagine this is going to be a server-heavy push. We've got the Ying coming out from Quick, the Montaigne from Marto. This is an opportunity to replicate a lot of what we saw from 6 Karma on their attacking half. You can see a lot of the same operators being brought, although we do have a Maestro, a Pulse, and a Fenrir coming out on the side of the defense of 6 Karma. Kurtz as well on the Goyo is prone on the marble stairs. This is going to be Marto walking up right against him, although he turns away at the worst possible time, loses more than half his health, and now will get droned. So that's a...
Oh my god, what is going on? Flynn, what is happening?
That's tough, man. That's tough. That's what that is. Your pulse is gone. Kurtz, good reaction, just wrong team.
Dude was locked in. Dude was ready.
Whoops.
Whoops. He was so on edge from having just missed the headshot on the Monty. I'm shocked that Marto is alive, first of all. Looked like he was dead. That was a vector to the back of the neck, it looked like. He walks away with his life and a shield to protect him. And Rayduct gets dumpstered by his own team. Devastating turn of events for 6 Karma. So much for Kurtz fitting into this team really nicely. I do jest that's just a bit of a mistake. However, a big mistake for 6K in a very pivotal round to try to seize the momentum back. Still in a good spot. A lot of utility on this defensive side. You see Falls, he's got 3 smokes. You've got these Fenrir Dreadnought mines. You've got a lot of this control still in your hands, but Revan, they've got a man advantage. They have a Monty in your face. They have got pressure from above both sides. It feels like a Revan round if they can execute this.
Yeah, they're trying to bait out the utility with the Candelas coming down through the hallway hatch. Swag, well, level the man count. That is the Hibana taken out. So again, we're taking gunfights up through the hatch, and as the defenders in a position that we should not be walking away victorious, we are. We've been flipping back and forth towards Kurtz as we're awaiting the drop down the elevator hatch from one of these Revan attackers. Nonetheless, this is a good holdout here for 6 Karmas. They lost control of the bomb site early. More Candelas will ring out from Quick. The second smoke, and Kurtz, he will make up for his mistakes previous and read the drop. Quick, though, gets in with the T95 and gets 2 kills. Gets dropped from inside a garage, though, so it's just draw left remaining. So he tries to push his way up the red hallway. He's got defenders on opposite corners of the map, and the timer, it will expire as Kurtz turns the corner. It was an up and down round for Kurtz, but lots of damage done to both teams. The good news is that 6K, they get the round win, and they stop the run that Revan were on.
Talk about an emotional roller coaster. I mean, good lord. I don't know how to feel right now. Oh, here's the replay. Looks like he gets the head on Marteau. Nope. Drops down. Here we go. Flicks him. Destroyed. What a start to the round. Obviously, they recovered it really nicely. Kurtz ended up with 2 other kills. There's one against Lambe. He gets the last one. He closes it out against Quick. Felt like Revan kind of fumbled it there, though. You have an advantage like that. You're gifted an early kill. It seemed that they tried to do a little too much. I don't know. I mean, normally we talk about teams getting too tunnel vision, right? You're focused so much on the execute that you just don't do anything else or don't pay attention to anything else. Frankly, I'd like to see a little more focus on the execute there for Revan. You noticed a bunch of those attackers, when they ended up dying, it was not trying to get the diffuser down on the site in CCTV. It was actually swinging that garage double door, pushing through the site, chasing a kill. Had they just turned, maybe tried to lock in, go a little more objective focused, maybe they could have come out on top. Again, we're just speculating here, but it was a round that it felt like Revan should have had, and one that they just let slip. So, bit of a wild one to say the least, but one that 6 Karma takes and gets one round closer to tying this one up.
Yeah, in most circumstances, if you get gifted the opening pick from a team kill, that's a round you probably want. I think a lot of that round hinged on the elevator drop not being read, and Kurtz obviously making up for his mistake there, had that one read like a book. And the second thing was, well, the flood for the kills in the bomb site. Like you say, Jonah, not a lot of emphasis on the bomb plant itself, a whole lot of emphasis on flooding for the frags on the anchors. So a tough one there for Revan to drop, but they did win 4 in a row previous to that, so you lose one attacking round, it is certainly not the end of the world. For 6 Karma, very nice to get back on the board, though, and just kind of stem the bleeding, because Revan were getting on a roll there, and that team kill did not look like it was going to help things get back on track for them. Lambe as well has been a little cold to start things out here. He's going to make his entry into Lone Office, but Kurtz, he's going to get the opening pick in back-to-back rounds. This time it will be on an enemy, though, onto one of the Revan attackers. And now Quick making his way in, gets a trade, but Swag immediately back on to draw with the UMP. So now the push upstairs, it's going decently well for Revan. Lots of trades back and forth, but a lot of utility surrendered, most notably the Montaigne of Marto, been removed from play. You got a lot of health being taken away from Lambe in the ensuing engagement as well.
We've got a fight on our hands here. 6 Karma just one round away from tying this one up. It's now a 3v3 as we head into the final minute. Little bit of remodeling here happening at the last minute here for 6K as Skimzy now gives himself a chance to drop down and rotate if the pressure becomes a bit too much. Doesn't have that C4 in pocket any longer, though, so he will not be able to drop down and use that utility through the hatch. He's going to have to play this one with his gun in hand. Vector out. Information in hand. The swing. The destruction, but this one from Lambe. He finds the kill. A 3v2 favoring Revan. Good bit of pressure here. Watch the flank. That's the big key. Rayduct, it's a risk, but he gets it. It pays off. His teammate dies at the same time. He's left in a 1v2. Quick is 1 HP. Abonai is getting this diffuser down, but Rayduct, he doesn't have the information he needs. Quick, with a sliver of life remaining, will close it out through the wall. And guess what? It is Revan who continue to find success.
Good rebound there, even without the Montaigne for Revan to be able to push into the bomb site and win your engagements quick. Explosive entry with the Ying, and yeah, a lot of that round also for the defensive side for 6 Karma hinged on the flank coming from Rayduct, and unfortunately it was just a moment too late as the anchor died inside of the bomb site. This engagement as well for Skimzy, tough one considering how low Lambe is on health. 24 HP, and you lose that with a Vector starting on 110. It's a very tragic one there, but Lambe victorious on the marble stairs, and yeah, Rayduct trying to make the flank return, but Quick decimated everyone on the bomb site while Rayduct was gone, and the flank was just a little too late. So Revan, they reestablish a 2-round lead, get back in the win column in 6 Karma. It was one successful round after 4 straight from Revan. They immediately dropped the preceding round. They're going to have to try and get on a roll here, much like they saw from Revan on the defensive side. This is now a CEO defense to try and keep things away from match point.
I said earlier that Kurt's been hopping around a lot of Brazilian T2, looking for his breakout opportunity. Honestly, keep your eye on him, because right now, we saw it a moment ago, 9-5. He's tied with Quick for top performer in the lobby right now. And of course, if you want to count that team kill, leading the kills in the lobby right now. Great way to get some attention on yourself at the very least. Now we know his name. Now we know what he's capable of in terms of sick flicks. And hey, really has been a major contributor to the success for 6K thus far. But they're down 2, and they have not had all that success in these past few rounds. Kurtz, another big one, the opener, able to stop Rayduct from going down here thanks to that shot. He even gets the revive. So Quick has been taken care of here. As I said a moment ago, the biggest threat on Revan right now. Another big kill for Kurtz. This one, the opener. The most impactful one, I'd argue, he's found yet. And a good start here for 6K in round 9. Marteau, the Monty, alone on the balcony, gets the kill onto Swag. He drops down to safety. What a response from the Monty, though. A key moment for Marteau.
Revan trying to brute force this push up the spiral stairs, and man, Kurtz has been an all-star fragging potential player for 6K. Double stacking inside the elevator is a tough one. Being able to cover up the breach holes that Lambe had made towards the elevator hallway is a good decision on the Azami. So we're up and down with Kurtz right now. Very clear potential in terms of being able to be a difference maker in the kill sheet. But he's also locking him into a very tough position. Again, he's just facing down the Montaigne alone. All it takes is one misstep here from either the North Repel or Lambe on the elevator repel from Lobby to shut him down. And he's kind of just trapped with nowhere to go now. Stuns come in. Now Revan's slowing down. Quick, even speaking in all chat, it's taking so long for Revan to start working their way towards the bomb site. Kurt's playing a ring around the rosy with Marteau, who's the man with the diffuser. He'll take the ADS engagement, and Kurtz has to walk away, but again, he's locked in by Lambe. There's nowhere to go. Falls can't swing that either, and Radux on 20 HP. The site is beginning to fall.
Okay, there's draw, double as he swings, falls. Can he do it all himself? No, he is trapped in the elevator, blindsided by Lambe. Long range on the repel. What a wild one there for Revan. That one was a little bit odd as well because, Flynn, the language I noticed you were using to describe the defense was they were the ones pinned down and trapped and nowhere to go. That's typically how that's supposed to work. But you called it out beautifully. 6 Karma were the ones getting active. They were the ones moving around. It seemed like, for whatever reason, they were the ones who felt like they needed to continue to relocate. And Revan, as the attacking team, normally the ones responsible for the doing the moving and doing the pushing and doing the taking of the control, they were the ones who could just hold them in and trap them in position. You saw it there, a beautiful example with Kurtz. He got fried. Draw just crept his way around and got that 2-piece. Again, really well done for Revan. And cannot believe we're saying this after the first 2 rounds of this map. But Revan now sit on match point.
I mean, for Revan, this has been very impressive in terms of turning things around. Like you said, those first 2 rounds, not the optimal start. I think right now for 6 Karma as well, unfortunately, yeah, they're getting locked down. They're getting read pretty well by Revan in terms of being able to decipher the defensive structure that is in front of them and pick it apart. And you could really see that brute force through Lobby with the Montaigne. As soon as the Montaigne is able to work his way up the spiral stairs, and the Maestro inside of Elevator can't stop that from happening, there's really nothing you can do. The smokes come out, but it's a temporary dissuasal of the Montaigne in that position. He falls down, he comes right back up the spiral stairs, just like we see Marteau doing again. And Marteau had free reign that round to just walk around and stroll wherever he pleased as the Montaigne, because of the coverage from Lambe from the elevator wall repel, because of the coverage from the north window repel. Revan had that set up perfectly so that 6 Karma were just in a vice for the entirety of the round. Really, the answer there is to try and get down below and play vertically if they're going to brute force Lobby. 6 Karma didn't do that. They got stuck between a rock and a hard place. And now they stand on match point, also between a rock and a hard place. Needing to win 3 in a row just to force overtime. You've also foregone the ability to get 3 points in the standings with a regulation win now that Revan have secured their 6th round. We got the Montaigne coming out again for Marteau. Revan looking to close this thing out with another dominant 7-3 scoreline.
You see Swag back and forth here with the player trying to creep down that garage ramp. Typically, you'd see someone like Draw or Lambe in this position trying to take this control. It is Lambe in this case. You see him take a bullet there. The DMR, devastating to the health of the Brava. In the meantime, you've got Marteau working his way all the way around. Vault hatch open, repositioning maybe to go for some sort of a backside drop. You see Falls also relocating the defense, starting to pop this utility. They know what they're dealing with. Do they have the lobby default cam up right now?
Yes, sir.
Unreal. They have all of this information, they've got all these pings, and here's the C4 immediately in response. Now, unfortunately, he dies to his own fire, but a great kill because the default cam was still up.
Certainly a choice there for Rayduct, doing the mental calculus that sacrificing himself to kill the Montaigne was worth it, and it seems like the rest of the round will play out in that way. Draw is going to make a push in from behind, though, into CCTV to catch Skimsy off guard, but he's in the middle of the bomb site without the diffuser. And Falls is upstairs because, yeah, the diffuser is still, I believe, in lobby. I think it was Marteau carrying it on the Montaigne, so even though Draw has made his way in, Kurtz again with another one. Kurtz, man, if you just forget about that team kill, he's having an amazing game. Just an absolutely standout performance. Again, the theme of the day, newcomers standing out. Kurtz having a great performance, and I think for Revan there, yeah, you probably want to shoot a default camera. That's probably step one.
What a wild day, man. What a, like, this game, this sequence, utterly absurd. Number one, professional team leaves default cam up. We've seen that plenty of times, but that one, hilarious. You've got 3 attackers sitting there on their drone. Then, Defender, armed with this information, says, okay, I just popped this Vulcan canister under the hatch. Okay, they can't push. Wait a second. Do I run into the fire and throw this C4? Yes, the answer is yes. All caps, runs in, dies, 1G. See you later, you're gone. And now, honestly, you put yourself in a fairly good position. You go 1 for 1 there, you limit the attacking power, you take care of the Monty. Really slows down the execute, and it ended up being one of the bigger brain plays we saw today. Was it enabled because of the default cam being up? Yes, yes, and yes again. And is that going to dictate the overall result of this map? I would say maybe not, if Revan can just shoot the default cam next time and keep up what we're seeing from them so far. They still have a 2-round cushion. It is still match point. Here we go.
Last time they attacked this bomb site, very site direct. You know, we're locking down Marble Stairs. Rayduct goes for the flank, but again, it's late because we've decimated everyone on the bomb site. Quick is back on the Ying. Marteau's still on the Montaigne. It is interesting to me that Abinai is not playing the shields. I guess Marteau just must be the better shield player, or they're more comfortable with him on the shield. But at the end of the day, Revan has been very site direct on this objective, not really messing around with too much control towards Tellers and Archives. They allowed Rayduct to go for the flank, and it didn't really impact much of the round. We're able to clear out Janitor up top once again, nice and early with Abinai, using those Selmas to clear out the mirror wall position that we usually see a pocket mirror coming out inside the Janitor. That's not going to be long for this world as the mirror window gets opened up. Now 6 Karma have to fall back downstairs. With how explosive that Quick was getting onto the bomb site, as Draw's going to take his next gunfight towards the other mirror window and get rid of it in a hurry. We might be in for a rough road here for 6 Karma with Candela's rained down on them. The Nomad air jabs to be able to lock people in place to make sure that flanks aren't as effective as they could be. And the Montaigne of Marteau, again, walking into the bomb site wherever he pleases. This could be disastrous for 6 Karma.
Well, no blood drawn other than a bullet or 2 landed so far. Minute 15 to go. So Revan, despite a good setup, they still have to make it happen. And that is easier said than done. The first round of Candelas come in a little prematurely. No one's going to actually follow it up on the Revan side. Maybe baiting that that's where the execute is coming from, when in fact Marteau is currently in small office, shield out, rounding the corner from Kurtz, but Rayduct just domes him. Was Rayduct downstairs playing through the hatch? An easy kill for him. Falls now gets another. 2 big kills back for Revan, but Skimsy with the shotgun, he's still making his impact. Draw now 1 HP, watch it, he goes down. Good kill for Swag, who gets the final 2. It's round 11 for 6K as they shut down a fragmented Revan execute and get 1 round closer to OT.
I'm not sure if that was just a weird visual artifact on the the kill cam. I don't know if someone lagged out or if we're good to go. Regardless, we head towards a round number 12. As 6 Karma was able to survive, mostly because the Candelas weren't as effective as they were the first time. Quick launching them in from the printer window, nobody from 6 Karma playing underneath the stock floor. And the second time around, or the second object that really slowed Revan down in terms of their progression to the bomb site, was that castle barricade on the small office door. You know, Martel had nowhere to go. He's kind of trapped between a rock and a hard place. You can see Abadai gets in here, gets a crazy hip-fire headshot kill, then he's got nowhere to go because he's got a mirror window beside him that has been destroyed by the Ash charge, but still a reinforced wall that he can't get through. There's no rotate beside it. There's a castle barricade in front of him. He's got no more Selmas to work with to try and push through. It was a good little setup there for 6 Karma, being able to set up small offices kind of a bait. It was a little more open, and like you said as well, the mirror playing down below underneath the hatch to catch Marteau off guard. Also a really good layer to that for 6 Karma. All of a sudden, you know, we're at 6-3, we're talking, you know, could Revan wrap this up in regulation? 6 Karma now, 1 round away from pushing this thing into overtime.
Group stage here, double round robin. The wins are big, but points are also important. When it comes down to it, a single point will put you over your opponent. The point system, as it works in Siege, 3 points for a regulation win, 2 points for an overtime win, 1 point for an overtime loss, no points for a full regulation loss. So if 6 Karma can force OT, at the very least, they guarantee that both teams will walk out of this one with at least a point. 2 points, of course, maximum at that point available for the winner. But the loser will still go home with 1 for getting it that far. Not quite there yet, though. Revan still match point. 3rd chance to close this one out. Let's see if they can make this happen the 3rd time. Lambe, we saw this coverage. A lot of kills from this window the last time they attacked this site. The Monty strat again. Fairly disjointed, fairly, well, I will say individual focused, but look at what that's getting them right now. Quick is very up in this site, got himself an early kill, but now gets shot in the back. No support, so Skimsy takes the kill in response.
Yeah, Marteau was able to work his way up. Spiral stairs again is the distraction, and then Quick makes the entry in behind, but he gets flanked. So, no more janitor control. The other 2 attackers repelled out. So that leaves Marteau alone right now. Trying to work his way up the spiral stairs, and Skimsy will persevere through the Candela. Swag will drop Marteau. So it's just draw now, stuck on the north windows, needing to win a 1v4 to win this in regulation. Or we're heading to overtime, and as he hits spacebar to repel in the window, everyone for 6 Karma will take aim and fire, and we are gonna go into some extra gameplay. Into overtime we go. It's 3 in a round for 6 Karma, or 3 in a row for 6 Karma.
Well, great way to end the day. Grand finale. Most competitive game we've seen here in the North, and yeah, a good one. Yes, if you were wondering, it is 2 a.m. I'm in a New York City apartment, and my neighbors, they're not going to be happy. But personally, I am happy because we get some more Siege. We get to see a couple more rounds here to see who is going to walk away with this victory. See who's going to walk away with those 2 points. Now, at the very least, both of these teams will have a single point. They'll have something to walk away with this with. But man, it has been a streaky game. I mean, you don't see these final round there for 6K, but it has been so back and forth. The scoreline you're seeing on the screen in front of you is not the scoreline. Not 7-4. It is 6-6 OT. Round 10, 11, and 12 all going to 6K. It was early 6K first 2 rounds. Then it was Revan all day long. Bit of a back and forth. And then 6K have absolutely yoinked the momentum right back, and they're playing like it. They're playing like the confident team, the composed team that we know they are. It's so funny because same exact thing happened for Revan on the second half as it did for 6K on the first half. They looked electric, and then they kind of lost the sauce. Now we're in overtime, though, Flynn, and, well, what we know from experience is that anything can happen at this point.
Yeah, I think Six Karma, much like we saw from Revan, they really had to turn things around. Revan, the first 2 rounds, not having a fun time, playing a little more passive than we thought they would, and they had to change their play style. And it seemed to confound Six Karma there for a little while. And we saw Six Karma as well, with some playstyle adaptations that slowed things down on their behalf. And that didn't really net them the greatest results. And then swapping onto the defensive side, their first few defenses were a little shaky, and it really came down to being able to hold the objective itself. Because Revan started going aggressive site direct with the Ying, with the Montaigne, trying to get in the face of anyone who was an anchor and deal with the rest later. And Six Karma have had to adapt, and they've been able to be stronger in terms of their response to the Candelas, in terms of their response to the aggression in the Montaigne, and really trying to target anyone else except for Marteau, which is a very good response. We see Revan here again on the attack. It's a basement defense, and Six Karma bringing out the Clash, bringing out the Tubarao, the Kaid, the Maestro, the Goyo. We're going to try and kill as much clock as possible here if we're the Six Karma defense. The good news for Revan, though, is they have established that, yeah, we can get in the map pretty free because there is nobody roaming with this operator lineup.
All right, this is that classic balancing act as a defense. It's like, where do you want to put the majority of that focus? Do you try to balance it across the entire map, slow the entry? Do you full stack on the site, no roam whatsoever? It's a classic give and take. It's got its pros and its cons. What's happened here is that Revan, within a minute, have full map control over the top 2 floors. They can now focus for the rest of this round with one sole purpose in mind: rotating, shifting that attack to an actual execute, burning utility, getting information, and then eventually executing. But the difference is that Six Karma can do the same thing on the opposite side. They didn't have to waste utility. They didn't have to waste manpower on those top 2 floors. Everything in their pocket is focused on the next 60 seconds. This is when you're going to see those Vulcan canisters detonate. This is when you're going to see those smokes, well, in this case, no smoke sent sky high, but the Clash in the face of the defense. Those Zoto canisters employed. Those Maestro Evil Eyes enacted. This is when this round is really going to come to the crux. In this next few seconds, as we see this Revan attack now shift for the eventual execute.
And this just falls inside a server. As part of the server hold, you can see Revan going to use the Candelas to blind him, as Abinai is going to go for the plan, and he gets halfway. Falls is going to have to do something about it, but Lambe is ready for him to try and pull out the SMG-9. The Nitro Cell arrives, but it's a hair too late. Rayduck kills Abinai, but not before the diffuser is planted. Drones come out onto the diffuser. The Clash is taken care of, but Quick gets dropped inside of the garage. So now a man advantage momentarily for Six Karmas. They have to flood and retake back in towards CCTV. Lambe holding the Candela. He's got 2 in the back pocket to try and use against these defenders who want to re-aggress towards him. One goes out, trying to be a distraction, and Draw has the coverage from the blue stairs. He gets 1 onto Skimsy, turns the corner for a second onto Kurtz, 3 on the round, and trying to make it 4 to clean it up. The time is going to tick past 7 seconds regardless, and there goes Draw, 4K on the round, and Revan, they win the attack to put themselves back on a match point.
Nerdy siege moment coming in, but this is why this game is just so damn fun sometimes, Flynn. Those are the moments that you love, when it is a single second, a single decision that completely changes the course of the round, and as a result, potentially the outcome of this match. And what was it? It was the 2 seconds too late that C4 came flying to deny the diffuser. Those 2 seconds. Right here, you'll see it. Rayduct rips it, throws it, maybe a single second, maybe even less than a second too late. If he makes that decision to swing and throw that C4 and the diffuser does not get planted, that is almost guaranteed a 6 Karma round win. But instead, with the diffuser down, the Candelas in pocket, the ability to take a step back, play passive angles, it's a Revan round instead. That split second made all the difference. Now it's Revan again on match point.
There's rounds like this that make me wish we had interviews, because I am very curious. We saw, with about 1:15 left, Draw on his Twitch drone, and we heard 2 Vulcan canisters inside a CCTV pop. I'm just curious, and honestly, if anybody is watching this VOD back and wants to DM me the answer, please do. Did the Clash get stuck in server? Because leaving the Clash in server alone against everyone, it's a choice, and I'm just curious if those Goyo canisters trapped the Clash in server so that she couldn't make it back when Revan started pushing into server. Because if so, that's incredible timing from the side of Revan to instigate that server clear with those canisters going off in the site. If it's a happy accident or it didn't actually impact the Clash moving back to site, then fair enough. Regardless, the outcome is that Revan is on match point in overtime. Once again, try and lock things down against 6 Karma to start back-to-back stages with wins against this organization, different rosters on both sides, but nonetheless, it would be a very good start for Revan and their stage to try and return to their form that we saw from Stage 1 in 2023, with them trying to attend another major.
We hear the goo mines detonating here. That's Swag, who will be momentarily delayed on the entry here to server. You see a similar timeline here to this round than the last. Revan had quick early entry and they made a quick site push. This time it is 6 Karma in early, but the difference is Revan did not just let this happen. Revan, they're playing up top. They're playing for a bit of a roam, but instead, 6 Karma, they have completely avoided this and are going straight for the execute right now. That's that same round 1, that round 2 energy. And guess what? It worked, at least so far. The diffuser is down. Now Revan have to scramble. As they move in, the coverage from 6K is just too perfect. Through the smoke, falls on the glass. Perfectly executed. 2 men down, 1 remains. Quick, against 3, has to go for an impossible retake with a glass watching his exact position. Falls. A big 3 to finish it off. We are going the round 15 in our very first 6 Karma Revan matchup of the stage.
Well, both teams, they're looking at server, just at different times on the clock as the priority. We go site direct, we get the plant down. Again, for Revan, no intel on where the diffuser is going down. The smokes come out from the attacking side into the bomb site, but we just do not know that the plant is going down on the far wall instead of in default. And that kind of was the end there. Marto hit a nice shot on the walk through Red Hallway, through the smoke. Unfortunately, it wasn't onto Falls, who was the glass, and that kind of was the end of the story. You can still pump down more smoke grenades and more smoke grenades that Falls can see through, and you can see that as well. I think it was Abinai or Quick trying to sprint through the smoke at Falls, and it didn't work very well, because, yeah, he can see through it, and you can't. I think right now for Revan, that's a tough one, where, again, having intel on where the plant was going down could have made that round very different. And here we stand at 7-7, round 15. We go the distance. Radek once again in his janitor closet with a Miro window. We go back to this setup with the castle barricade on the mini office door, setting the trap. Can 6 Karma persevere again on this bomb site as they did the last time they defended it and take away the full 2 points available to them? They've both secured 1 point. The next 2 minutes and 47 seconds will decide who gets the next one.
Well, 6 Karma, a return to form in that last attacking round, ramping up the pace, sticking with what works for them. Will Revan be able to do the same thing here on their attack? One thing's been consistent, and that is Marto on the Monty. We've seen this almost constantly. It's been a hit and it's been a miss at times. They just need to play off him successfully. He's had some times where he's been isolated. He's found himself alone against 1 or 2 defenders. That is not how you play a Monty successfully. You gotta surround Monty with guns. You gotta surround Monty with people that can act on the information that he provides as a brick wall who just walks into the site. And it seems so far Revan have done a nice job to remedy that. They're also slowing things down a little bit. They're not rushing this entry. But once again, as we mentioned before, Flynn, we're not seeing 6 Karma try to extend up above. They're going to let Revan come all the way to them.
Oh, Lambe getting away with his life there. I think a Nitro Cell got ripped at him, and a second Nitro Cell now comes skyward from Skimsy on to draw. There goes the Ash. That means those mirror windows, if the Selmas can't get at them, and 2 of the Selmas, that's actually all Selmas use now from Lombe, so these mirror windows, they're going to be tough. Eye downstairs, though, wins the engagement as Swag tries to get in position to play the hatch from down below, using the mini office as a trap. These mirror windows, they're going to be a nuisance. I think you do have smoke grenades, you do have smoke grenades on either the Monty or the Ying. So the good news is that you're able to use some smoke grenades to obfuscate the vision of the mirror windows, but shots up to the floorboard like that from Skimzy, that could be it for Revan.
Here they come. Skimzy, triple. There's Falls. There's Skimzy with the quad. It's 6K who take it in round 15. An insane comeback, denying 3 match points in a row. And it is a swift victory in the final possible round of this matchup. My goodness, what a way to end day 1 with that absolute banger of a map. I said it. It was a good one. And man, did 6 Karma deliver.
Corbeck, come in. Thank you. Hey.
I need a door.
I didn't want to waste any time. What's up, dude?
It's been a long day.
Yep.
Fair. It's a long game too. I mean, but you said it perfectly there, Jonah. What an amazing end to Latam Day 1, and what another kind of just like entry into this crazy rivalry that's developing here between Revan and 6 Karma. Because except for that first match in stage 1, they've pretty much all been really intense games. I mean, if you look at their deciders matchup, it was a 2-1. A complete slugfest, and I'll be honest with you, I thought Revan was going to walk away from that with the win there at the end, Jonah, but I feel like 6K, just some real deep ability to just go long and maintain such tactical adaptability right until the end.
Well, both of these teams are incredibly experienced. They've got a lot, well, at least as teams and with some of the leaders on their teams, they are. Some more inexperienced players coming in, but especially on 6K, with that experience, you've got discipline and you've got patience, right? You're not going to lose your cool in a situation like that when you've got to fight down 3-6, make a comeback happen. It's possible when you've got leaders who can adapt, who can try to keep everyone in that headspace of, this is not over yet, guys. We've got this. And they made it work. We talked about like an emotional roller coaster within individual rounds, but as a whole, I mean, we started out 6 Karma on the highest of highs. Then it is the lowest of lows, Revan with all the momentum. And then look at that, it's 6 Karma at the very top again. An amazing final half. 3 rounds in a row, they drop 1, and then eventually take it in 15. I mean, a back and forth for the ages, but one that 6K is more than happy to come out the victors.
Yeah, that round 14, that was a beautiful execute on the basement side. Brought tears to Revan eyes, that's for sure. Flynn, looking at it from the perspective of Revan, this has got to sting mightily. I mean, how do you think they kind of process this walking out of this slugfest that they couldn't get the better of it?
I mean, it's a game of fine margins. You walk away from an 8-7 loss and you feel like any one of those rounds could have been yours. They could have been the difference maker. I really was impressed with the run that Revan got on, though, because, I mean, it was 2-0, and then they won 6 of 7 rounds to make it 6-3. Like, they went on a heater there. And then, again, there was some adaptability there. There were some level changes, and there were some tempo changes. Like, there was a lot of depth shown from both of these teams, to be quite honest. And I think right now, for both of these teams, good litmus test to figure out where you are is day 1. This is a double round robin before we even get to playoffs to talk about the important games that will send you to a major. We expect both of these teams to be playoff teams. This is a nice little test to start things off. Now you know for both of these teams what you need to improve on working further into the stage.
Well, to dial it back out to the bigger picture, let's take a final look at our schedule here for the day, get a look at where things landed across the entirety of LATAM. Jonah, anything here that's particularly standing out to you as something you didn't expect in terms of these matches?
Well, obviously, I think Vasco Alpha Team, that's a big one, right? Because you've got a team coming in from the qualifiers versus Vasco, a team that was the most dominant team in the group stage last stage, the team that was just tearing other teams to shreds and looked like they could not be touched. Eventually, they did get touched. They did eventually fall up slightly short of the overall #1 spot, but like, Vasco's a very good team in almost identical form in terms of a roster. Tough loss to start this stage.
Yeah, no, definitely. I think one that, Vasco probably isn't particularly happy about. I mean, looking at it kind of in some totality here for a day one, Flynn, anything standing out to you? Anything that maybe is kind of caught your eye as we take a look here at the Latam North standings at the end of the day, and Cintragra is on the top?
That's kind of what you want to be looking at is CNE on top. That wasn't part of the storyline for much of stage #1. They had their moments where they came alive, and they did have a couple upsets in there. I think Jonah said they had 3 wins in stage #1. They had their time in the sun every now and again. I think this is a very good start for a completely overhauled CNE roster. I think for Cruelty as well. Yeah, there's some rounds that were on a knife's edge there, but at the end of the day, you lock it down against a qualifier team. You retain, your full 3 points. The maximum number of points available to you in the stage are still there. There's expectations on Cruelty now. I think heading into stage 1 this year, there were fewer expectations. We liked how they were playing early on, but now as the defending champions of LATAM from stage #1 and the representative that went to Manchester and the opportunity to return to Montreal to possibly send yourself to the 6th Invitational, there's a lot on the line here for Cruelty, so it's about how they respond to that pressure. I think today was a good response to the mounting expectations upon them.
Yeah, I think I would agree with that assessment, and they're just going to have to keep that kind of performance up, though, as we do a little gaze into the future here, Jonah, and see our matches as they look on Wednesday, our next play day. Just, particularly honing in on Latam North here, Jonah, anything jumping out to you as kind of a must-watch or even a must-win for some of these teams?
Well, I think you look at 6K and you look at Cruelty. On paper, those are both fairly one-sided matchups against TSG, Lycus, respectively. But, look at that 4th match of the day, Revan Cintragra. From what we saw from Revan tonight, team to be reckoned with. CNE, they showed us, at least against one of the qualifier teams, that they were playing strong. They were looking good. 7-2 there. I think that one is probably my go-to.
Definitely. I think the Revan CNE game is the game you got to look at. I do agree with you. You got qualifier teams against 2 top-rated teams in LATAM North in the other 2 games. And, it's a double round robin. Everyone's going to get to play each other twice. So there's going to be instances where we've got top teams playing against teams that are trying to fight for that 4th spot. We've got Revan, 6 Karma, Cruelty. Those are kind of the expected 3 of the top 4 in whatever order you want to put them in. There's a 4th spot up for grabs. We saw it from NXT in stage #1. Could it be one of the qualifier teams again in stage #2?
Well, it's a question that will have to be answered in the future. For now, our day is over here. Play day 1 of LATAM Stage 2. Certainly some interesting matches there and some things to write home about. Don't leave that dial unturned, though, because there will be more great Siege action coming up here later on this week. Play day 2 of LATAM following in on Wednesday. But for now, a big thank you, of course, to Gibson and Whippet, our casters for the LATAM South games. To you, Flynn and Jonah, for joining us here. Our producer, Crater, and of course, the LATAM broadcast crew. We couldn't do it without you guys providing us with your feed. And from all of us here on the broadcast team, thank you so much for watching. And when we see you on Wednesday, it'll be in a new season of Rainbow Six Siege.